manageably bad. Um, because I want this outfit, but it's like not cold enough in my apartment, so I gotta artificially make it cold enough. You ever have a moment like that? Um, but keep on double tapping on that screen, share it with your friends. Let's try to get this live in front of as many people as we can. Try to everyone try to leave the bar or fill the bar up as much as you possibly can. Let's try to get one full bar from each of you if you really want to contribute to getting it in front of as many people as we can. Yay, no politics. Yeah, unfortunately, I am starting to think that perhaps this is just like an area that has too much in it. Robert, thank you so much for the $3 on Cash App. Big W, Robert. I appreciate that. Aw, that's so sweet of you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't meet those criteria, I'm not going to talk to you. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest, very first guest, maybe. All right, let's get it started.
Fuck you, nigga.
Aw, that's not very demure, not very cutesy. Aw. That's pretty sad, even. Yeah, Christians are not sending their best. Gotten really, really angry. Quite angry indeed. Yeah. Thanks for blocking that person. Truly. Yeah, I've been trying to get the routine down, the combo down for when someone comes up here and starts saying slurs. I've decided that the combo is like, first you gotta mute them so they stop saying slurs, and then you gotta go and block them, and then finally you remove them. Because I used to just remove them, and then like, they'd either just come back on different days or they'd show back up in my guest request box, and I don't really want that. I want I want them to be gone forever. So just keep on double tapping on that screen as we go to the next one. You believe in Buddhism? I don't believe in Buddhism. I think Buddhism has some pretty crazy metaphysical commitments. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Stan?
Hi, how are you? Hi. Oh my god, that's horrible. Hi, how are you?
Hey, doing well. How about you? How old are you?
22.
Yeah, and what religion?
Well, for me, in my sole purpose, my soul heart, I believe I'm God himself, so I think I could really speak on this.
Okay, and are we doing a little troll, or?
No, I've done like a few writings on this before, if you really want to see it. I've done a few writings on why, I think a lot of the similarities in my life do come from other sort of prophets and things along those lines. There's a lot of similarities between me and a lot of other prophets.
Yeah, wait, so could you remove this the marker from the cap?
No, I mean, that's not really something that I would be able to do.
Oh, so wait, what can you do?
I mean, even in gods and other religions don't have the power to remove the marker from the cap. It's your decision to remove the marker from the cap.
No, I think the God of the Bible or the Torah or the Quran or like Zeus or like really any god actually has the power to remove the marker or the cap from the marker. So if you're God, then you can easily prove it to everyone by just simply removing the cap from the marker.
Do you have any proof that says the fact that some Christian gods and Quran, Torah, Bible, I don't know, what do you call it? What's the pagan one? The Holodomor? I don't know.
Certainly not the Holodomor. That's not the pagan one.
I think that was something really bad. Okay, I get them confused. I don't know. Yeah, but is there any proof that states that they have some sort of power that allows them to do something along those lines? Or
yeah, typically people of these religions believe that anything is possible through God, that God has the power to do anything, that God is omnipotent, he's all-powerful.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to somebody I'm not going to say I have other abilities other than, taking a cap off of a marker. I mean, the thing with it.
Which other abilities do you have, and would you be able to demonstrate literally any of them right now?
Well, when it comes down to ability, I mean, I think within my spirit, I think I do have quite a lot of power when it comes down to that.
Okay, well, I don't really believe in a spirit, so I don't really know what it means to have a powerful spirit. But I'm just asking you, what powers do you have?
Oh, when it comes down to following, I have the idea of I could I could destroy my enemies if I wanted to.
Destroy me right now.
I mean, you're not really an enemy of mine. I don't
What would it
really-
take for me to become an enemy?
Somebody who is literally against me, somebody who wants
I'm literally against you. Destroy me right now.
you'd have to, come and like unalive me or something along the lines of that. But when it comes
Well,
to
wait, but then how would you destroy me if you're unalived?
well, when it comes down to that, you're not able to unalive me.
Gotcha. So it's not. So you will never encounter a scenario where you destroy one of your enemies because the criteria for being one of your enemies is unaliving you, which of course is impossible. So it's impossible to be one of your enemies, which means it's conveniently impossible for you to ever demonstrate any of your powers.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to that, I mean, I have striking people down before.
Strike me down right now.
I mean, I might give you something along the lines of not lightning, but maybe disease, something along the lines of that. I might give you something that's pretty bad. I might give you rabies.
Yeah.
A dog with rabies.
Give me chlamydia right now.
I mean, I could bring somebody into your life that will be able to give you it, but I can't just magically give you this. I set up events for you that you'll never know what's going to happen. You will set up, let's say, you're against me, right? I'm not going to magically poof. You have rabies. No, it's going to. I'm going to set up a scenario to which, all knowing, all powerful. I will set up a scenario in which that you will be able to get that sort of thing to happen to you. You will be able to get rabies. You might just be walking down the street and then a dog or some sort of bat comes down to you and they infect you with rabies. And
Sure.
it's going to-
Yeah. Wait. But if you're all powerful, can you remove the cap from the marker?
It's not something I removing the cap from the marker is something I don't really want. I mean, don't really have the urge or want to do. There's
Well,
no
wait. But
benefit.
do you have the urge to prove that you're God? You could prove that you're God by just removing the cap from the marker.
In what way? In what way? In what way?
Because I would, the cap's not going anywhere. So if you simply removed the cap from the marker,
I don't. I mean,
then
I
it would
don't-
be
I
pretty
should-
good proof.
Well, I mean, when it comes down to this, right? Could I just say I think when it comes down, let's how do I explain this, right? Like I said before, I can't directly give you a disease. I can't directly give you. I could set up a scenario.
Are you all powerful or are you not all powerful?
Well, I mean, all powerful in the sense that I'm not just gonna give you a disease. I mean, the way the way it works, set up a scenario of which, it ends up happening. I could set up a scenario in which that I direct you to take the cap off of the marker. Therefore, it's technically an indirect kind of direct action. If that makes sense.
This is so silly. Why do you think anyone takes you seriously?
I mean,
You're just like those. You're like those people in like 8th grade who were like, "Yeah, I turn into a wolf. Like, trust me. Like, I'm actually a wolf." This is like genuinely so sad. Like, I just want you to know that when you make the claim, "I am God," that's like exactly how people see you.
No, I think I understand that. I understand that quite a lot, and I'm here to change that. I do believe that. I've written multiple papers about the similarities between me and previous prophets like Jesus Christ. I think there's a lot of similarities between me and his life, in that I may be some sort of next prophet, or I may be some sort of follow up, some not in direct competition, I wouldn't say, but some sort of follow up prophet of some sort, and something along the lines of that. I mean, there's a lot of similarity between me and his life. I think that if you want me to list them, I can, but
Oh, I don't care about the similarities. What I care about is the demonstrations of power. If I went through Jesus' entire life story, I could probably find lots of similarities there too.
like
Are you familiar with what confirmation bias is?
yeah, I think so. Wait one second.
This is just a very classic case of confirmation bias.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, it could be. It could be a case of confirmation bias. I don't know.
Yeah, so if you just say like, well, I'm God because if we just go through my life story and Jesus's life story, also I don't think Jesus is God, by the way. But if you just go through your life story and Jesus's life story, there's just lots of similarities. I got news for you. There's similarities between like everyone's lives. You have something in common with everybody. That doesn't mean that you're like the reincarnation of that person.
Well, I mean, I think it's really depending on how you look at these sorts of ideas and how you look at it.
Yeah, it's a real nice non-statement. Do you want to actually engage with the point?
Yeah, I mean, I just think, I just think where it's just like a lot of people just have this predetermined thing in their head, right? Where it's just like, no, like they think people who claim themselves as God or some sort of just like crazies, people who deserve to be in white padded rooms, right? But
I don't think you deserve to be in. I don't know enough about you to make that prescription. I don't know if you deserve to be in a white padded room. But this certainly is very silly. So do you have an argument for why God is real? Yeehaw! Thank you so much. That does not involve personal experience. Or should I move on to the next guest?
I mean, yeah, it is my personal experience.
Yeah. So do you have an argument that doesn't involve personal experience?
Well, among the lines of that, I think, God has, before I became that, I believe, God, there's some sort of higher being that had directed my life before I came to realization.
Yeah, I'm asking for an argument that does not involve personal experience.
I wouldn't be able to determine.
Okay, gotcha.
That.
So, I mean, I can't engage with your personal experience, so I'll probably just move on to the next guest then. Wow, what a wacko. Keep on double tapping on that screen. Let's try to fill that bar up one time for each of you. That helps get in front of more people. Drop a follow if you're enjoying the debates. Never want to miss one in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you have an argument which does not involve personal experience, and you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Dix? Okay, I accept your surrender. Yeah, I should have muted God's microphone. That would have been funny. Yeah. I would love to beat Jesus in a debate.
Wow. Hello.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 27.
Yeah, and what religion?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Just lack of scientific evidence on how the universe was created.
And what's the religious evidence for how the universe is created?
On the Christian religious side of things, it's kind of like, God said and it was done. Which, if we're thinking logically, doesn't make much sense either, right?
Well, I mean, how do you know that God said it?
Because it says it in our Christian Bible.
Gotcha. Now, I have a really fun question for you.
Yes.
What's your evidence that the Bible is true?
What you doing there?
Don't worry about it. What you should be worrying about is your evidence that the Bible is true.
My evidence that the Bible is true would, probably have to be the testimonies passed down when it came to general study of it.
Whose testimony?
The testimony of the people written in, or the historical, what are they called? Historians, my fault.
Oh, which historians? Can you name one historian?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have to do that to prove my point. There's plenty.
Oh, wait, so how do you know what the historians say if you don't even know one historian?
Dude, you could put on Discovery Channel and see people talking about the Bible.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the Bible is true. These people probably just presuppose that the Bible is true. Okay, but if you want to talk about like the Bible's accuracy, there's lots of events that are completely inaccurate.
Oh.
So,
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, if the flood happened, how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
That's not really a relevant question. I think the question
It is. You have no answer to it.
Is God not real?
Yeah, so the Bible, because you're saying that the Bible is true, the Bible claims there was a flood, but if there was a flood, then how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of things could either go in or out, but it's not necessarily the question. You didn't ask if
You're not answering it.
it's true.
You didn't give an answer to it.
You
It
never
just
even
proves
asked
that
if
the Bible is true.
You asked if God. Your thing says God isn't real.
Okay, so let me, because you're not tracking the conversation, I'll just like restate what's happened so far to you. So the order of events that we've been following down here, I asked you why God is real. You essentially told me that God is real because of the Bible. And I asked you what your evidence that the Bible was true was. You said historian. So now I'm giving you historical evidence that the Bible is
my
not
friend.
true.
I didn't say that that God isn't real because of the Bible. I said God is real because of lack of scientific evidence.
Yeah, and I asked you what your evidence was related to the creation of the universe. What's your evidence that God made the universe? You said the Bible. So you're presupposing that the Bible is true. And if the Bible is true, I'm giving you a reason why we would doubt that.
Okay, and are you gonna say your side of things, or it's just me?
Well, I can say mine if you're interested. So the universe wasn't created, it always existed. This is indicated by the quantum eternity theorem. This is also indicated by the fact that dark energy is getting weaker over time, which indicates that the universe is going to have a big crunch-like effect where it gets into a state very much like the one that it was in prior to the Big Bang, and then it's going to undergo a big bounce. So it's going to rapidly expand, and then rapidly contract again, and then rapidly expand, and rapidly contract again. So the universe has always existed. It didn't come from anywhere.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't want to talk over you. Those are all theories.
Which part of that?
None of them are proven. All of them are theories.
Oh, wait. So they're not theories in the way that you're using it. So what a theory in science is just a how explanation. It's a how this thing happened in the first place. You think that a theory is just a guess. A theory is not just a guess. It's based on a mountain of evidence. Do you have any evidence at all for your belief?
No, but neither do theories.
Yes, they do. Tons of evidence. I even gave you the evidence that dark energy is getting weaker, the cosmic microwave background radiation, the fact that the small-scale universe conforms to the laws of quantum mechanics. All of these are evidence for every part of my argument.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't want to talk over you because I'm respectful. I'm not going to do that to you. But just in general, just because there's scientific talks and discussions about scientific theories don't mean the scientific theories are correct. That's why they're called theories. Because here in the future, whenever another scientist is like, okay, this can be changed to this theory, it changes the theory, correct?
Yeah.
Like
Will, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Will. Shackled to things that are untrue, that are going to be untrue forever. So, for example, your religion is committed to the belief that the Earth was created in 6 days, when in fact we know that the Earth is much older than that. It's committed to the idea that God said abracadabra and then all of the animals appeared, when we know that animals have existed for literal billions of years, and that humans are a relatively recent piece of the puzzle. So the fact that science changes over time isn't bad. It's actually really good.
I never said it was bad.
Okay, and also you said that. Can you remind me of? Were you listening at all? Can you tell back to me even one piece of evidence that I gave you for the universe, or were you just not listening?
I was listening to the.
Yeah. So then say back to me one piece of evidence that I gave you.
The point is.
Wait. No. Say back to me one piece of evidence that I said to you.
Just like you, based off your theory and my.
Say back to me one piece of evidence that I gave to you.
You're okay. So is this going to be a discussion?
Were you listening or were you not listening?
I was.
Because if it's a discussion, typically we listen to each other. But if you weren't listening to me, then it's not a discussion.
Well, my friend, look.
Can you summarize one piece of evidence back to me, or are you ready to concede that you weren't listening?
No, I was listening to you.
Then summarize back one piece of evidence that I gave to you for the universe not having an origin.
I know you brought up the fact that, and I'm only doing this because these type of discussions on TikTok are not really productive.
Nobody cares. Give the evidence.
All right, then I'm gonna do it, man. But people like you are,
Nobody cares.
and it's really a dick.
Give the evidence.
Something you said was that that dark energy is you said that the universe is constantly expanding, then expanding, then getting smaller, then expanding. Getting
That's not the evidence. That's the thing that the evidence supports.
Yeah, but you said to say.
What's the evidence for that?
You said I wasn't listening to you because.
Yeah, wait. That's but I'm asking you for what the evidence is that it's actually true. That's so that's my model of the universe, but I provided evidence for that model of the universe. Do you
That's
remember
not
what
your
that
model of the
evidence
universe.
was?
It's not your model of the universe. That's someone's theory on what's happening on the universe.
Well, I mean that's
It's like
the
how
model of the
religion
universe as indicated
and
by a piece of
ideas or
evidence I
theory
gave.
on how people.
Do you
live their
have any? Can you summarize back to me what my evidence was
No, I
for
don't.
that model of the universe, or were you just not listening?
You know what you said. And
Yeah, I know I said that, but I'm asking you if you remember the evidence. That's the claim, but do you remember what the evidence was?
you couldn't even remember my evidence, dude. You said that.
Wait, yeah, I mean your evidence was literally just that there isn't any scientific evidence for the origins of the universe. I asked you if there was any religious evidence. You said the Bible. I asked you what the evidence for the Bible was. You said
not
at first
what
the
I said.
testimonies, but then the historians. I asked you which historians. You couldn't name any. So then I asked you about the flood. You said it was a dumb question and you refused to engage with it. So then we backtracked our way back to where we are now, where I presented you with the actual evidence, which of course you weren't listening to. So I actually remember this conversation quite well, whereas your head is spinning. You have no idea what's going on.
You've attempted to twist everything that I've said, and some of the people who are actually listening, are listening and seeing that I'm not disagreeing with you because in a way you can't prove God isn't real. I can't prove that you're wrong either because both of our ideas are based off of theories.
Well, I can prove you wrong is the difference.
No, you can't. You have no
Then let's run it.
scientific-
Wait, so
There's no scientific fact right now. The universe, we know more about the universe than our oceans. And even then, we don't even know, we can only see the observable universe. We both know that there's still plenty of universe out there that we don't know about.
yes, let's go through the scientific evidence that the Bible is untrue. So it says that it says that the earth is older than the sun. We know factually that that's not true, that the sun is older than the earth.
Okay. Were you there?
So then the Bible is wrong.
I feel like a lot of things in religion are romanticized.
I don't know what the fuck that means, but it's just factually wrong.
I'm sorry you don't have a dictionary, but that means that things are just like in theories. Some things are explained in a way to help people understand certain things. The Bible created a very long time
Wait. Let's just take like the Big Bang Theory. Which part of the Big Bang Theory is romanticized?
The whole theory, dude.
Yeah, wait, which part of it is romanticized? First of all, that's just not what romanticized means. But second, the word you're looking for is that it's a metaphor. But if it's a metaphor, then you actually have no idea where it came from either.
No, because a metaphor would mean that it's supposed to paint a bigger picture for something. Romanticize is simply making something. I can't even explain it because
It sounds like the thing that you're describing is just a falsehood.
Yeah, I guess if that's what you want to call it, brother.
Gotcha, wait, so then you admit that the Bible contains falsehoods.
I admit that both theories and the Bibles don't give enough evidence to show how the universe was made.
Wait, so oh, well, I don't think the universe was made. So we can just go through a philosophical argument on the matter if you're interested. Do you agree that creation is a change of states?
Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so that when you create something, it doesn't exist before you create it, and then it does exist after you create it. That there's a difference. In one reality, it exists, and then in the second reality, or it doesn't exist, and in the second reality, it exists.
Of course, I think that's a very interesting theory.
Yeah, well, it's not a theory. I'm just asking you if you agree with it. I don't think you understand what the word theory means. Do you agree that creation is a change of states?
I think I do. I think I do.
Yeah. Do you agree that a change of states requires a sequence of states, that there's some sort of order here?
Yeah, I can believe that.
And do you agree that in order to traverse this sequence of states, there must be time?
I'm sorry, hold on one moment. I gotta pick up my baby. Oh, what's up, buddy? I'm sorry about that.
And that's fine.
Can you say that last question again for me?
Do you agree that in order to traverse this sequence of states, you require time?
Yes.
So then you agree that in order to create something, time must exist?
In theory, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So then God can't create time, because in order to create, time must exist. But if God has not yet created time, then time would not yet exist, which means that the necessary precondition for creation would not be met, which means that God can't create time. Now, because time is intimately tied to space, given by the fact of space-time, that light bends around during like a solar eclipse. Just given that fact, this would indicate that God can't create the universe because God can't create time, which means he can't create space-time, and space-time is like the fundamental part of the universe.
I can, again, based off theory, because
Wait, what's the theory?
because look, again, there's no proof that theories.
What's the theory?
Or there's no proof that God.
What's the theory? What's the theory? What's the theory?
Sorry about that. The
What?
point.
What's the theory?
This is all theory, brother.
No, wait, what's the theory? What about my explanation is theoretical? You agreed to every part of it.
Because of the fact that if there, quote unquote, is a God, then he would stand, or he or she, or it would stand outside the realms of anything me and you can understand, brother.
Oh, okay, then your God is actually way easier to defeat than I thought, because you're just saying that your God is illogical.
I guess, man, if that's how you want to take it.
Gotcha. Wait, so if your God is illogical, why would anyone believe in an do you enjoy believing in illogical things?
Real fast, I want to address something. I take care of my kids, guys. Thank you.
Wait, don't respond to the comments. I don't really
I'll
care.
do that. But go ahead. What were you saying?
Do you no, I was just what I was interested in is just whether or not you enjoy believing in illogical things.
Just like theories. Theories are fairly illogical.
Theories are not illogical. Theories have evidential basis to them, scientific theories at least. Again, you don't understand what the word theories mean. Theories are not just guesses. They require evidence.
Okay, and are theories proven?
Theories are how explanations. They're not this like proven or disproven apt.
Actually, yeah, that's exactly
They're either in line with the evidence or not in line with the evidence.
that's why they changed.
The point of a theory is not to prove it ever. The theory of evolution will never be proven because it's always going to be subject to revision, because if new evidence arises, then inevitably we're going to accept that evidence and adjust our theories, which is a benefit of having scientific theories. That's not a burden on scientific theories.
Of course, I don't think scientific theories are a burden, but I also don't believing in a religion is a burden either.
Wait, you're confused. So what I said is that the fact that scientific theories are constantly self-updating in response to new evidence, that's actually a really good part of science, that science is capable of taking account of things that are true and adjusting itself in accordance with things that are true.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you, my friend.
Oh no, but you're not, because you've just been trying to discredit. You've been trying to misunderstand and discredit scientific theories this entire time. Now, does religion ever update itself, or is it dogmatically like that forever?
No, religion itself can't update. Only human mind can. So
Yeah, exactly. Wait, so your religion, you believe in a Bronze Age fairy tale that's not capable of coming out of the Bronze Age, even in response to new evidence. It's always going to be wrong because it's not capable of updating itself to be in line with the evidence.
if that's how you would like to take it, that's fine, bro.
Do you have any critique of the explanation that I just gave?
It's simply put, just like theories, is based off of.
See, you love that word. You're obsessed. You don't even understand what theory is.
Theory
You
and
you
idea.
don't even know what that word means.
Yeah, I do, brother. Because theories and idea play hand in hand. And
What? Can you give me a definition of theory?
I don't have to do that.
Oh yeah, you can't do it, is what you mean to say.
No, it's just I'm not gonna be belittled. I know what it means. It's
Wait, but
just-
you know so much what it means that you can't even give like a quippy little response by easily demonstrating that you know what it means.
I don't have to.
I think what you
I don't
think it
have to
means
be
is that
mean or
you think that a theory is a
malicious towards
guess.
you, like you're being towards.
Do you
people.
think a theory is just a guess, or do you think perhaps there's like an evidential basis behind it?
No, I don't think it's a guess. I think it's based off of evidence. But
Yeah. So wait. So these science has evidence for it. You concede. Now, does religion have any evidence for it?
okay, I'm gonna repeat again. Because religion is based off of personal or other people's testimony, it's all up to damn, I said the word just a moment ago. Perception, how you perceive it.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
not really
some
interested in that.
scientists-
No. Do you have
Well,
evidence that I
means
could
you're
engage
close-minded.
with?
That means that how could you be someone who believes in the fact of science? Because in order for people to make theories and hypotheses, you have to be open and willing to think of things that you don't usually think about and open your mind.
Yeah, sure. I love opening my mind up to real things. Unfortunately, the
you
Bible
have
isn't
no
real.
proof
It's
that
fake.
You have no.
I don't really
proof
like
that any
fiction.
God
What
or
I
my
enjoy
God
is
isn't real.
evidence.
You just have no proof of that. Just like I have no.
Which part do I not have evidence for? Give me one part of my worldview that I don't have evidence for.
It's not your worldview, brother. It's your religious view.
No. So a religion involves supernatural entities. I don't believe in supernatural entities, so it's
I don't
wrong
believe
to
in
describe it as a religion.
either.
But I'm gonna get you to answer the question. What part of my worldview has no evidence in it?
We're not talking about your worldview.
Wait, yeah, you are. You literally
we're not.
brought it to my worldview. You said you believe in a religion. I'm telling you, no, I don't.
When did I
Every
say
part of
you
my
believe in a
worldview, every part of my
When did I
worldview.
say You believe in a religion?
Yeah, because you literally just said it like 30 seconds ago. Are you kidding?
Okay. What exactly did I say? Because I didn't.
You said that I believe in a religion.
No, I did not, dude.
You literally did, and that's why I explained to you that I don't believe in a religion because religions involve the supernatural, and I don't believe in the supernatural.
You've been quote unquote destroying religion since I joined this conversation. Why would I say that you believe in religion?
You literally, I don't know. That's a good question. It's the reason why you'd say that is because your head is spinning. You don't even know where you are right now.
I guess, brother. I feel like I feel like these chats are, you're wanting a reaction. I'm not really giving it to you, so now you're throwing words in my mouth. Because I could tell you don't believe in religion, and that's fine. That's your freedom. That's your thought process. That's fine.
Well, I don't really care about the psychoanalysis. So do you have more? Do you have more arguments, or are you interested in leaving?
I'm simply putting out there that just because you're scientific, which makes sense too, because I'm a scientific guy, doesn't mean that there isn't a higher power.
This is stolen valor. Don't describe yourself as a scientific guy. That's like crazy stolen valor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because you wear glasses and have a guy who I guess is supposed to represent God with a cross.
No, because I actually like science, because I've engaged with the scientific literature on all of these topics, whereas you've engaged in nothing. You've engaged in nonsense and jibber jabber.
I guess, brother. If for someone who isn't religious, that's what you're gonna think it is. So yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Well, did you have anything else for me?
No, sir. You have a great day, brother.
Yep. You as well. You as well. Make sure you double tap it on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I do appreciate any and all support. Make sure that you're sharing it with your friends. Let's try to fill that bar up at least just one single time. Let's try to get to 50K likes as well. We can do it. We can get there. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. With that, we can go to the very, very next guest. And if you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you in the, I would, really, really love to see you there. What's up? How's it going, Cool Breeze?
Pretty good. Hey, so
Yeah.
Why would you say that God isn't real though?
It depends on which God we're talking about. Which God do you believe in?
The one you mentioned, the one in the Bible.
Yeah, the one in the Bible. I think that this one isn't real, just because of how like grotesquely evil he is. His saying that slavery is chill, and especially his contempt for children. My word, he thinks that children should get the death penalty if they're like lazy. He thinks that children should get the death penalty if they talk back to their parents. He thinks that children should get the death penalty if they hit their parents. He thinks that children should be beat as like ways of raising them. I just don't understand why God hates children so much.
I don't think that's what I learned in the New Testament. And I'll get more into that topic. But I'll give you my two reasons why I believe God exists. One reason that I believe he exists is because according to when I read the Bible, it says that he's invisible. And this invisible God stays invisible for the two reasons that I'm going to give, which is one reason is that he has to keep an eye on you in order to judge you on Judgment Day. If he was to be visible, you would know that he's there, and then of course you're gonna walk right in holiness. You're gonna do things kind of like a police officer. When a police officer is present, we tend to behave proper in their presence because we don't want to get in trouble. And the other reason that I say that I believe that he exists is
Wait. Let's talk about that reason. Wait. So are you basically telling me that God is real because he's real and he's invisible?
I mean I'm trying to put it in like someone asked me, why do you believe he's invisible?
Well, wait. I don't care. Why do you think he's real?
No. I'm saying that someone told me that they asked me that same question, that why do I believe that he's invisible and real?
I'm not asking you. Why do you think he's? I don't care about why he's invisible. I'm asking you, why is he real?
Is there anything that you do care about? Anything at all?
Yeah, I care about facts and evidence. Would you be willing to provide some? What's your evidence that he's real?
I mean, just because you don't see someone or something, it doesn't mean that someone doesn't exist or something doesn't exist.
It also doesn't mean that something does exist. So why do you think that God does exist? My basis, and maybe I didn't give the answer you wanted me to give, but my basis for not believing in God is not because I can't see him. It's because I think that there's contradictions within the Bible. So this is just a straw man of my position. I think God isn't real because of his contempt for children, not because, I can't see him.
And I also have this question. Do you want to see him?
I'd love to. I've prayed many times asking for him to reveal himself. Still nothing.
You do know that day is coming, right? According to Revelation 1:7.
No, I don't know that actually, because that's not true.
Well, what do we do then with that scripture from Revelation chapter 1, verse 7?
You disregard it because it's fictional.
So God is a liar according to you.
God doesn't exist.
So where did you come from then?
Where did he come from, or where did we come from?
You.
Oh, well, I think I came from my parents. If you trace my parents back long enough, They came from a process of evolution starting with a single-celled organism. All the evidence indicates that this single-celled organism came from abiogenesis, which arose from the Earth having the right conditions. The Earth, of course, came from the rapid expansion of the universe, which was one rapid expansion and a series of rapid expansions and rapid contractions that have been going on for all of human history, or for all of history, not human history, for all of history.
And who taught you that lie?
Well, this is like this comes from like a lot of different pieces. Also, it's not a lie.
I mean, if the way you put it as where you came from, it sounds strange. I have somewhere in my house a book that teaches that we came out of one thing, and that one thing turned to something else, from a germ
Okay.
to
Yeah.
But that's craziness, because
Let's go through that.
if you see how we look, none of us looks like a strange thing. We don't look like a dog. We don't look like a monkey. We don't. According to the Bible, every individual gives birth to individuals. We don't give birth to nothing else.
Yeah, wait. So, if we don't share a common ancestor with all the other great apes, then why is our second chromosome a fusion of their 2A and 2B chromosomes?
Oh, I don't know nothing about that.
Yeah, you have absolutely no account for this like killer piece of data. And another reason why this disproves God's existence is because since this is a fusion of two chromosomes, there are a lot of superfluous parts of it. Lots of the parts of this chromosome are rendered completely useless. So why would we have any part of our DNA that's useless if God designed us and He did so perfectly?
I want to. I'm not sure how to answer that part right there.
You don't have an
because,
answer.
but I never got to give you the other reason.
No,
why I
don't
believe
pivot.
that.
Answer the question.
Can I give you the two,
No, don't pivot. I need you to answer my question. Why are
I
there
told you that
useless
I don't know
parts
how
of
to
our
answer
DNA? If God, wait, so then do you agree that God is not perfect?
that he's not perfect? Are you kidding me? With all the evidence that I see of how everything is made.
Okay, wait, so then let's go through, I'll give you some
mean,
premises, and you can reject one. So premise one can be that God is perfect. Premise two can be that if God is perfect, then His design for us is perfect. Premise three is going to be that His design for us is not perfect because we have superfluous parts of our DNA. Then the conclusion is going to be that God's not real.
Wow, I wonder what you're gonna tell him on Judgment Day.
Well, I wonder which premise you're going to reject. Go for it.
You never gave me a chance to give you the other reason. I think you're
So you
trying to
have, I just want to
evade
point out,
that.
yeah, you can pivot away, but I just want to point out to the audience, he has literally no answer for any of the biology stuff. He is incapable of accounting for
give me
basic
too much-
biological facts.
See, don't give me too much science. Give me God. I don't
Oh,
like
yeah,
too
yeah, I
much
know.
science
I
because
understand you
science
don't
likes
like
to,
science,
reject
yeah.
God a lot.
Oh,
Did
yeah,
you know
it's
that
'cause it's
science
in
likes to reject God a
contrast.
lot? And you
I'm a
never
fan
gave
of
me
science. It gives me lots of cool
you
things like the
never-
phone.
Look, I don't really know too much things about science. I'm not a nerd like you are.
That's funny. All right.
I'm trying to give you the other thing that I wanted to say. That the reason why I believe he's real is because I had told you that he stays invisible for two reasons. One is to keep an eye on you in order to judge you on Judgment Day, and the second reason is you can't see God because he's too powerful for your eyes. If you can't see the sun, the sunlight, imagine him who created it.
Gotcha. Wait, so let me make sure that I understand your argument correctly. So you're essentially saying that God is real because God is real and He's invisible, and the reason I can't see Him because He's real is because it would just like hurt me too much. Is that approximately what you're saying?
Even Moses, a prophet.
Wait, yes or
wanted
no?
to
Is
see
that what you're
God, and
saying?
He told
Yes
him
or
no.
no?
That no man
Yes
can
or
see
no?
him.
Is that what you're saying? Is that an accurate summary of your argument?
If you was to open your ears and listen to
Yes
what
or
I'm
no?
saying, you would
Yes or
receive
no?
information. But you're
Yes
like
or
everybody
no?
else that rejects
Yes or
information.
no?
And I think if
Yes or
people are coming on your
no?
life, it's like
Yes
they're
or
wasting their
no?
time with you.
Yes or no?
So I give you my information,
Yes or
and all you're
no?
doing is
Yes
suppressing
or
the truth.
no? Yes
God
or
bless
no?
everybody here,
Yes or
and I hope you guys
no?
find the-
Yes or no?
the
Yes or
truth here.
no? Yes or no? All right, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's try to get this in front of as many people as we possibly can. Just keep on double tapping, try to get that bar all the way filled, at least once for each of you. Maybe twice if you want to make up for all the Christians who are just hate watching. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well if you never want to miss these debates in the future. Scott, thank you so much for the $66.66 on Venmo. Hail Scott, hail 666, hail Satan. Huge W, Scott. I appreciate that. How out of that? That's so cool. Thank you so much. Big W, Scott, in the comment section. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. And if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. If you want to join the community, as many already have, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's discord.gg/allegedly Ian. We talk politics, religion, philosophy. I'd love to see each and every one of you there. Hey, what's up, Nicola? Are you there, Nicola? Hello? Okay. Sorry to the person that I kicked. Yeah, I thought the other guy was going to join. Hey, what's up? How's it going, balls?
It's great.
Oh, you're not 18 or older. You gotta be 18 or older. Sorry, them's the rules. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello, I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm currently 19.
Okay, and what religion?
Christianity.
So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I'd say the Bible.
Okay, now, killer question. What's your evidence that the Bible is true?
My evidence that the Bible is true.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, the Bible. I mean,
Oh, fuck yeah, let's go.
yeah,
So,
you could plug in whatever, but I'm not gonna lie. At the end of the day, I feel like these people you do bring in, a lot of them don't know a lot about Christianity, and you do make yourself look like a very smart person because you do let a lot of these people that don't know much join these lives, and they do like speak a lot of.
say that again.
Say what again? Yeah, I am gonna say it again because a lot of people join not knowing what they're talking about. Like, why are you gonna join if you don't know what you're talking? You're just wasting people's time, bro. Let the people
Yeah.
actually join that know what they're talking about. Because I'm not gonna lie.
Totally agree. Trent, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, I feel that heavily.
I'm not.
So,
I'm not gonna lie. Like,
what's-
just watching your live got me so mad. Like, just your face is irritating, and those voices of those people is also irritating because they don't know what they're saying about the same.
Yeah, unlike you, yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, God, like His creations, not everything is perfect. Like, I would agree with that. Like, your face isn't perfect at all. I would say that too.
Oh, I think I'm quite cute. Let's just calm down, though. You seem quite
Stop
angry.
interrupting. Stop interrupting. You can interrupt them.
Rockabye baby
As I was
in
saying,
the
bro,
treetop.
you're the one interrupting everyone. You're
When
so
the
petty,
wind
bro.
blows,
Like,
the cradle
you want to rely
will
on
rock.
science, but like,
When
you
the
really
tree
wanna rely on
falls,
science, like,
the something,
if I want to learn about a
something.
tree and photosynthesis, why would I turn to
something,
God or the
something,
Bible, bro? That's
something,
fine.
something.
All right, you can't.
Let's just calm down.
You can't.
You're crashing out right
I'm
now.
not crashing out. I'm trying to talk. You're
Wait,
interrupting
so could you tell me why my power strip doesn't work?
because it's not connected to the wall.
Yeah, it needs to be connected to something else. Similarly, the Bible needs to have evidence that comes from outside of the Bible. So what's your evidence that comes outside of the Bible that the Bible is true?
There is many evidence other than the Bible. Like, let's say Greek manuscriptures. There's many people like historians that wrote about Jesus and the stuff that happened that he was crucified. Other than the Bible, there's there's
And which one claims that he was the Son of God?
the Son of God. Who claims that?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, but which historian claims that he was the Son of God?
None of them. No one said.
Gotcha. Wait, so then why would I assume that he's
in
the Son of
Bible,
God?
It says he is the Son of God because that's what Jesus said and that's what they wrote down. Because why? No, Jesus did not write down what he said. There was people that wrote down what Jesus said. And that's why there's the Bible. Everywhere in the Bible, it does not say Jesus because Jesus does not speak in the Bible.
So still you need to cite something other than the Bible in order to establish the truth of the Bible in the first place.
All right, let me take out the Bible. All right, other than the Bible, if I'm not talking about any like my self experiences of like the Lord, I'm not gonna bring that up because obviously that's gonna get you mad. But if I was to talk about other than the Bible, I'd talk just like life, man. I mean, like yeah, you could say that we're not perfect. Like we might have some DNA that we don't need, but like honestly, like yeah, that like you could say monkeys. We might come from monkeys, or like science is crazy, but at the same time, bro, I believe that there is a God, bro. Like even
That's nice.
with the Bible, like there's so many other creations that have to do with God, bro. Like you, bro, you gotta say like that you had many experiences, good experiences in life, and you can't say that that's God. I'm seeing you smiling. You can do all your smiling stuff, but like at the same time, bro.
Thanks for the permission. Yeah,
God-
wait, so if God made us, why is 85% of our DNA completely useless?
Because I mean, bro, you can't bring science and religion to the same thing. They're two different things, bro. If you're gonna learn about a photosynthesis and like you want to learn about whales or like how we're born, we're not gonna turn to the Bible. The Bible doesn't speak about that stuff. The Bible specifically talks about God. He's not gonna talk about how trees were made, how water spawned in. He's not gonna talk. He's talking about himself, bro. If you like,
Do you know why that
and he
is?
obviously created free will. Like you right now, you're
Wait.
admitting the
Don't
reason why he
pivot.
created hell. A lot of
Don't
people
pivot.
say,
Don't
Alright, my
pivot.
fault. No
Do you
pivot.
know why it is that we have this distinction between science and religion?
why?
It's because one of them is factual and the other one is fictional.
Yeah, but
If they were both factual, then they would be in alignment.
What you but well, obviously, like what the last guy in the live said was that yeah, God doesn't show himself because of the day of judgment. So why would he show yourself right now? Like if he was to show himself right now, you'd obviously be like, I'm so sorry, God. Like
Yeah, of course.
yeah, of course. Yeah, so
Yeah.
why would he do that? Like it's
So,
required
does God
thing,
want
bro. It
to-
says in the Bible. It says in the Bible. Obviously, like I don't know everything. No one knows everything. We don't know everything. We weren't there the day that this everything started.
Does God want a relationship with me?
Yes, he does. Of course he does.
Can you have a relationship with something if you don't know that it exists?
I mean, obviously.
Can you have a
not.
relationship with a girl if
Obviously
you
not.
don't know that she exists?
That's honestly like a really dumb question. Like, no.
Yeah, so how can
No,
you
that-
have a
that's why-
relationship
that's
with a
why
God if you don't know
Jesus
that he
came into this world. Jesus
exists?
came into this world to introduce God.
Wait, hold on. But God is hidden right now. I don't know that he exists. So how can I have a relationship with God if I
Bible.
don't know that he
The Bible.
exists?
That's why the Bible exists.
Wait, but what's the evidence that the Bible is true?
You see, you rely on only evidence, bro. Obviously.
Yeah.
You're I'm like, that's good for you. Like, you rely on only evidence, but I'm telling you now, me too, bro. Like, I when I first started this stuff, I was like, what the heck? I'm like, I don't believe in this stuff. Like, the way you tell me he just spawned in and did all this stuff. But like, at the end of the day, bro, like, if you really think about it, there has to be creator of all of like this stuff, bro. Like you see,
Why?
like, why? Let's say, you right now, shit, I don't know what to talk about you, cause like you, all I just see you on live every day, like doing this stuff, and that's good for you. Like I like, you know, that you seem a little happy, you know, making people seem a little goofy about themselves. But I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie, like,
it brings me immense joy, yeah.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah, but those people do join sometimes to make themselves look goofy. Cause why are you gonna?
Yeah,
join
I
if
agree.
you don't know what you're talking about, guys. Like,
Yeah, unlike you, yeah.
Unlike me, I'm not saying I know everything too, but I'm just saying that like I'm not gonna join and just talk about stuff like and just let you like talk over them over and over again. Like that was so annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Like you.
No, well, I don't. That just sounds like a skill issue to me. I don't really care if all you're here is to whine about the way I
Very,
debate.
very good way.
That's
of, like, getting under
then
people's
I don't
ears.
really
I'm not
care
gonna
about
lie.
that. But if you want to have a discussion about whether or not God exists,
I
I'm much
do,
more
I do. No,
interested.
because what-
We
what was the
gotta
last thing we
honestly,
talked
we got a meta commentary Mary over here.
No,
All you're
so-
doing is like whining
what was
about the
last
meta
thing we were
debate.
talking about? What was the last thing we were talking about?
Oh, I think you were just yapping about how like God is hidden. But if God wants a relationship,
God, I said God was hidden
so
because of why would you have any faith or like, you know, not trust? Yeah, trust in God and like, you know.
you can have trust in a relationship.
If you knew he was real,
Wait, can I answer the question? So you let's compare this to like a relationship. You have trust in a relationship, but you also know that the person exists. There's some element of faith in a relationship, but you also know that the other person exists. So the prerequisite
Bro,
in
faith
order
does
to
not-
actually
faith does not rely on
hold on. The prerequisite in order to actually form a relationship in the first place, like the relationship God wants with us, is to know that God exists. So if God actually existed and he actually wanted a relationship with each and every one of us, then God would reveal himself to us. He would make himself known.
Yeah, that's why he says that if you like truly want a relationship with him, he will show himself to you. You can't just like expect one day for God to just appear to the left side of your bed when you wake up, bro. You have to try to build a connection with him. He's not gonna force himself into your life. Obviously, you have to try to build a connection with him. He's gonna eventually be there, bro. I'm telling you, bro. God is real. God is great. All y'all talking about Warzone in my TikTok. Who cares, bro? It's Warzone.
Wait, nobody, don't respond to the comments. No one cares.
my
So
fault, my
it wouldn't be forcing himself into my life. I can just ask him right now, God, if you are real, please reveal yourself to me. I'd love to have a
Like, what?
relationship with
You're
you,
asking him
but
to
all I
reveal.
need is to know that you actually exist. So God, would you please do me the favor of revealing yourself?
Bro, revealing, I'm not gonna lie, bro, revealing is crazy, bro. Like that's basically like, let's say you were
No, we got nothing.
we have nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, no revealing.
It says in the Bible why he's not gonna show himself. Like it's like, bro.
Gotcha. That's awfully convenient for the
It
Bible.
requires faith, bro. It requires faith, bro. You can't.
Wait, so which relationship is deeper? A relationship built
Bro, just
not
a
on
relationship with God. You
knowledge.
don't need
Hold
to be
on,
religion.
chill out. So which is going to be stronger? A relationship that's built on knowing that the other party actually exists, knowing that you are in an active two-way relationship, or a relationship built on faith that the other person exists, that you just hope the other person exists. Which relationship is going to be more meaningful?
Honestly, I don't know what you just said right there. Say that again.
Yeah, so in order to have a meaningful relationship, you need to actually know that the other person exists. I can't have faith that my girlfriend is real. I need to know that my girlfriend is real. Otherwise, it won't work. Patricia, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for my perfect face. Appreciate it. W Patricia in the comment section.
Probably Patricia in the comment section, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I 100% understand where you're coming from.
So then why would God stay hidden when we could have a deeper relationship without
that's where a lot of
faith?
people's like faith really come in, bro. When I'm telling you, bro, God works in mysterious ways, bro. He really does. Like you, bro, I promise you, bro. Like right now, you're living a happy life, and I'm happy for you, bro. God is watching. I'm telling you, bro, God is real. Like you might say that, like you require like a type of like you need him to be there in order to like have a type of believing that he's there. But many times, bro, I'm telling you, it's all in the Bible. It says all in the Bible. If you really read it well, bro. I don't know if you read it.
Yeah, but what's the evidence that the Bible is true?
What's the evidence that the Bible is true? I mean, do you believe that George Washington was the first president of the United States?
Yeah, we literally have his writings.
All right. Do you believe that, let's say, what was that? You know that story of the horse of the guys that ran into this kingdom, giant horse.
No, I don't think that's real. I don't think that actually happened.
You don't think? All right, so you don't believe in like any type of history that happened?
I don't believe in the fucking Trojan horse. Are you kidding? What?
Bro. All right, so yeah, so you rely on just science?
Yeah, I believe in lots of history. I believe in history that is real, that really happened. But
Bro,
the Trojan horse is mythology. That didn't actually happen.
There are scriptures that talk about what happened the day God was, put on that cross. There were people that would make fun of Christianity and wrote down what happened the day God was crucified. Not God, Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
so there's a bit of contradiction between these accounts. So maybe you can clear up the contradictions. Now, was Jesus unalived on the day of preparation for Passover, or was he unalived on Passover itself?
On the day.
Yeah, so then you would disagree with John,
About what?
because John says that he was unalived on the day of preparation for Passover.
Okay.
Yeah, so then you would disagree with one of the accounts that talks about Jesus.
No, I wouldn't.
So then you would accept that he was unalived on the day of preparation for Passover.
I guess so. Like,
So then you would reject Mark, Matthew, and Luke, which said that he was unalived on Passover day.
so there's two different contradictions about when he was crucified. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
All right. So if I was to say like which one I would believe in, oh my gosh, like that's kind of like the same thing as believing in any religion. Like there's bunch of different contradictions. And if we're talking about that one specifically, I'm not gonna lie, yeah, that's a very good contradiction. That one. But
So why would I accept these accounts if they're contradictory?
bro, contradictory is like everywhere in the world, bro. We can't get rid of that, bro. There's like what? There's kids talking about every day, like what's better? Let's say Pizza, Fortnite, Warzone. There's contradictory every day, bro. And I'm not gonna lie, there's not really a way to get rid of it unless like you say true, like 100%. If he was to show himself to you, but bro, I'm telling you now, bro, God works in mysterious ways. If you're gonna refuse him, bro, then he's gonna refuse you. Like that's just how it works. And it says
Arceli, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Arceli! Hail 666! Hail Satan!
brothers. All right, but yeah, I guess you could say that those two contradictions are pretty hard to like come across. But hey, man, there's contradictions everywhere on this planet today, man. Religion, Buddhism.
No, not these contradictions.
Those are still contradictions, though.
Yeah, wait, so I don't believe in Buddhism either. I don't believe in any of these religions. I agree they have contradictions, that's why they're not real.
Okay. Do you believe there's, let's say, contradiction about either, let's say, some type of science? Talk about science because you love science so much.
Yeah, what's the contradiction in
Let's talk
science?
about a contradiction about science. Let's say some people say the sky is blue because the sunlight reflects off of water. Some people say the sky is blue because the sky is just blue.
Because it's what?
Just blue. Would that not be a contradiction?
No, these are like two competing
Or would that be an
hypotheses.
argument?
So it might be a contradiction to believe both of them at the same time, that it's just a brute fact that the sky is blue, and also that there's like, it's not a brute fact that the sky is blue. So if you believed both of those at the same time, that might be a contradiction. But if you just have two different people with two different hypotheses, that's not a contradiction.
That would be an argument.
Yeah, it would be like a dispute within it, but that's not going to be like a fundamental like contradiction. That's just like they're arguing about the explanation. The only way that would be a contradiction is if you believed both at the same time.
So you're saying that's a contradiction because
No, I'm saying it's not a contradiction.
no, I'm talking about what we were talking about before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a contradiction because they both believed in a God, but they believed in like different ways he was like crucified.
Well, different dates, that they get the date
Different
completely
dates, yeah.
wrong.
But they both did believe in a God and a higher being.
Yeah, but they get the dates wrong, which means that I'm not going to trust their testimony.
Yeah, that is like very like that does make sense, a lot of sense. But I'm not gonna lie, it also does make sense that they also both believed in a higher being. Just because, I mean, I could also believe that let's say election was gonna be tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna go ahead and then in 100 years from now, I'm gonna say election now. Election wasn't today, it was tomorrow. You know, I'm sorry, it wasn't tomorrow, it was yesterday. That, I mean, would that consider a contradiction as well?
Yeah, if you were claiming that it was both this day and also the day after it, yeah, it would be a contradiction.
But they both believed there was a... Bro, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that really has nothing to do. They both believed in a higher being. Just because they believed he was... I mean, that could be your...
They can't even get their story straight. Why would I believe them?
They both did get this story straight.
Wait, so which day was he unalived on? Was it on the preparation day for Passover, like John says, or was it on Passover day itself, like Mark, Matthew, and
I
Luke
wish
say?
I was there. I wish I could ask Jesus Christ the day he was crucified.
You have no idea.
Because I wasn't there.
Is it
What?
possible that both of these are true?
No, he can't be.
So then that means someone must be wrong.
And that's true. Someone is lying. There was
Gotcha.
many lies in the Bible. There was, let's say, Islam. Islam was created off of who? Forgot. Who was it that wrote Islam?
Oh, I don't believe in Islam, but I think you mean the Prophet Muhammad. I don't believe in
Muhammad, him.
Islam.
Him. Yeah. I know
Wait,
you don't believe in Muslim. I know you don't believe.
So you admit that you believe lies. If you believe all four of the books,
I never said
and
that.
there's lies in one of the
putting words
books,
my
then you
mouth. Stop
believe
putting words in my mouth.
lies.
You love doing that. Stop putting words in people's
Wait,
mouths.
hold on. Wait. So do you? We'll just go down the chain of logic, because I think you've committed like logical self-unaliving. So one, that someone in the Gospels is lying. Two, that you believe in all of the Gospels. I guess those are the two. Yeah.
I know. I said that a lot of people did lie on the gospel. Did I not? I never said that I believe in every single religion. That's not what I said.
No. Of the content itself, of like the people who wrote the Gospel, like the books themselves.
Don't you believe that's a lie? That's why you don't believe in it?
Yeah. Wait. I think all of it's a lie, which is why I don't believe in it.
All of it's not a lie. That's what I said about Islam.
Yeah, that's like super chill. Wait, so which one do you reject, one or two? That do you reject that there's a lie present in the Gospels, or do you reject your belief in the Gospels? Otherwise, you believe in a lie
How would I believe in a lie?
because you believe in the Gospels, and the Gospels, as you admit, contain a lie.
No, we were talking about the contradiction about what was it again?
The date that they were unalived, that Jesus was unalived.
All right, and that was the. And after that, you brought up. Yeah, I brought up Islam because they were both contradictions. I mean, they're both still are Christianity and Islam.
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't believe in either of them.
They
So
both believe in a higher being, don't they?
Reality too.
yeah, I don't believe in either of them.
Bro, I'm not talking about you. I don't care about you. Like, geez, like, how am I like? I'm not talking about you. We're here talking about God. Stop-
Okay,
Yeah,
then
wait.
why-
So you
why
just
would-
bring
who
this
is
Who is this girl?
irrelevant.
Who invited her, bro? Who is she, bro?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how they got on here. I have no idea.
Yeah, I just spawned
Anyways, no one
here.
was talking to you, ma'am. Anyways, I was just saying to Eon.
Anyways, you don't know how
what was we
argumentation
talking about?
works. Maybe you should fix that before you start being sassy to people, okay?
I'm not being sassy
Let's
to no
do
one. Your
that.
friend is the one
you're
being sassy to
you're
people. You
being
see, you guys
awfully
think you guys
sassy
know
right
everything.
now.
You don't know everything. You guys
No,
don't know.
no. If you're pointing out contradictions in Islam and contradictions
He's the
in
one that pointed out the
Christianity,
contradictions. Don't try to point at me. Don't try to point at me. Your friend
I'm
pointed
gonna
out the
finish
contradictions,
speaking.
not me.
I'm gonna finish speaking now. So anyway, if there are contradictions in the Bible and there are contradictions in the Quran, the only thing you're saying right now is that we shouldn't believe in either, which is fire because we're atheists and we don't believe in either.
I never
True.
said not to believe in either.
Wait, so let's do it like this.
see,
Wait,
what
so
you
I
guys
drew
want to do
you
is
I drew
put
you
words in
a I
people's
drew you a
mouths.
picture. I drew you a picture. Wait, so let's say that this is like the circle represents like all the information in the Gospels, and this one dot represents the lie that's in the Gospels. You agree that there's a lie in the Gospels, right? That both of these people can't be right.
Obviously, if that's what you're.
Yeah, yeah. And do you believe in the entirety of the Gospels?
No.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Gospels?
I do believe in the Gospels, but not. I don't believe or not believe. Or I don't agree with everything that is said in it. Because obviously, like, let's say some people say, why would God do that if He know I would go to hell? I mean, He created hell because He also created free will. I mean, people also like kind of choose to go to hell, don't they? If you.
No, I don't really care about that. We're just trying to establish whether or not you believe in a lie. Wait, so which parts of the Gospels exactly do you not believe in?
I never said I didn't believe in any part. You're the one that brought up the part about.
Wait, you just did. You literally just said that there's part you don't believe in the Gospels fully. So I'm just asking you which parts of the Gospel do you not believe in?
No, it's not that I don't believe in it. I don't agree with. That's I corrected myself. I said I don't agree with a lot of, like, not a lot, but only some parts in the Bible.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what not agreeing? You don't.
Yeah, I don't know what it means. Wait, so do you believe in all of the Gospels? You believe in every part of the Gospels?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Wait, so we have it that there is a lie here. So then I'm gonna go ahead and shade this circle to represent which portions of this that you agree with. Okay, so I went ahead and shaded it. Do you agree that the lie present in the Gospels is within the shaded region, the stuff that you believe in?
Yeah, basically. But like,
Gotcha. So then you agree that
hold
you
on, I have
believe in a
question,
lie.
I have a question. If you really like, what would that, like, all those contradictions like really equal, bro? They all really thought of a higher being, bro.
you believe all of the gospels. So there's a lie in the gospels, you believe all of the gospels, so you believe a lie. It's literally right there in front of you. There's no need to like think about it or visualize it. It's just self-evident.
Honestly, that makes no sense. Not even to me. Like,
Okay.
Just
Do
because-
contradictions exist? Can they logically exist?
contradictions?
Can contradictions logically exist?
Yes.
How?
It's kind of like an argument. Let's say, like, if you was to believe, let's say, say you're colorblind and you believe grass is green, and I believe grass is purple. You know what I'm saying? Like, would that be a contradiction?
No, the way that you perceive color is subjective. There wouldn't be a
And it's
contradiction.
kind of the same thing of how you like see God. If you like,
It's not. Not when the Bible specifically outlines things that are supposed to be factual about God. If there are things in the Bible that are stated as fact, and these two facts cannot be true at the same time, that means there's a contradiction. And contradictions cannot logically exist. Also, the contradiction Ian named isn't the only one. It's just an easy one for people to understand. I mean, usually. I mean, not everyone, you know.
True.
But if contradictions can't logically exist and there are contradictions in the Bible, your God isn't real. I'm sorry. Like, how is God all good according to the Bible, but he also created evil? Isaiah 45:7.
he didn't create evil. I mean, evil created
He
itself.
literally created evil. It says he says it himself in Isaiah 45:7.
Eve ate that out, bro. Like, did y'all read every single part of the Bible? I'm not gonna lie, y'all both look sad as hell. Eon,
Who created
Like,
Adam and Eve?
who created Adam and Eve? Who else? Who created us? Who says in the Bible that created us?
Okay, lovely. So God created Adam and Eve. Is God all knowing?
Yes, he gave them the option. He gave them free will, and he told them what the apple
No,
was. Didn't he?
no. He knew exactly what they would do before he even made them because he is all knowing. They didn't have choice in shit.
They did have choice.
How can someone have the option to choose if someone
Just 'cause
who
he knows
creates
does
you
not
knows
mean he
exactly what
forced
you're
them
gonna
to
do?
He just what? That has nothing to do. It's not just because
He
I
created them
Let's
knowing
say-
exactly what they were going to do.
Let's say I knew you were gonna go to like McDonald's today, and then I told you, don't go to McDonald's today.
You don't know
instead
that
of
for a
shooting.
fact. You're not all knowing.
I know. I'm
Wait,
not
okay,
arguing. I
wait. Do
never
you
said I
agree
was.
that
I
in
never
order to
said
have a
I wasn't.
choice, do you agree that in order to have a choice, you need to have the ability to do otherwise?
An ability to have a choice, you need the ability to have what? Hold on, repeat that.
Yeah, in order to have a choice, you need the ability to do otherwise. It needs to be possible for you to do otherwise.
There is. That's why he gave us free will.
Yeah, but I'm just asking, do you agree that in order to have a choice, you need to have the ability to do otherwise?
No.
No, okay, wait. So, would you have a choice if you came over to my house, and I said, okay, here's your selection of drinks, and then there was like no selection given? Would you have a choice of which drink to get at my house if I didn't give you a selection of drinks and the only option was water?
Yeah, I'd get my ass up and go to the store and get another drink.
Yeah, wait, but without like
Will,
running from the
without Will, I would
hypothetical,
walk out your
without
nasty
without
house,
running
without
from the
going to
wait.
the
So do you
store
have
and
a
get
okay?
myself
Let's
a
do
drink.
an easier one.
Will,
Let's do an
it's
easier
Will, bro.
one. Let's wait. Let's just chill out. Let's do an easier one. Do you have the choice to draw like a squared circle?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, wait. So draw a shape right now that's both a square and a circle. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Repeat that. You
Yeah,
saw-
go ahead and draw a shape that's both a square and a circle. Go ahead. Go for it.
That's literally impossible. You're bringing
Yeah,
up
exactly. So
impossible
wait.
things
Do you
I
have
can't
a
draw.
choice? Do you have a choice to draw a shape that's both a square and a circle?
How does that have to do anything?
Yeah, I'm just
with what I just
demonstrating
said?
that. I'm just
Answer the
demonstrating that in
question,
order to have a choice, you need the ability to actually
That's
like
common
choose
sense, though.
between
That's
options.
Really common sense. That has nothing to do with.
You're just
if
not
I want a
answering the
drink at your house or
question.
not.
You're just not answering the
Repeat
question.
that, hold on.
Yeah, do you agree that in
hold
order
on,
to have a
say that
choice, you need the ability to do otherwise? You need
Yeah, 'cause it's not possible
at
to
least
do
you
both
need
at the same
two
time.
or more
If you have a
options in order to have a
If you have a
choice.
choice to go get up and get another drink, or you have a choice to do something else with your life, you have the choice. But if I wanted to draw a circle and a square at the same time, what? I like that. That has nothing to do with that, bro. You're making no sense at all. You're bringing a really dumb argument into a different argument. Like that's
Wait, I'm just asking you. if you
Okay.
acknowledge just like a basic definition of, oh, that's fine. I can just read it to you. I'll just find like the Google definition, whatever.
Critical thinking is so sparse these
Yeah.
days, you know? It's really hard to come by. The American school system
So
is
wait,
falling
do you agree? Do you agree that a choice is an act of selecting or making a decision when faced with two or more possibilities?
You said what? Repeat that.
Do you acknowledge that a choice is an act of selecting or making a decision when faced with two or more possibilities?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Wait, so in order to have a choice, you need two or more possibilities. Do you agree?
In order to have a choice, you need actually. Not really. You have many choices in life. Let's say I wanted to go to Manhattan, and I don't know how to get there. I have the choice to either
So
go.
wait. Nobody cares. Do you reject the definition or accept it? Because the definition contains with it as an essential component when faced with two or more possibilities. So do you acknowledge that a choice requires two or more possibilities? If you're off the app, I can't hear you. You gotta come back to the app. All right. We got a running Randy over here.
Freedom!
Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Try to get it all the way up. Try to fill the bar up an entire time to get this in front of as many people as we can. If you want to... Oh, yeah, no, I think I said that already. But yeah, leave a comment, share it with your friends. What's up? How's it going, Real?
Go good. I got a squared circle for you.
Yeah, what's our squared circle?
It's right there.
Okay, I don't really know what that is. Do you think that God is real? Are you 18 or older?
Hell no, I don't. And I'm over 18. I love you.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I don't get it.
I think what he showed us was a square
Did you
with
shave
rounded
your
edges.
pussy?
Oh, this person's weird.
Quite. Anyway.
Yeah. Damn, what a strange individual. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Right. Okay. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Em?
Why do you think so?
You gotta be 18 or older. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you're 18 or older, you want to join the Discord. There's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. I'm very active in there. I notify you every time I go live. You'll never miss a live because you will always be notified. Isn't that nice? What's up? How's it going, L?
Hi guys,
Yeah, how old are you?
55.
Okay, and what religion?
None.
Okay, well, I'm only looking to talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If you don't believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, don't request to join. I will not talk to you. Also, if I drop you for being underage and then you come back in my guest request box, you're getting blocked. Fun fact. But just keep on double tapping that screen, sharing it with your friends. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm about 50.
Doing well. But how old are you?
Over 50.
Ricard?
Can you hear me?
Barely. How old are you?
I'm over 50.
Okay. And what religion?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God, which does not involve personal experience?
Actually, I would... Have you read the book Case for Christ by Lee Strobel?
Lee Strobel, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's one of the heaviest arguments if we do not involve personal experience.
Yeah, wait, so which historical evidence are you going to be referring to for the resurrection?
Yeah, if you have read Case for Christ, you know how he arguments about this, and it's actually that his disciples are willing to give up their lives because they hold fast to this truth. So it's like the case is kind of a case where you have witnesses in the court, and it's very obvious that they wouldn't tell a lie. When it,
So
if
what's
they
the,
stake their lives on it.
All right, so you're currently trying to prove the Bible true. So with that in mind, what's your
Now you're
evidence
putting
that
words
the
in my mouth. I was just answering your first question.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, what's your evidence that all the disciples were unalived for a lie?
Sorry, unalived. I don't know that word. I'm not.
Oh,
native in
what's
English,
what's
sorry.
that their lives were taken for a lie? What's your evidence?
Oh, my evidence that I'm not a historian, so I couldn't give very strong evidence for that. I was not there.
Yeah.
But of course, there are historical documents that say that they were
Nope.
killed for their faith.
No, there aren't.
No.
Nope. There's
aren't?
there's some were martyred, but none of the documents were claimed or that claimed that they were martyred claimed that they were martyred because they wouldn't give up their belief in the resurrection. Literally none of the documents claim that.
But they were killed because of their faith.
Yeah, there are martyrs from all religions. That certainly
and the
doesn't mean that
essential
any
part
religion
of-
is true.
And an essential part of their faith was the resurrection. That was.
How
the
do you know? How do you have
core-
any of their writings?
core belief? We
Do you have any of their
documents that-
writings?
Of course, there are a lot of writings by both believers and early church Christians, and so the core of the faith is there all along. All
Yeah,
from the
wait. So
writings of
which
Paul and so forth.
documents are you referring to? So I think we only know of 3 who were martyred for their faith at all. So of these 3, where are the documents that claim that this is what they believe, or specifically that this is what they were martyred for? Because we have martyrs from literally every religion.
So what is your point? I don't get your point. in
Yeah,
question
just that
or
you can't
statement.
prove that they were unalived for the resurrection. Which means that they weren't unalived for. Which means that they weren't unalived for a lie.
They were killed for their faith, and core of their faith was the resurrection. So
Wait, but can you
part of
prove that?
can you prove that it was not like that?
It's your burden to prove that it is. I mean, can you prove that Casper the Friendly Ghost is not in the corner of your room?
That is a strange argument.
Well, yeah, like you can't disprove it, but it would be my burden if I'm saying that it's true. It's my burden to prove that it is true. Similarly, it's your burden to prove that it is true that this is what they were unalived for. So, are you going to be able to present those documents or not?
I presented an argument, and you can believe in my argument, or you could not. You can choose.
Well, wait,
that.
you haven't presented evidence for your argument.
I think there are a lot of evidence for my argument that
Let's
the
see
early
it.
believers believe. Listen, the early believers believed in the resurrections. That is so factual that it's hard to deny that they did not believe in the resurrection, and they were killed for the faith. Isn't that good argument enough? I say
Oh
this.
no, it's certainly not, because you need to prove that of the people who actually were martyred for their faith, that this involved the belief in the resurrection that they claim to have witnessed.
We have agreed that they were martyred for their faith, and I think if we do study church history, it's very obvious that part of the faith was the resurrection.
Yeah, but can you prove that any of the people who were martyred actually believed in the resurrection? Do you have any documents
not.
from them?
Neither you and I can bring them here to ask them.
So
but
you are
it's-
unable to
I think
prove
it's-
it.
I would say I'm not unable to prove it, but I would not be able to prove it just in a discussion like this. We have to go back to historical documents, church documents, so forth. But I think Case for Christ is arguing for this case good enough, so I cannot read that whole book to you right here now in this TikTok live.
That's fine. I don't want that. I just want the name of one single document.
Yeah, but I don't. You can read the book of Case for Christ, and you have I think the heavy arguments there. So that's what I'm referring to.
All right.
And,
So your argument is just go and read this book.
Yeah, I think because to find the arguments, we have to get a lot of facts straight, and a book like that puts all the facts on the table, and that it. Of course, a question like this is so tough that you need a whole book of arguments to find out of it. So,
Yeah. Okay. So let's just simplify the discussion then. In relation to the resurrection, was Jesus?
Can I give you
hold on.
Can I give you a question?
Well, wait, because we're still talking about the resurrection, certainly.
I thought we were talking about does God exist or not.
Well, wait, because I'm gonna press you on whether or not your accounts of the resurrection are true. So, do you think that the resurrection happened on the preparation day for Passover, like John says, or do you think that the execution happened on Passover, like Mark, Matthew, and Luke say? Which day was Jesus executed on?
I don't know, and my faith is not based on what
on
day
facts.
Or not
Gotcha.
No.
Do you acknowledge that there's a falsehood that Jesus can't be unalived on both days?
I don't know about the actual verses you're referring to, and why there is some kind of contradiction there that you're referring to. I would like to study that before I answer a question like that. So I'm just passing on that question.
Okay, that's fine. So then, do you want to proceed with the understanding that there are falsehoods in the Gospels?
There are definitely things that look contradictive and that are difficult, and I would say that's we can say that about the whole Bible. It's very difficult, and that there are a lot of seemingly contradictions, and sometimes I think those contradictions are, I think, roughly like this, that some of the contradictions actually exposes the complexity of man-made religion that can be a part of a belief system that actually involves God. But I would not say that those arguments are saying that there is no God just because there are flaws in man-made religion.
Okay, wait. So I'll just give you the verses. So John 19:14.
You're going back to the question that I said I'm not going to answer now.
Well, wait, because you said that what you're missing is the verses.
If I can ask you a question.
Wait, hold on, because it seems like you're just running now. Because it said you said that what you were missing is the verses. You're just missing the facts. So allow me to give you the facts of the matter.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not going to answer it now.
That's fine. You're going to dodge the question, but I'll make it very evident to the audience that there is a contradiction in your worldview. Whether or not you want to be intellectually honest and acknowledge that is on you. So if we go to John 19:14, it says, "Now it was the day of preparation for Passover, and it was about noon. He said to the Jews, 'Here is your king.'" This is Pontius Pilate during the crucifixion of Jesus. So he was executed on the day of preparation for Passover in John. But of course, they have the Last Supper. They do Passover supper in Mark, Matthew, and Luke. So there's a contradiction that he's executed in John on preparation for Passover, but on Mark, Matthew, Luke, he's executed on Passover. He can't be executed on both, which means that the accounts of this are inconsistent, which means I have no reason to believe that these are trustworthy, reliable accounts when they can't even get the date right.
Yeah, I hear your argument. I would not make such a strong case as you're doing from that kind of argument, because it's like saying we interview a lot of people about something that happened historically, and some of these people would get some dates right, and some would get it wrong, and maybe all the other facts are right, but the date is wrong. You cannot say, okay, what he's talking about is totally a lie just because the date was wrong. I mean, for me, that's not a heavy argument.
Well, they can't even get their story straight. It's one of many contradictions in the Gospels. Do you want more contradictions in the Gospels?
I know there are a lot of things that look like contradictions, I'm not very good in arguing in these or debate these kind of issue because I haven't made that the topic of my faith, but I could go back and study it more and come back with arguments about why does it look like that, etc. But as I said, when you gave me a verse like this today, I would go back and study them and see why does it look like this, and then I can come back with the arguments. I just don't want to make quick remarks on things like that.
Okay.
But I want to ask you a question, as I said before. My question is, I understood you're an atheist and not an agnostic, is that right?
I'm atheistic towards your God, yeah.
Yeah, so you're not agnostic?
Not towards your God.
No, okay. Towards your God, what that?
Towards like I would be agnostic to like a deist God. I don't know if a deist God is real, but what I do know is that the Christian God is not real.
Okay. I hear you. But my question is, do you believe there is something called love?
Yeah, I know love exists because I experience it.
Can you give proof of love without personal experience?
Without personal, well, yeah, just that it's like the because you can feel love and you can have like the parts of your brain light up in correspondence with that, and then we can then just use the scientific method to infer that, well, everyone when they experience love, these parts of their brain light up, that there's like the release of these neurochemicals which we know have these effects. And then we could then, with perfect information of someone's biology, determine whether or not they were experiencing love just based on their neurochemical transmitters and their like neural pathways that light up.
I think all that layout of arguments were personal experience.
Not really, no, because this is just going to be universally true.
Why
A
not?
universal fact about how we exist or about how we operate is going to be very different than like someone claiming that they sought God, specifically because there's nothing supernatural involved in like sitting down
What I want
and
to say
scientifically
is-
studying how love operates.
Oh. It's lagging a bit for me, I'm sorry. So I couldn't hear your last sentence, it was lagging here. But I heard that your answer was based on personal experience, and I would say
It wasn't.
the way you... I think it was, and I'm entitled to my opinion.
Well,
But,
yeah, you're entitled to your opinion, but if your opinion is
yeah.
wrong, that's not really like personal experience or anecdotal experience is typically
we can
something that's
let
not
the-
repeatable.
we
But
can let the
looking
viewers
at
judge on that.
well,
can let
well,
the
no,
viewers
it's
judge on
either
that.
personal experience or not. That's either true or not
Exactly.
true.
And that was my
Right, but
point
that's
here.
not based on an opinion,
So
though.
we-
That's just fact.
So
like
to
it's either
prove
it's true or
prove-
not.
to prove that love exists without personal experience, I think that's impossible. And I think
They didn't
the
give you
arguments
personal
of the neurons in the
experience.
brain is not a proof of love. It's
Yes,
just a
it is.
measuring of it. I would say it's not, but
Because
I think the way of reasoning here has a flaw because personal experience, I would say faith can never be proven without personal experience. That's my core belief. So I think we cannot discharge that faith in God must be wrong just because it's based on personal experience.
well,
I think
faith
that's
is belief in things without evidence, and that's Delulu. But we have
Exactly.
evidence for love. We don't have evidence for the Christian God.
not without personal experience, I would say. But okay, I asked my question and you gave your answer to it. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, wait, so I guess I have a question for you. Are literally any of your personal experiences repeatable in a lab environment?
My personal experience, if they could be repeated in a lab environment.
Yeah, could they be like repeated and studied? Is there like a specific thing that causes these personal experience phenomena to arise that we could study in like via the scientific method?
That's a hard question. I've heard about experiments on people speaking in tongues and things are happening in the brains and things like that. I cannot. I don't know really. That's a tough question. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I presume that the answer is...
I do not believe in a God that would like to be proven out from experiments like that.
Is it possible to have? Does God want a relationship with all of us?
I would say yes.
Okay. Is it possible to have a relationship with someone who isn't proven to exist? Can you have a relationship with a girlfriend if you don't know that she exists?
No, of course not.
So then how can you have a relationship with a God unless he's proven to exist?
Because he can prove himself through the personal experience.
So then that's going to be really wonky because people with temporal lobe epilepsy are much more likely to have personal experiences because these personal religious experiences involve stimulation of the right temporal lobe. So why is God choosing to give people with epilepsy more personal experiences than he gives other people?
I have another idea of what can help people have a personal experience, and that is to be very, very humble and open to the fact that this might be true. The openness of people's mind will give them the experience. If you're not open to the idea at all, you will never have that experience.
So do you think people with epilepsy,
the prerequisite for faith? To be
do you
open.
think that people who have epilepsy are just more open-minded?
I have actually no ideas about why you bring in epileptics.
So okay, people with
because
so,
you cannot say that most Christians are epileptics.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying most epileptic people with right temporal lobe epilepsy have personal experiences with religion, or at least like a disproportionate number. I don't know if it's most, but a disproportionate number of people with temporal lobe epilepsy have personal spiritual experiences.
Yeah,
so
but
why
it's
would God
not
give
applied
a
because most
disproportionate
Christians
number
do
of
have
people with
epilepsy.
right temporal epilepsy personal experiences?
Yeah, okay. I don't really follow that kind of argument because most Christians don't have epilepsy, so it's not.
That's yeah. I
It's
think you're
not the foundation of having
confused.
epileptic seizures to give you experience of a resurrected Jesus.
So
It's
you're
other thing.
confused about the categories that are going on here.
If you would be open to the idea that maybe there is a God, you could have this experience. If you're not open to it, you will never have it. That's as simple as that.
Okay, wait. So this just doesn't engage with the argument at all. In fact, you're committing like a killer category error here. What you're saying is that most people who are Christian don't have epilepsy. I'm not claiming that most people who are Christian have epilepsy. What I'm claiming is that people who have right temporal or temporal lobe epilepsy are more likely to have a spiritual experience. That's just a scientific fact. Do you reject this scientific fact?
No, I have no idea about whether it's true or not, so I would never reject something I don't know about.
Okay, I can give you a study on it if you're interested.
Yeah, you can, but I'm not that very interested, to be honest.
Oh, okay. So if you're not interested in the facts, then that's fine.
Yeah, I'm interested in facts that are.
Oh, wait. So then I can give you the
that would
study.
make a
You're
difference,
interested in the study?
Yes, of course I do.
Okay, sure. Then I'll give you the
I'm
study.
interested in facts that make a difference and make points in this case.
Oh, yeah. Wait. So then let's just assume that it is true then, so we can see the point. Isn't it kind of strange that God would choose to give people with temporal lobe epilepsy a disproportionate number of spiritual experiences?
I don't really understand that kind of question because what is saying that God has given epileptic people experiences? I mean, I have never met one person that said I'm epileptic and I experience God, but I met a lot of people that experience God and they're not epileptic, so I don't understand the argument to be true, to be honest.
Yeah, wait, so you're just confused on the argument. That's not what I don't know how many times I need to tell you this. I think I've told you this like 3 times
but I
now.
have to base-
That
I
is
have
not
to
what
base my
I am
experience also.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. So let's just understand that that's not what I'm saying, and I can attempt to explain it to you again for the 3rd time. I'm not saying that most Christians have epilepsy. I'm saying that a disproportionate number of people with epilepsy have experiences with spiritual aspects.
Yeah, okay, I have nothing to say about that because I never met anyone like that.
Why would that be the case?
Why I never met them?
No. Why would it be the case that this occurs?
I have no idea. I never met anyone like that, and I have never
Gotcha.
spoken
Wait, so
to
is
them.
God just choosing to give these people spiritual experiences?
I met a lot of people that have experience with God, and they
Yes
are
or
not
no?
epileptics.
Yes or no?
Okay, I'm gonna try to explain this because like the gap is making me sad. Okay, so let's think of two groups of people, men on one side and women on another. Statistically speaking, women are more likely to experience sexual abuse than men. Does this mean that a requirement for being abused is being a woman? No. Men can also
No.
experience abuse, but
Yes.
women are more likely to experience it. In the same way, it is not a requirement to have a spiritual experience to have epilepsy, right? Having epilepsy is not a requirement. But people with right temporal lobe epilepsy are more likely to experience spiritual experiences and vivid
Okay, you
ones.
can. If you say that, you can send me those studies. I have never met any Christian that have that epilepsy for a foundation for their beliefs or experiences. So I've never met anyone like that. But if you have studies that is very common, you can send them to me if you want. But for me, it's not a argument.
Yeah, so the syndrome is Geschwind syndrome. I don't know how to pronounce that. But it's present in people with temporal lobe epilepsy. One of the
Question back.
wait, hold on, because one of the symptoms of this syndrome is hyper-religiosity.
But I want to put the question back because most Christians have not epilepsy and they have experienced God.
You're just
So
not understanding the point.
But we have to talk about them as well. How could they experience God without having epilepsy?
I'm
And why
not.
do they experience-
You
why
are.
do they
You're
Listen
confused.
to me. Why do they experience God? And my idea, and I don't know if it's true or not, but my idea is that people who are open have the prerequisite to experience God. People who are not open will not experience Him.
I just can't. I mean,
That's
I
my
thought
belief.
Sam broke it down like very well. I know I've explained it at least 3 times. If you don't understand what we're telling you, I think you're just never going to understand it.
Yeah, I'm understanding what you're saying, but I don't understand the point of it because most Christians
I
don't have that as a foundation for their beliefs.
I don't.
So it's not a good argument to
You're
bring up.
not addressing the actual argument that they're presenting.
Does that argument disprove God?
You're not addressing the actual argument they're giving you. You're addressing an argument that you're perceiving, but that's not the actual argument.
Yeah, because
Okay,
I
so
don't believe
let me-
it's
let
an
me take it a
argument
step
for, like,
further.
for
So
to experience God or not.
yeah, so the way this disproves God, it means that you can't.
I would say
you
there are
can't.
other prerequisites to experience God than epileptics.
You can't ground
epileptic.
your knowledge of God in personal experience, and the people with epilepsy prove that by demonstrating that it's unreliable because you would have to hold
lagging.
to crazy conclusions. You would have to hold that these people with epilepsy are just much more religious and they just happen to have epilepsy. A statistical miracle.
Sorry, it was lagging for me here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you just have to you have to believe in crazy things in order to maintain the belief that that personal experience is a reliable method or a reliable metric for knowing God.
I would say personal experience is the only reliable method when it comes to believing God.
Yeah, and I'm telling you why it's not.
Yeah, and that's where we disagree, and we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, wait, but do you have any evidence? Do you have any critiques of the argument that was presented?
I would say that evidence of God can only come through personal experience. That's the only way it can come, and it can only come to those who are open. That's my.
So why does it come to
my
so many people with epilepsy?
statement.
Why does it come to a disproportionate number of people with
I
epilepsy?
have no answer to that.
Gotcha.
You
No
can
answer.
that,
So,
maybe.
so just to be clear, this is a piece of data that's so radically unexpected on your worldview that you can't even fathom an answer to it. To me,
but
there's
you
a
can
perfect
answer
answer
with-
for this on my worldview. It's because there's not actually a religious experience happening. It's just people assigning meaning to things when none actually exists.
Yeah, that's your that's your idea of it. I understand that.
Yeah, and it better fits the data because I can explain this point in the data that this process happens in the right temporal lobe, which is why people who have problems with the right temporal lobe experience it more. So we have data that we can explain better under our hypothesis than we can under your hypothesis.
Yeah, I have nothing to say to that really because because for me it still is a strange argument. But okay, let's just agree to disagree. And my last words to you is that you can also experience him if you're being open to the idea that he exists.
Yeah, I mean, I've asked him multiple times to reveal himself or to give like literally any sign. Gotten radio static. So.
Okay, so it might happen if you're honest about that. I would say it might happen.
Okay, so do you think that everyone who dies an atheist but attempted to reach out to God, all of these people are just intellectually dishonest?
No, not at all. I don't
Okay.
think I don't believe people are dishonest at all when it comes to these matters because it's a matter of belief whether we believe that there is no God or if we believe there is. I think people from belief systems are as true and as honest as they can be.
Gotcha. Wait, so do you think that these people at least just aren't open? They're not honest about being open?
I would say that the way you are working with intellectual methods and argumentations to prove or disprove that there is a God, or it's not really being open. I would say that.
Oh, wait, why not? Because I asked people for their evidence. It's not like I'm,
Yes,
it would be a lot
I know, but
easier.
the problem is what I'm trying to say. I'm not very good at explaining this, but I will try. What I'm trying to say is that trying to understand God through this intellectual model is not a way of being open in the right way, because you have to be rather open in your heart. The Bible even says, believe in your heart and confess with your mouth. So it doesn't say believe in your brain or in your head. So it's a deeper, the faith is something very much deeper than the intellect. So
To receive Christ as my Lord and Savior, I must ignore evidence.
Please listen. You're trying to grasp
Oh my God.
belief with the wrong tools. That's what I'm trying to say. You can never reach faith through your intellect. That will never happen.
Gotcha. Wait, so then God's nonsense?
Cute.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so, okay, wait. Is God logical? Can he be logically demonstrated?
Yes.
Then logically demonstrate him.
No, I can't. I said that's not possible.
Oh, so God cannot be logically demonstrated.
No.
No, he cannot be, or like he can be or he cannot be. Which one?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Can God be logically demonstrated? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
You can find God not through logic but through faith. That's what I'm saying.
So is God illogical?
No. It
So if
doesn't
God-
make
if
him
God's not-
illogical just because you don't reach him that way.
If God's not illogical, then why can't we arrive at his existence through logic?
That's a good question. I never thought of that question before, so I don't know if I have a quick answer to it, but because it's a good question, I will really take that question with me. Why would God choose to interact with people through faith rather than logic? Because there has to be an answer to that question. I haven't really pondered about it. So it's a good question. Let me think about it.
Okay, well, do you have anything else?
Sorry?
Do you have anything else, or should I move on to the next guest?
But yeah, I would like to ask you, we come from totally different belief right now, but when I say that you cannot reach God through logic, but only through faith, does that make any kind of sense to you, or is it just rubbish?
Oh
for
no,
you?
that's just jibber jabber to me. I mean, it's like pretending to know something that you don't actually know. Why would I ever
Okay.
pretend to know something that I don't actually know?
Yeah, okay. I just want to ask that question because of course this is kind of problematic, because if you really would like to know if is there a God or not, I would say you're trying to find out the wrong way, and you will never then maybe even consider what I'm trying to say to you. You can find out if it exists if you're just being open and honest and laying aside all the intellectual arguments and just being kind of listening to your heart. And I understand that doesn't make sense to you right now, and I understand it might sound dumb or something like that, but
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
but yeah,
Yeah, I'm
okay,
not. I'm
then
not gonna. Yeah, if the requirement to know God is to turn my brain off, then I guess we're not knowing God.
but that's not true. We can really know Him through our heart without with an other kind of sense knowledge, and that sense knowledge will become logic when you tap into it. Then it becomes a new kind of logic for you, but you can't really experience that if you don't go through the deeper side of yourself.
Oh, that just sounds like nonsense. I don't care about
I
any of
understand
that.
that it does that, but all spiritual things.
Wait, have you spent
will
lots of
find-
time? Have you spent lots of time trying to connect with Zeus on a faith-based level?
No, but
Why not?
But all spiritual things will kind of
Why not?
sound like nonsense for
Why not?
for logical
Why
intellectual
not?
reason
Why not?
until you go deeper.
Why not? Why not?
Sorry?
Why haven't you spent lots of time trying to connect with Zeus?
Actually, I was not even seeking faith in Jesus when I encountered it.
But you're encouraging me to have faith in Jesus, so I'm just asking
No.
you, why haven't you explored Zeus? Why haven't you tried putting your faith in Zeus?
I cannot tell you to have faith in Jesus. Like, the only thing I can try to inspire you to do is seek if there is a true God or not through a deeper part of yourself than your logic reason.
Why have you not attempted to seek out Zeus?
I don't know. I just haven't.
Yeah, so are you willing to spend lots of time to seek out Zeus to try to form a personal connection with Zeus?
That's a very strange question for me. I believe that all these deities in Greek and Roman mythology, they are rather what the Bible describes as semi-gods that were the Nephilims in the time of Noah. So I think they are half kind of semi-gods.
Yeah, and Zeus would describe your god as like a titan among like many titans.
No, I'm saying that all these titans are also in the Bible. So
Yeah,
but
and Zeus accounts for your god.
no, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. He would just say that your god's like a titan.
No, I didn't say that.
That is exactly what Zeus would say.
Yeah, maybe,
So
but
wait, so in the
that's
same
what
way
I-
that you can account for Zeus in your religion can be accounted for by Zeus. So why would you not put your faith in Zeus?
because the Zeus mythology and all the titans are mythology surrounded with
As is yours.
fallen angels and semi-gods or demigods because they are half human, half demons.
Oh, okay. So they would just say that all of your stuff is just mythology surrounding titans.
Huh? Sorry.
So wait, so then how do you know which one is true?
What? I didn't get your question really.
Yeah, wait. So they would say to you that all of your stuff is just like lore around titans. So
would say
that's what Zeus would say. Zeus would say, well, this is just like lore around this like storm god that existed, which is the way the flood happened, for example. So Zeus would be able to account for the lore of your entire religion. So why not believe in Zeus?
And the spaghetti monster would say something else. I don't know. I mean, I do not believe in so-called demigods.
Yeah. Okay.
So I
Cool. Wait.
wouldn't
So
reason
you're
with him. I mean-
so you don't seek it out because you don't believe in it. So then I'm justified in not seeking out God because I don't believe in Him.
Say again, please.
So you don't seek out Zeus because you don't believe in him. So you're justified in doing so.
I didn't say that.
Okay. So why don't you seek out Zeus?
No, okay, let me say it like that. I think there is a spiritual realm, and all these expressions of spirits can exist. Like Zeus can exist from a spiritual form, but I put my faith in the highest one. So.
And Zeus, that's Zeus. Zeus controls all the gods from Mount Olympus.
Yeah, okay.
So you believe in Zeus?
No.
But
Okay.
why not though?
No, but okay. This is just getting weird.
But why not?
Yeah, but okay, you I guess you understand already why, because I have a faith and belief system, and so it's so just questioning that. I have my faith. You do not have the same faith, and we can argue forever. I think we can just agree to this.
As long as you acknowledge that the only way to join your religion or to intellectually arrive at the position of your religion is by like already believing in it. That if you don't have faith, if you don't already just like force yourself to believe, then you really can't believe in it.
I did not force myself to believe. I went from not believing to believing from one day to the next.
Damn, kind of an L, not gonna lie.
Sorry?
Kind of an L, not gonna lie.
L, what is that?
Like a loss.
Like a loss?
Yeah, like you know when you're playing like Call of Duty with your bros at the Darty, and then you like lose a match. It's like one of those.
Okay, so you think it's a loss because I found faith, or faith found me?
Yeah, kind of an L.
Do you think it's better if I have no faith? Would that?
Yeah, absolutely,
Why
yeah.
is that? That's interesting.
Yeah,
Why would
because
that be better?
faith is belief in the absence of evidence. It's pretending to know something that you don't actually know. I think people are better off not pretending like they know things that they don't actually know.
Okay. I would not say that I'm pretending. I'm convinced, of course, but yeah.
So you're convinced by no evidence? How?
But I would say the personal experience is evidence, and it's good evidence.
But we've already discussed that doesn't make
I know.
sense. So I don't
understand it doesn't make
understand.
sense, but it will make sense if you would have the experience. Then it would make
Yeah,
sense.
Zeus would make sense if you just experienced him.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay,
I haven't
well,
done that.
you got anything else?
Sorry?
You got anything else?
I don't know. No, not really. I think we're getting nowhere, but we can agree to disagree.
All right, appreciate it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Damn, my stage light's kind of bothering me. I can see the reflection, like just part of my glasses, but not the other part. I don't know. Give me like 5 seconds. I might.
How's everybody doing on this fine afternoon? Me personally, my laptop got stolen. But I'm serving cunt regardless, so it's fine.
Much better. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all those good things that get this in front of as many people as we possibly can. Make sure you're dropping a follow, doing all that good stuff, following Sam as well. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. If you're in that guest request box, make sure you believe in the God of the Bible, Quran or Bible, Torah, or Quran. You're 18 or older, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Sorry, the muscle memory was failing me, and I had to actually think about it. Whoa, Pete, thank you so much. That's sick as fuck. Never seen one of those. Big W, Pete, in the comment section. Appreciate that. Yeehaw. Thank you so much, Stanks. Appreciate that. That will go to the next guest. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older, but we talk politics, religion, and philosophy. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, how old are you?
30.
And what religion?
Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
If you don't mind, I actually just did it because we've spoken before. I just have a couple of quick questions, maybe adding to what you were talking
Yeah, go for
to. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so you guys seem to get bogged down with the epilepsy topic a lot, and I was kind of screaming at my screen because the other guests didn't seem to pick up on what seems to be a pretty obvious genetic fallacy on your part.
What do you think? Wait, okay.
Yeah, I can explain it quickly.
Yeah,
So
go for it.
it seemed that you were saying that because these spiritual experiences are more prevalent in people with epilepsy, therefore they're all invalid, and that just doesn't follow.
No,
That's a
just
type of
that.
genetic fallacy.
What the actual argument there is just that I think that you're going to end up having to believe in absurdities in order to actually jump through the proper hoops. Like, you either need to reject that some of these people are having a spiritual experience, which then puts all spiritual experiences into question, or you need to accept that God is targeting people with epilepsy to give spiritual experiences to, and that's just fucking bananas.
Okay, so that's a different fallacy. That's the one from personal incredulity.
What do you mean when you say personal incredulity? What is that? I mean, to me, that's just
Yeah,
like
because you
unintuitive.
don't-
Like,
you
I couldn't accept that as evidence.
Yeah, that's the fallacy.
Yeah, that I think, well, everything's going to boil down in intuition. Like, fundamentally, when you appeal to logic, what you're appealing to is personal incredulity. When you attempt to like justify logic, the only way you can really do it is by saying like, well, I mean, it's just like seems true to me. I guess like if it doesn't seem true to you, then I can't really engage with you logically.
Well, but I think when you say, for example, because I think you're still doing it, you just think that's bananas, it's not intuitive. That is an argument from personal incredulity because you don't see how that could be possible that people with epilepsy could be somehow more susceptible to spiritual experiences. So that's one. The second
Gotcha.
is
Oh,
what I kind of
wait.
came in at, which is because it's more prevalent in those types of people, somehow, therefore, this invalidates all spiritual experiences.
Oh
It
yeah.
seems
So
that
wait,
in
do you?
Jamaican, yeah.
Yeah. Let's just get clear on it then. Do you believe it's the case that God goes out of his way to target people with temporal lobe epilepsy?
That's not how I would put it. I would just say.
Yeah.
it's
So
more
how would you
prevalent in
how would
people
you
with that
account?
condition.
How would you account
Well,
for people having spiritual
okay,
experiences?
So maybe I can ask a question back to clarify, because the other person in the what's your name?
Sam.
Yeah. So you gave an example earlier, which I actually thought was a good analogy about SA and how it's more prevalent in women, right? It doesn't mean that it doesn't happen to men, but it is more prevalent in women. But would it be fair to then say God targets women more for that particular thing to happen to them?
Wait, do you think you have much bigger problems if you think that God is the one who's doing like these evils? But I mean, you can't really
but
ask me questions about
it's
your
the
God.
same question you just
I don't
asked.
believe in your God. If you
Okay,
ask me a question
but-
about your God, my answer is always just going to be, I don't believe in your God. I'm not going to speak to you. I'm not going to speak about your view
Well, but then if that's true, then how can you ask me the question that?
because it's your view. You believe in it.
But then the question I just gave you is the exact same formulation as: do you think God is targeting people with epilepsy more?
Yeah. So
Or
when I ask you
obviously I
questions, I'm
wouldn't-
asking about your
I
view.
wouldn't say that it's a specific target.
Okay.
It
So,
just happens that this thing happens to them more often than not.
oh, and is that just like a statistical anomaly?
I wouldn't say it's an anomaly. It's just
So what's
something that
the
happens.
reason for it?
Well, I don't know. But
You don't know. You have no.
understand
Okay, perfect. So wait, then to be clear, this is a piece of data on your view that is wildly unpredicted. That the naturalist view is much better able to account for the demographics who get spiritual experiences than the theists are.
Right.
So the fact of spiritual experiences are going to be another piece of evidence, not for theism but for naturalism.
Okay, so I could actually grant that this is unpredicted on my worldview, right? But if you use it as an argument against my worldview, that is still a genetic fallacy. That's my main point.
I don't think you understand what that word
Do you
means. So
understand
that
what a
just
genetic
means that
fallacy is?
yeah. So a genetic fallacy is just when you judge the argument based on the origins of that argument, or like the thing based on the origins of that thing.
Right.
Now, what I'm tracing down is what the actual origins are of this, but I'm not discrediting it because of the origins.
So what's the point
because
of
what the
bringing it up then?
origins would be the right temporal lobe, and I'm not saying that like because it comes from the right temporal lobe, that just that in and of itself means that these personal experiences aren't real. My argument is very, very
So it's a
clear.
red herring.
It's that because it disproportionately targets people who have this temporal lobe epilepsy, that this would lead me to believe that the only explanations that one could posit for this under the theist worldview are nonsense. It's not a genetic fallacy.
No, you just said you weren't doing that, and then you did it.
No. So an example of a genetic fallacy would be like,
If you're
well,
using it.
well, the automobile must be bad because it came to us via like Nazi Germany. That's not true, but if that was true, just
in
being
this
like, well,
example-
that would be an example of a genetic fallacy. A genetic fallacy is not saying, well, logically, if this piece of data is true, that people with temporal lobe epilepsy are more likely to have spiritual experiences, then there's like a couple of explanations. Now, your explanation has to be, well, God just targeted them and gave it to them. Whereas
That's
my
not my
explanation is that it's just a result of our temporal lobes going wild and assigning meaning when, in fact, none exists.
Okay, but so the example you just gave of automobiles, like let's just say all German automobiles are bad because they came from Germany, right?
Yeah.
You're saying all spiritual experiences are invalid because they're more prevalent in people with epilepsy. It's literally the same kind of argument.
No, because
I don't know, you don't
there's like a step in addition to it that makes it that's like a symmetry breaker, because the argument is literally just like source bad means car bad, in the one case, which is fallacious, obviously, whereas in this case it's the implication of the fact that people with temporal lobe epilepsy are more likely to have spiritual experiences. The implication of this, on your view, is that God targets them more. Now, the statement God targets
mutually
people with
exclusive?
temporal lobe epilepsy disproportionately is deeply implausible on first glance.
Okay, so we're back to the one from incredulity then. You
Well,
just
that's fine.
jumped
It's
between
wait.
fallacies.
That's not really what the from incredulity is. It's not that I struggle to imagine. I can certainly imagine God targeting people. I just don't think that makes much sense. I don't know why a God with a perfect plan would target people in that way.
Yeah, argument from incredulity. You don't see how that's
Wait,
possible,
so do you think
therefore
it's perfect? Is it part of God's perfect plan to target people with temporal lobe epilepsy? Is that a part of God's perfect plan?
I'm not making the claim.
Oh, awesome. Wait, so then you just have no explanation for it. So I'm just going to prefer my worldview, which does have an explanation for it.
I'm not saying your worldview doesn't have an explanation for it, right? Because it does, right? But I'm just saying that when you try to flip that against us, you're committing a fallacy, which you seem to
Well,
just
no.
not
If
see.
one thing has evidence and another thing doesn't, you're more inclined to believe the thing with evidence. No.
Well, in this case, the evidence is available to both sides. So I don't think this is an evidential argument.
It is an evidential argument.
Well, I accept your evidence, and obviously you accept the evidence, right? But we're making an evaluation of whether the evidence, just as it is somehow actually disproves the view. And in other cases, it doesn't. I don't think this disproves your view. You somehow think it disproves my view. And
Well,
there's
I'm
just
saying
no
that it's
reason for
evidence
that.
against your view. That this is a piece of evidence that's wildly unexpected on your view.
Okay.
And it's so much
Wildly
so that you can't
unexpected.
even fathom
Okay,
an
you know what,
explanation
fair
for
enough.
it.
I'll take wildly unexpected. Impossible? Definitely not.
Yeah,
I
wait,
guess
so-
we could just leave it there.
Well, that's fine. So then we agree that there's evidence against your view, that's the fact that some people have spiritual experiences is actually evidence that God isn't real. You agree with that?
Well, no.
Oh, sure. So then you don't
take it
agree.
as far as you do.
No.
would
So
say
do you
it's
agree that it's
unexpected.
evidence for
If you want to
naturalism?
make a more humble position, such as unexpected, then yeah, I can go with you on that. But if you say actually it proves your ultimate conclusion that God isn't real,
I didn't say that
then
it proves
obviously,
it.
well, you
That's
just
not
said
what I
that a few
said.
seconds ago.
No, I said that it's evidence against the proposition that God exists.
You said God isn't real. That definitely came out of your mouth.
Well, it's evidence for the proposition that God isn't real. It's evidence. It's not like the deductive proof, but it's evidence.
Okay, so you're saying it's an induction. It's not deductive.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I mean, look, I could accept that. That's fine.
Go cool. Wait, so then you accept that the fact that people have personal experiences with God is not evidence that God is real. It's actually evidence that God isn't real. Is that your position?
I'll say that it's an argument that you can make inductively in that direction. Obviously,
Perfect.
I
Oh,
don't
awesome. So
accept
that's
it.
because
Yeah.
this is never an argument that I would use to try to deductively prove that God is real. But as long as we agree that people's personal religious experiences are evidence against their religions, then okay.
Oh no, now you're taking it too far.
No, that's literally what we just agreed to. That it's evidence against the proposition that the religion is true.
No, I think it can be seen that way from your worldview. In my worldview, I have
Okay,
no
do you
problem
have an
with it.
explanation that's better in your worldview?
Yeah, I could just say it's just how things are. Like, if God exists, I would expect that a lot of people would have spiritual experiences, right? I would expect that to be the majority of people.
Okay, why
would
would the
also
why would the
maybe
people that
expect-
are more inclined to have spiritual experiences be the ones with right temporal lobe epilepsy? Like, what purpose would that serve under your worldview?
I don't know, like, but I just don't see that as somehow outweighing the rest of the people who have just normal experiences or spiritual experiences who have normal lobes. It's like you're using an outlier to
undermines.
discount the majority, which is never a good idea.
Yeah, so it undermines the idea, insofar as you have no explanation for this, because I can explain all of these experiences and also the temporal lobe epilepsy experiences, whereas you can only explain these experiences, which means that we better account for the totality of data.
Well, when you say totality, so you are, it's an anomaly, right? People with epilepsy in general.
Yeah, but they're still a part of the data. It's the totality of
course.
data. We can draw a
So-
line. We can explain every single case of
So
a
you're
spiritual
drawing-
experience.
Sorry to cut you off. Sorry. Yeah, so the totality of the data, and then you're using an outlier or an anomaly to then call into question the rest of the data. That's what you're doing. If I
Well,
have
yeah,
to
wait,
go with
so-
the argument.
Okay, so would you rather have it that would you rather have your position predict 95% of the data, or would you rather have your position predict 100% of the data? Which would you rather your position predict?
Oh, obviously I would choose if it was able to predict 100%.
Yeah. So under the same logic, even though this 5% is anomalous, we're still able to account for it. We account for all the rest of it too. We account for all the regular cases. That this is also people attaching meaning in moments like these. So there's
Right.
like that's still a component to it. We still account for all of that. We just also happen to account for the temporal lobe epilepsy.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
I did have something, but I think it's going to escape my mind. I'll join another time. It's good. Thanks for the
Okay.
chat.
Yeah. Appreciate you coming on
Have
up.
a good day.
Yep, you as well. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Drop a follow to me and Sam. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Both are in my bio. If you're in that guest request box, make sure you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience for the existence of God. If you don't meet those 5 criteria, I'm not going to talk to you. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. But try to fill that bar up a single time. Let's get to 150K likes. And if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. What's up? Excuse me. What's up, Jackson? How's it going?
I have a question. Are you Mr. Top 5? Like, you sound like him.
No. Also, you're not 18 or older. Number 15. The last thing you want in your Burger King is somebody else's foot fungus. What's up? How's it going?
I got a question. Why do you think God is not real?
Oh,
old are you?
yeah, you're.
Okay, very much minor.
Yeah. No, I've gotten that I sound like that person for quite some time. That's true.
You kind of do.
No, I have no idea.
I'm so sorry, but you kind of do. Number 15.
Oh, hey guys, sorry, my bad. One for 2 seconds.
Oh. Oh.
One. Shirley! Thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. I'm so glad that I could help you deconstruct your beliefs. Huge W, Shirley, in the comment section. Appreciate that. Massive W, Shirley. Hey, how's it going? How are you?
Pretty good. No, I actually had a quick question for the host. Are you that guy that did all those YouTube videos back in the day?
No.
Oh, my bad. You sound like that guy that has that. He's got that voice. You just did it a second ago.
Oh no, that's not me.
Yeah,
no.
man.
Fuck.
Oh, okay. It sounded just like him. That's funny.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. No, I've gotten that for a while.
I do have a legit question about it though. So, and we're not you guys don't believe in God, correct?
Yeah, we don't believe in God.
Okay. Yeah, neither do I. But I just had a quick question on kind of, I guess, the legitimacy of the claim. So when I went into a live, I kind of brought up the idea, like, okay, so all the atrocities aside that are committed in the Bible and by God and everything like that, what would I asked the guy who believed? I said, so if God came down right now, like without a doubt came down, and I seen him, right? I'd probably believe at that point. Doesn't mean I'd believe in him with his character, but like if he came down and I saw him, then yeah, I'd probably believe. However, I did ask the guy if he told you that you had to go out and unalive a bunch of people that you didn't know, and everything would be good, would you follow those orders from that God? And he said yes, without a doubt, without question. And I said, well, that's a little ridiculous, don't you think? And he said, well, it's God. Why would you listen to God? And part of me, he was like, well, part of him's right, because wouldn't it be rather self-destructive to disobey it?
Yeah, okay. So, all right, I'll talk about that for a second, but I'll move on to the next guest because I am just looking for debates. So I don't know, if God is like literally in front of you and you know for certain that it's the Christian God, if like somehow you just know that the Bible is true, then I think you are kind of fucked in that you're committed to that. So I don't know. I think you are, but I do think that you're like crazy. Like it's just like a crazy position to hold. To me, it's just an absurdity. I don't think anyone who says that they would do that is lying. They wouldn't do that. But only request to join if you're 18 or older and you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If you don't do that, I'm not going to talk to you. Hey, what's up? How's it going, JS?
So wait, you don't believe in God now?
No, I don't believe in God.
Why do you not believe in God?
Depends what God.
I'm 18.
Okay. And what religion?
Christianity.
Okay, so the reason I don't believe in your God is just because your God is like crazy evil.
Why is he evil though?
Yeah,
because
it says
I'm pretty sure if you read the Bible, it's all about forgiving and shit like that. So
yeah, was there forgiveness for the Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15:3?
No.
Was there? Okay, I mean there it is.
I genuinely don't know what to say to you. I'm just praying for you, and then hopefully you find out something.
Well, I mean, how do you account for something like that, where God commands the unaliving of literal children?
So you believe in that theory that fucking what, like an asteroid crashed into Earth, and then what we developed from like monkeys and shit like that, innit?
Oh, certainly not. No, humans don't develop from monkeys. We are great apes.
What?
Yeah, so this is why, okay, I have a question for you, and I know you don't have the answer to it because nobody has the answer to this. The answer is literally just evolution. So why is the chromosome a fusion of the 2A and 2B chromosomes if evolution isn't true?
All right, you're frying my brain. I'm out.
Okay.
I was gonna say I'm not quite sure he knows what chromosome means, but good question.
True.
Fire question.
I don't know. That's like the killer. They basically have to say God did that, but then of course that creates a big problem because God doing that created useless parts of that chromosome. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, how you doing? What you mean God is not real though?
How old are you? Also, Shirley, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Huge W, Shirley. Again, I appreciate the hell out of that. And endogenous retroviruses. I think I have one book that mentions, I think, exactly those, but I'm still working my way up to it. But as soon as I get the argument down, I definitely will. Appreciate it, Shirley. I'm sorry, guest. How old are you?
Me? I'm 23.
Okay, perfect. And what religion?
Oh, I'm a Christian.
Okay, so that's all around like a new argument. I think that believing in God leaves you morally incapable of doing anything. Do you? So let's say that there's like a kid drowning in a pool. Does God have a good reason to let this kid drown in the pool?
Well, it's not a reason. Who's gonna help him?
If let's say because this happens all the time where a kid gets into a pool and then drowns in the pool.
To be honest, I almost drowned one time.
That's yeah, it's like super terrible. But let's say that there's a kid drowning in a pool. Does God have good reason to allow this kid to drown in the pool?
Well, everything is fate, you know.
So
Why
it was
doesn't-
fateful for this?
If somebody
It
was
was
drowning,
fateful
right?
for this kid to drown in a pool.
A lot of in this world where we're living is grace and mercy, right?
No mercy for the kid who perished in one of the most painful
My
ways
fa-
imaginable.
I got cousin that burned in a house.
That's terrible.
That's awful.
That's-
Why would God allow that to happen?
It's not really God, you know.
Did God have the-
everything,
It's
though.
the thing is, life is death and living.
Did God have the power to stop it?
Not really.
Then he's not all powerful.
Look on Job when he swallowed by the whale.
Wait, so I just want to be clear. God is not all powerful. God doesn't have the power to save a kid
Why
who's
would he
drowning in a
create-
swimming
Why
pool.
would he create Earth in the first place?
You need to engage with the question: is God all powerful or is he not?
Of course he is. He
Gotcha.
is God. He
So then
is
he-
God. The thing is, he is God. He came on Earth to fulfill his purpose before they kill him, right? He know he was gonna die, but he fulfilled his purpose before he was dead.
So if God has the power to save a kid from drowning in a swimming pool, why doesn't he use that power to stop a
Well,
kid
it's
from
fate
drowning
for
in
the
a swimming
kids.
pool?
Sometimes people die. It's life. What were you
But
gonna
did
do?
the kid have to drown in a pool? There are
Did
so
he-
many less
Wait,
painful
would-
ways to
would-
die.
Would he swim?
No.
Was there somebody watching him?
Are you blaming the kid for not being able to swim when
I'm
God
not
is all
blaming
powerful?
Wait, hold on,
It's sad,
because-
it's sad, but at the end of the day, what you can do? Why are you blaming God for?
Well, wait, because God has the
already
power to
created-
stop it. He can
Huh?
fix it.
Well, the end of the day, people die. It's just life.
So wait, could I
It's
kill you
gotta-
right now? Would it
You
be
see,
all
the
right if I
thing is,
killed you
you-
right now?
The thing is, you see,
Could I
children-
kill you right now?
No, you see,
Please.
if you kill me now, I don't know. It's just you see, children will make it in heaven more than us because they're pure. They're purer than human. But
How is this relevant?
children are pure. By
Oh, wait, you don't want to because if you sit down and tally up all people who have died throughout all of history,
A lot of
it's
people
gonna
die. I
it's
have
gonna
a lot of
turn out.
cousins.
Hold on. If you think that all kids go to heaven, then the number of people who have died, it's gonna be like 90% dead kids and 10% Christians in heaven. That's your demographic breakdown of heaven. 90% kids, 10% Christians.
The thing is, children are.
How is that fair?
Why babies are so pure? They're the purest thing on this earth.
Wait, do you want to engage
They're
with my
more
question?
easier to go to heaven more than us.
Do you want to? Okay, that's fine. You're not engaging with any of it. Okay, let's keep it so super
Yeah,
simple.
but I'm saying children are pure.
Okay, let's keep it. We
Listen,
gotta
let me ask
simplify
you a
it even
question.
farther.
Do you
Gotta
think
simplify it even farther. Do you agree that slavery is bad?
slavery is? But we all been through slavery,
Yo, I mean, I haven't.
and it's not good at all.
No, we have
It's
not.
It's
We
not
have
good
not
at
all
all.
been through. We actually
A lot
haven't
of
all
people
been through
going slavery back then, but why are we bringing up slavery now?
Our first, before we even get into that,
working
all
hard
right,
is slavery
all
for
right,
some people.
all right. Ashin, what is slavery?
Slavery is like when you sell yourself, like the old time thing. You have to sell.
No,
You sell
that's
yourself like slavery.
that's indentured servitude. Slavery means
What slavery?
someone else owns you as property. That is what slavery is. Your rights as a human being are relinquished.
All
Do
right.
you think that's good?
That's not good at all.
Okay. So
Because-
then why? Okay, but hold on, because then I have a query for you. A query. So then why would God say, go do slavery good actually?
Where did God say that?
Leviticus
God.
25:44 through 46.
Search for that scripture.
Yeah, well, I'll read it to you. This is
I don't got a Bible,
God.
so you
This
gotta
is
tell me.
this is what God told Moses to tell to the Israelites, in terms of like the rules of the land now that they had done their exodus out of Egypt. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
What
You
scripture
fuck
is
with
that?
that? Because I don't fuck with
Leviticus 25:44 through 46.
Damn. Well, I don't know about that, but
Damn.
we got a lot of people go through slavery.
Yeah, and it's
Right,
really,
but
really
why-
bad
why-
every single
why
time.
People fight? Why people fight? Why a lot of people fight for their own country?
That's not what we're
That's
just talking about.
not-
Slavery.
Yeah, but why you bringing slavery now? We're talking about
Because
God.
why would God tell
Why would
Moses
the-
to
why
impart
when
this
God,
this
why
message?
when God chose Moses to lead the people, and the people couldn't believe in God, they started to murmur. When they were hungry, they were murmuring. Till Moses himself started getting angry. Till God, he went up to the mountain and smite the rock till water came. Without
That's
faith.
nice.
The
Was
thing-
this
you see, the
before?
thing is, you see, life
Was this
without
before or
faith-
after he said that it's cool to own slaves?
Listen, without grace and mercy, we're not living at all.
What does
And
this
if
have to
God-
do with
Look
slavery?
at Sodom and Gomorrah. Look at
Let's
Sodom and
wait.
Gomorrah that
Why
God
are you
destroyed.
so
No, because-
terrified?
I'm
Why
not
are you
terrified.
scared?
You know why?
You're
You know
running.
why? I almost died.
You are trembling right now.
No, I'm not. I almost died. And I know that
I
God
didn't
is real.
ask.
He is the creator. He create woman. Why you
The
think
creator
Satan
of
is so
suffering.
angry? Why you think that God? Why
Who
you think
created Satan, bestie?
Wait, let's just chill out.
God create everything?
Let's calm down.
You didn't know that
Calm
God know
down.
that Satan was gonna betray him in the first place. He is God, right?
Why would God say it's okay to own slaves if you and I both agree that slavery is bad?
I don't know. God have His own reason. Why God come on earth to do His fulfillment?
Then God's a sick fuck.
Why if God didn't want to die, why did He destroy? But He let Himself to die for His people. Why
Yeah.
didn't He destroy all the kings, all the priests that who betray Him? Why didn't
Yeah.
God destroy the earth?
I don't
You
believe in
tell
any of
me.
this stuff.
So
I don't
why
think
you
any
tell me
part of
about
that is
slavery?
real.
We're talking about God. You say God is
Yeah,
not real,
and your God
right?
said that slavery is okay, which means that your God is not all good or all just,
Well,
which means that your
listen,
God is
I'm
not real.
listen. How old are you? post.
I'm the same age as you. I'm 23. Not that that's relevant.
Why are you bringing up the past? We're in the future now.
Because it's your
Why
book.
Why are you bringing up slavery?
It's your
There's
book.
Always, it's the same thing. Slavery is happening right now.
Yeah,
There's
but
a
it's
lot
it's
of
your
people-
book.
There's a
If
lot of
somebody said
people-
that
there's a
slavery
lot
is
of people,
fine,
a lot of
that
children
person's a sick
going
fuck.
in their own will because of their own parents. Their own parents selling them out just to make them gain money.
How is this relevant to anything we just said?
You're talking about slavery, right?
Yeah, and is
Yes.
that good or bad when parents
We're talking
wait? Is that
about
good or
God.
bad? Is that good or
God did
bad?
what he did, and we're
Is
just
that good or bad?
it's not good. I already told you.
Perfect, awesome. So then why the fuck would God say it's okay to do things like that?
What God say? Was God saying it or was man saying it?
Yes.
Yes.
God gave the message to Moses and told Moses to tell the Israelites the message. Everything Moses told the Israelites is directly from God.
So you
It's
just
like he
gonna
gave them a
believe
letter and he
book?
read it out loud.
So you're just gonna believe what a book? The thing
It's
is,
your book.
Right, this is our
It's your
It's
book.
not my book.
Yeah.
You gotta believe God. Listen. I don't read too much.
We know.
I fast and I pray about things, and God showed me. I used to fast and read, and the Holy Spirit would teach you all truth.
He didn't teach you enough.
What
Fuck.
Bible you read? What kind of Bible you read?
The NRSVUE.
You're not reading the Holy Bible, man.
The NRS. It,
You're not reading the Holy Bible.
We know.
And it's not funny.
I don't read
because
that much.
It's not funny for real. But
Okay.
what kind of book you
It's
said you
not.
read?
The NRSVUE. That's the translation of the Bible I read.
Oh. So you're not reading the Holy Bible then?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, please. Please tell me it's not so. Please. You know there are multiple versions of the Bible.
I go for the Holy Bible. I don't
Alright.
use that. The Holy Bible. If you don't got the what's that?
The SBL Study Bible.
No, darling. Get a Holy Bible.
The new revised standard version updated edition, the NRSVUE
No.
SBL Study Bible.
No. That's not 100.
It is quite
No,
literally
it's
the
not-
academic
it's not
translation of the
100.
Bible.
It's giving you a translation that you think that, but nah, bro.
This is the academic translation of the Bible.
Okay.
All right, research it on the Holy Bible, King James.
What version? Oh, okay. You want
King
the
James. Search on King
version.
James and
Okay,
find it
bet.
for me. Yeah.
Bet. Okay.
King
Do you want-
James in the Holy Bible. I don't want
Do you want that? Do you want that verse?
the
Do you
same
want the
verse
King
that
James?
you told me. The same verse
Yeah,
that
I'll
you
give you
told me.
the same verse in King James.
Yes,
Cool
King
thing
James,
about that
please.
is that actually it sounds even worse in the King James version. So I'm so glad you
No,
asked.
the King James is more.
King James would never do that to you.
No.
Both thy bondmen and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathens that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession.
It say that position.
And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you to inherit them for
And
a
you know- and you know what-
possession.
you know what
They
I-
shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one another one over another with rigor.
And what that's supposed to mean?
It's the
You-
same
you-
fucking thing. It's
you
this
go
you
take-
asked this person.
You go take slave with vagina and take slave with penis, and then you can give them to your kids if you want. You can hurt them if you want, but don't hurt them too bad. That's what it means.
The
A
Bible
bondsman is literally a slave. You can look up the word bondsman, and slave will come up as a synonym.
Yeah, it's talking about owning people as possessions. I got news for you about all instances of owning people as possessions.
Well, slavery is in the past, you know.
It's not. That's not even true.
People still slave, but you know it's in the past. Why are we bringing up slavery? for?
It's not. That's not true.
Well, why you say God is not real though? That's the
Because he said that you can own slaves.
Who cares about slaves? We all go through slavery.
I
Our great grandma go through.
What do you mean?
Why don't you care? Why do you not care about slaves?
Because they fight for a country. That's what the people do.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They fight. Why are you bringing up their passport?
Bestie, they didn't say soldier. They said slave. They not fighting shit.
Of course.
Not fighting
country. What are you talking about?
What?
You know how much slaves died just to make their family all right? It's not funny to bring
Do
up
you
something
think
about
that's
the slave.
good?
It's
Do
not
you
good.
think
I said
okay,
no.
Are you you're trying to morally high ground us on
bringing up the slave for? You think slavery
Because God said it was okay, and you fuck with God heavy, and we don't. Cause he thinks slavery is okay.
God is a title. It could be anybody. God can be anybody.
God, what?
What do you mean?
So then who are you
is a title.
worshiping?
God is a
Who
title.
are you worshiping?
I'm working Yahweh, Yahshua, Jesus Christ. He have all different type of names. So when you're saying God, put it clear. What type of name?
Okay, so
God is a
Yahweh
title.
fucks with slavery then.
What?
Yeah, so the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit love
funny.
slavery.
It's not funny. By right, God is not a mockery at all. What type of God you guys talking about? Any type of God.
We read from your Bible.
My Bible? Did I own a Bible? Did I write
Clearly
a Bible?
not. Clearly not.
So why you guys doing this? It's not
Do
funny.
you wait? Do you actually not own a Bible?
I don't. When I own a Bible, I use it on my phone. King James.
Okay, so we read the
It's
version
not
of the
my-
Bible that you read.
No, listen.
We
bring
read the
up
version of the
faith.
Bible that
say
you
God
read.
is not real. First thing you telling me about kid is Joni.
Yes.
I almost died.
And I'm sorry that happened to you. That's terrible. But
why
while
would
you
you bring up-
almost
why
died,
would you bring
God
up-
just killed other people instead.
You-
In very violent
God is
ways.
Kind. God is kind. But when you guys go off,
Is
Is drowning kind?
Of course he's kind.
Is taking people as slaves the kind thing to do?
Can God control people's mind? Everybody have their own.
He said you can
mind
take
and
slaves. This isn't a free will issue. This is a gang. Go for it.
But did God come down
He
and tell
took
you,
out his
he
big
said
rubber
that,
stamp
or
and he
what,
said,
a
yeah.
man- No, listen. Did God come down and tell you, or you're just gonna listen to what the Bible says? There's different explanations in the Bible.
It's your book. It's your book.
God, I don't own no book. Did God came down to
We
you,
know.
and say you is slave? If God wanted to control man, He would have did that long time. But God give everybody their free will.
Okay, if God tells you to do something,
Look at Sodom and Gomorrah. You didn't
if
think
God,
that listen,
Ashin,
Listen,
if God
can I say
tells you to
something?
do
Can I say
something,
something, Missy?
no, you cannot. If God tells you to do something, is that a command? Yes or no?
Of course, it's a command.
So then,
Can
why
I
did
say
God
something?
command slavery?
Can I say something before I go? I'm not arguing. I'm saying if why God sends an angel, what they say in the Bible, to warn Sodom and Gomorrah before it destroyed. and they didn't listen, right?
Whoa, thank you
That's
so
why-
much for the private
when
jet. That's
God-
sick as
when
fuck. Thank you
God-
so much. Big
that's
W
fire.
shrimp in the comment section.
when
That's
God
fire.
Period,
warned
shrimp.
it, you don't think God warned people? Let me tell you something. I have something to tell you. You know, before Florida, I'm telling you a testimony right now.
Wait,
Before
please don't.
Florida-
Don't do that.
before
Don't do
Florida
that.
Don't
had
do
the
that.
storm,
Please don't.
Before
Please,
Florida had
please.
the
Shut
storm,
the hell
I
up.
told-
Shut the hell up.
We don't.
I told
We
my
don't.
husband
Shut the
that
hell
there's
up.
We
gonna be a
don't. We
storm.
don't.
Stop.
We don't.
And he
We
was
don't
like
want.
taking it
Shut
as
the
a
hell
joke.
up.
We don't want the
Shut the hell
testimony.
up.
I'm telling you that I
We
Shut
don't
the
want
hell
the
up.
te- We don't want the
There was
Shut the hell
testimony.
up.
And he lived in
Shut the
Florida.
hell up.
We don't want the
Shut the hell up.
testimony.
Oh, you want? Why you're so vexed when I'm talking? I'm telling you what God sent
Because
me.
We don't
we
care.
specifically asked you before you joined, what is your proof without personal experience?
So
You
can
telling
I
us
tell
your
you my proof,
testimony.
please?
No,
Can I
because the
talk my
proof is
proof
personal
now?
experience.
Can I tell you what God did?
No,
Can I
because
tell
it's
you what
personal
God
experience.
told me?
No.
No,
Wait,
no,
did
you
God
can't.
give you the fucking
Why you guys
cosmological
so
argument? Did God give you like a good argument? If
We're
God
not
gave you a good
arguing.
argument, then I'd love to hear what God told
We're
you.
not
But
arguing.
unless God gave you a good argument, I'm not
Can
really
I say something?
interested.
I'm not arguing. I'm telling you what's going on. Before
Yeah.
the storm even come at Florida, I was talking to my husband before the storm even hit. Couple months before, I said, Nikki, I just see a storm coming your way. Just pray. And see that the storm came at where he at, and the storm not even flood out where he at. The storm pass him, go overhead. So you can't tell me that God is not real, because without faith, we're nothing.
Okay. Oh, are you?
Why would
I guess I'm Christian now. That really convinced
pray
me.
to God? Like,
Yeah, I'm Christian now. That totally changed my mind.
no, God is real, bro.
Yeah, I know God's real. You've taught me that. You've helped me come to the conclusion. I get it now. God is real.
No, I can't teach you. You have to learn.
No,
about-
I did learn. I listened to
No,
your
listen for yourself, brother.
experience.
Listen, brother. In Christ or whatever you are, you have to know God for your own self. If you don't sacrifice some, I do fasting like I was young, 19, 18, I fast and I pray. And I'm telling you, Israelite people pray, a lot of people pray. Bro, you can't tell me God is real. A lot of the Bible already told you there's gonna be war against nations. and
Ian,
it's
my
already
love,
happening.
this has to
Yeah.
be self-harm now. This has to qualify as self-harm.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, actually.
Make sure you-
no.
Yeah, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. If you're enjoying our suffering, try to fill that bar up at least one full time. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well if you never want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. All that yelling is my voice fucked, so.
Gotta lubricate.
What the fuck? But just keep on double tapping on that screen. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Even the people with the fucking cross in their name, the person whose cross, that's crazy. The person whose name is just the cross was like Ian destroyed her W Ian.
No, literally, while she was talking, there was a Christian that was like, as a Christian, please drop her.
Good evening.
Hey, good evening to you as well. I mean, it's like 2:58, but
I live in England.
okay. Oh, kind of an L, not gonna lie. So, how old are you?
19.
Okay, and what religion?
Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
The Big Bang Theory.
You think that that's evidence for God?
Yeah.
Why?
So simply because in the Bible it states that God says that let there be light in on the second day. So
Yeah, I mean, the Bible also says that the Earth is older than the sun. That's not true. It says that outer space is water. That's not true. It says that all all like humans came from just two humans. That's not true. So it says lots of like falsities. I mean, if you're making a million claims, it also says that like the Earth is flat. So why would I believe, like, if it's making like a million different guesses, I hope it'd get some right. That's just statistically probable.
What verse does it say the Earth is flat?
Yeah, let's find that for you. I think it's the book of Job. Yeah, Job 38:14. The earth changes like clay stamped by a seal.
Where's that saying it's the Earth is flat?
Oh wait, so the earth takes shape like clay under a seal. So do you know what like clay under a seal? You know like those seals that you put on letters?
No.
Like those little like they're like red wax.
No.
You
have
melt
no idea.
wax. You melt wax. You pour it on top of the part of the envelope that flaps over, and then you grab like a piece of metal and you can stamp a symbol into it. Like you know the Harry Potter letter,
Yeah.
like the invitation to Hogwarts
yeah,
with
yeah,
the red
yeah,
circle on
yeah,
it.
yeah,
That.
Yep. Yeah, so it's saying that the earth takes shape of like that.
But you gotta be careful because the Bible uses metaphor a lot. So although it may sound like he's claiming that the Earth is flat, perception is very key in the Bible. Obviously, I couldn't explain to you what he means exactly by that, but you have to be very careful with the way you interpret the words that are said in the Bible.
Yeah, unfortunately, that just undermines your argument fundamentally, because the argument that you want to present is that, well, sometimes the Bible is speaking literally, like when it says, like, let there be light, that's all literal. But when it says, like, well, the earth is flat, that's just a metaphor. So you want to have it both
No.
ways. Like, all the things that agree with your theory, with science, you want to say that's real and the Bible really got that right. And then all the things that disagree with science, you want to say, well, those are just metaphors.
No, because the Bible uses metaphor and is literal at the same time.
How do you know which is which?
I couldn't tell you.
So how do you know that this is a metaphor?
Because some are clearly like very obviously metaphors and some are clearly not.
So why is
Okay,
this
so
one?
then what is the criteria for it being a metaphor? And how does this passage meet the criteria?
Because obviously the Earth is not flat.
Yes, the earth is not flat, and the Bible is claiming that it is, which is a contradiction we're trying to point out. You're claiming it's a metaphor, though. So what is the criteria for a biblical metaphor? Right, so then what about it makes it a metaphor? You're just saying it is a metaphor because it's obvious. But what is making it obvious to you?
Well, the fact that metaphors used a lot in the Bible.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that this particular passage is a metaphor. You're just saying that the Bible contains metaphors. What about this makes it obvious that it's a metaphor?
Because the way he speaks about, he's using a hot wax to describe the Earth. That doesn't mean he's calling the Earth flat.
Okay, so a hot wax seal is flat.
Yes.
And
Okay.
he is referring to the earth as a wax seal. What is true about a wax seal that is also true about the earth? Nothing, exactly. But he is saying there is. And the only other thing you could draw is that it's flat. Because it's not red, and they didn't state a specific color that the wax seal was. He's not saying that the earth is literally wax that was pressed. So what other conclusion can be drawn? Unless you think he's saying the earth is made of wax, because that's not.
I wouldn't know.
Okay, so is God a perfect communicator?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a perfect metaphor.
But I'm like not fully equipped with the knowledge of understanding of the Bible.
If he's a perfect communicator, it should just be self-evident. You should be able to read like one or two verses around it and just like know automatically and be in like awe of like the brilliance of the metaphor. But it's like there's no metaphor here. You can read the entire book, you wouldn't find a metaphor.
But what's the context around the verse?
Yeah, we can read the context around the verse if you want. Job, okay. So for 14, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place, so that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it? It is changed like clay under the seal, and it is dyed like a garment. Light is withheld from the wicked, and their uplifted arm is broken.
When you teacup, we can't hear you, sir. You have to come back.
Yeah, this person might be looking it up on their own, so while we wait for that, and if you're talking, we can't hear you. You got to be back on the TikTok app specifically,
Yeah.
but make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Try to get this live up to 200k likes. Doing all that good stuff. Dropping the follow. Oh, did he fucking leave? He did leave.
Oh.
Okay. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair. Scrambled like an omelet. Reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles absolutely shattered. You will never debate again. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, and or Quran. You have an argument which does not involve personal experience, and you're 18 or older. So just keep on double tapping that screen, dropping a follow to both me and to Sam. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. What's up? How's it going?
Yeah, what's good? Like, I just got
Yeah.
a question. Why do y'all not think God is real?
Wait, I have two questions for you first. One, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2006.
And how old were you when 9/11 happened?
What you mean?
How old were you when 9/11 happened?
I wasn't even alive.
Okay. Yeah. And what religion?
I'm Christian.
Okay. So the reason why I don't think God is real is just because I think that if God is real, then everything is morally permissible. And we can demonstrate this with like a simple example. So when a kid is drowning in a pool, does God have the power to save this kid?
No.
God doesn't have the power to save it, then he's not all powerful. Then I don't believe in God because he's not all powerful.
I mean, he chooses to limit his power. That's why he gave us the free will to do what we want.
So he be watching kids drown and shit? That's crazy.
How?
Doesn't sound like an all good God to me. He just be up there watching them drown, huh? They be flailing their arms and shit. And he just be looking at them.
So y'all really think that God isn't real because he physically can't help people that are in trouble?
Well, wait,
Well, if
so
he
if,
physically can't, that means he's not all powerful, which is a contradiction. But if he
Yeah.
can, he chooses not to, and that means he's not all good, which is another contradiction. So you're fucked either way. You just get to pick in which way you're fucked, which I mean,
Yeah.
fair. I like doing that too, but that's not going to help you in the argument.
All right.
so do you think that God is all powerful?
Yes.
Okay, so then God has the power, presumably, to save this kid from drowning.
Well, he can't really just say save that kid because if he was if he was actually a physical person, I feel like he would save that kid. But since he's just wandering, you feel me? Like he's just spiritually attached to us. So no, I feel like he can't save people physically, but he can most definitely save them mentally or emotionally.
Does
spiritually.
God have the power to bring, to teleport a bunch of water onto the earth?
No.
Oh, then the contradiction is just that it says that there was a flood, but God doesn't have the power to bring a flood about.
God sounds kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
My fault, guys. I'm head out now. Y'all have a good day, alright?
All right. Yeah, you as well. You as well.
You too. Bye bye.
Damn. I'm so sad that argument. The argument unfolds like really well. That just that if God has good reason, like God is like morally justified in not helping this drowning child, then we are also morally justified in not helping this drowning child, which is just insane. That's the place that I'm trying to bring the argument to, but nobody's
No
been
one
able
gets
to.
there.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there, but yeah, it unfolds nicely, I think.
Agreed. That was
but-
very quick work.
Yeah. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff. As we go to the next guest, if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. What's up, Daniel?
Oh, what's up? I don't know if I qualify then because you said the God of the Bible.
Bible, Torah, or Quran.
Oh yeah, I don't go by any book written by man.
Okay, well, I mean, good for you, but I am only looking for people who satisfy that criteria. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. How's it going, Rotten? You had to return to the app right now. Come back, Rotten. You can't run.
You've been summoned.
You can't run. You're not going to get away from this.
How menacing.
Oh, fuck. I might have fucked up. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Oh wow, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Rambo, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you have like headphones or something? You have like an echo, just a bit of one.
No. You
That's
can-
fine. It should be fine. It should be fine.
And then, are you sure?
Yeah. And what religion?
I'm Christian.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Just real quick, is there any background noise that you can hear?
Not from you, but there probably is some from me because I have like a fan on.
Okay.
From
no,
on mentioned.
I'm just watching something right now. That's what.
Okay.
The strongest point, or for me, the biggest thing that separates any other religion, and just the proof of God is just the life of Jesus. For me, what are your opinions on it?
On so you're just like vaguely gesturing to the Bible, just like the evidence that God is real is just the Bible.
Yeah, that's what I believe in. Yeah.
Okay.
But you said
So
a good point.
so what's your evidence that the Bible is true?
The life of Jesus.
The life of Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about it?
What about Christ? Are you not sure that he was a real person?
Well, I think he's a real person. I'm just wondering what the evidence is that he's the son of God.
That he is the son of God? It says it in the Bible itself that he is the son
Gotcha.
of God.
Okay. Can you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
No.
You have no idea? Ugh, really trying to get it to work.
I don't know why.
Dag
Yeah. You have no ideas?
Not really. No, I'm not paying attention to my phone right now.
Yeah, you're not much of an electrician. It's okay. So in order to prove the Bible, you need to cite something other than the Bible. It doesn't make sense to say that the Bible is true because of this other thing in the Bible. Because in order for the Bible to be true because of this other thing in the Bible, that other thing itself would have to be true, which I'm sure you would just rely on like the Bible being
Christ,
true.
Christ is in the Bible, but he was an actual person that other people cited for him to be in there.
Yeah, I agree that
You
Christ
would
actually
say that
existed.
he
I
was.
don't think that he was the son of God.
Why don't you think that?
There's no evidence.
There is. There was over 12 disciples who died for his name, that got crucified.
Oh,
that
and
got
where can I
martyred.
read about them dying for his name?
Yeah. You have
According
Peter.
to who?
Peter. It's in the Bible. It's written.
It's in the Bible, the thing that you're trying to prove.
Yeah, but there was also people who were not Christians that ended up following Christ, that ended up dying for his
And
name.
where can I read about these people?
I mean, in the Bible, yeah.
In the
but-
Bible, the
Oh
thing you're
my
trying to
God.
prove.
Oh my
So do you have
God,
any
this
evidence that
hurts.
isn't from the Bible that proves that the Bible is true?
No, that doesn't make any sense. It's like asking me about a book, and then you're asking me about the information that's in the book, and you're
Well,
asking.
yeah.
me
So
about-
let's say we had like a textbook about like
Okay, so-
ravens or something, and it was like, well, ravens look like this. They have a beak like this. They can be found in these areas. And then you go to those areas and you see a raven who has a beak like that and looks like that. You would verify that the book is true.
Yes. Okay, so you can pick a topic then. Did you hear what I said or no?
No, you cut out.
Oh, I did. Oh, my bad. Okay, then you can pick a topic and then we'll go off from there.
Okay. Why doesn't God save kids who are drowning in pools?
Free will.
Whose free will?
Man's.
Oh,
Like
okay.
God-
Wait.
God
So,
allowed.
free will to do what?
Free will is, what do you mean?
Free will
to
for like a
drown?
toddler to drown in a pool?
Well, a toddler has parents, right?
Well, yeah, but let's say that they got into the pool because their parents were like cooking dinner or whatever. Didn't see them.
Okay. But then that's free will of man to allow a toddler to be near a pool. God's not responsible for how man acts alone.
Wait, so let's say that I'm an onlooker and I see this toddler in the pool. Can I leave the toddler to drown because the free will of the parents?
No, that's your free will. What do you mean?
Well, wait, but wouldn't I be undermining the free will of the parents by saving the toddler?
No, but that's the whole thing about free will is that you can do whatever you want. That's the whole
So
thing.
if the toddler drowns, it's just because of the parents' free will.
Yeah, the parents said
But
they can
but
live and
the
eat,
parents' free will is not undermined by me not allowing the effects of their free will to happen.
What?
Does God have like a good moral reason for not saving these kids?
No.
God doesn't wait. So then God is morally unjustified in terms of the death of these kids.
God's idea of free will was to allow man to do whatever he wants after the story. Well, I can't say the story because you said I can't cite the Bible.
Well,
So-
you just need to prove that the Bible is true, of course.
I mean, thousands of people have also died for the Bible, but I mean, I can't.
They're
also say that
martyrs
because
of every religion.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. But also, every religion isn't on the same level as the Bible is in terms of what it talks about and how you're supposed to follow God and the commandments that it has and all the other rules and regulations.
No, that's fine. I mean, I don't think that any of them are true.
And why do you say that?
So I don't think that any of them are true just because I have no evidence.
You have no evidence. So what do you have on evidence that anything is true?
Oh, well, when I feel happy just by the experience of feeling happy.
And what's the evidence behind that?
Well, it's just self-evident that when I feel happy, that I feel happy. It's just a thing that I experience.
Okay. And so what's the evidence that the people who saw Christ are not?
I don't think that anyone saw Christ resurrect.
You don't... Wait, say that again?
Because it didn't happen.
Unless
didn't
you have
happen at
evidence to
all.
the contrary.
Wait, what'd
Do
you
you
say?
have do you have evidence to the contrary?
Yeah, the people that died for Christ, yes.
Yeah, and
People die
according
for
to
things
who?
all the time.
Yeah, exactly. But people don't die for no reason. People were being persecuted for their beliefs. No
Yeah,
one
wait. So
died
which
because-
historical document that isn't the Bible can I read about this in?
Ooh, that's gonna be a tough question.
Otherwise, you're just saying that the Bible is true because the Bible is true.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can't even lie. You have a good point. There's definitely evidence out there. I'm kind of busy though. I'm doing something at the same time. I can't lie though. Before I was not on the same level within my faith as I am now, so I'm definitely learning. I also wanted to debate because this is my first time I've ever actually like talked about other people with the Bible. And, like I always see you guys on my TikTok feed. To be honest, I always see like you debating.
Hey.
And I was always just thinking about like anytime like you would say a point, I'd be like, dang, how can I try and rebuttal against that? I would like it if you could have someone more experienced than me on your live.
Well,
I
you're
feel
much
like
better
you
than
don't-
any of the other guests we've gotten today. All these other people have been like deeply unwell, and it seems like you have at least like some responses.
No, I mean, yeah, but I'm still not. I've only been following the Bible for about, like, really been in my faith for 2 years, which is nothing compared to the people that are actually, like, I'm talking about, like, people like Sam, I forget his last name. He's really good. Cliff is really good. I would really like to see you debate Cliff because Cliff has gone. You know who he is?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Okay, if I really want to see you talk to him, and I want to see like what he would say, because obviously for me, I mean, I'm kind of a noob right now. I can't even lie. Like you guys are kind of getting me, and I mean, good points, but I don't know how to go against it. Like I said, never debated against people. But
Yeah, that's fine. Do you want? I'll give you like a real easy one. If so, why do we have cancer? Why doesn't God fix cancer?
why doesn't God fix cancer?
Yeah, or like why would He design our anatomy in a way that allows us to get cancer at all?
Well, ooh, that's another thing that I have. I feel like cancer is also man-made from what they give us in food. That's a big thing for me. And I think that goes also with free will and people being like cutting corners and being greedy, like commercial products and stuff like that. You see that a lot in America. I don't live in America anymore. I live in Europe now, and it's vastly different from how they treat people in their society versus abroad. Because I feel like America is just like capitalistic society.
That's true, but do you so the reason why this is going to fall apart is just because we have like dinosaur bones that have cancer in them. So you would have to, you're kind of caught between like a rock and a hard place where you either have to say like, well, science isn't true, so you know the dinosaur bone is like no problem for me, in which case you look kind of crazy and like it's, you know, I don't know, it's just not very good. Or you need to like concede that that you actually don't have like a good explanation for this, that like cancer is not man-made, and you need to give an account of why God would make cancer.
I mean, isn't it, cancer is just naturally in our bodies? I'm not saying that we're given cancer like just from food itself. I'm saying food helps. It can worsen like our cancer symptoms in general.
Yeah. Why would God design our bodies in a way where cancer is a thing that we can have?
Yeah, that's why we have white cells that fight against cancer.
But why would God make just like a no cancer world? Why wouldn't God just prefer the no cancer world?
I mean, there's some things that like we can't understand in general, right? Like we're not created in a way that we can understand everything and anything. Like,
so, if you had the cure for cancer, would it be moral to not like provide the cure for cancer?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, you have the cure, yeah, you can give it. But
Yeah.
then again, God isn't on Earth, right?
Yeah, but so if God has good reason for allowing cancer to exist on Earth, then that means that someone with the cure for cancer could be justified in saying, well, if God has good reason, then I guess I also have good reason for not providing the cure for cancer.
I mean, I've heard people do have the cure for cancer, though. That's the thing. And a lot of people have been, I mean, that's just another conspiracy theory if I talk about it, but I heard a lot of people have been killed for having the cure for cancer.
No, I don't think there's any evidence of that.
I don't know. There's a bunch of people who have also created different things that went against what the government had in mind, and yeah, they're not exactly here with us anymore. But
Well, to remain on topic,
yeah, because we're kind of
would it be moral for this person that has a cure for cancer to just be like, well, if God made cancer, there's a good reason for that we have cancer, so I'm just not going to give it to anyone.
no, absolutely not.
Okay, so then why is it okay for God to create cancer and just allow that shit to fester when He could have just made us without the capability of developing cancer?
I mean, because that's the world that we're in. It's just and uncruel. I mean, everyone. Hold on, oops, my phone just. Oops. Because that's the world that we live in. I mean, everyone. Hold on, oops, my phone just. Oops. Because that's the world that we live in. I mean, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, much better than 5 seconds ago, even.
Yeah, that was a little terrifying.
That was really bad. I said because that's like the world that we live in. It's just and uncruel. I mean, it's always been like that since even before Christ was on Earth. It was always bad, slavery and people mistreating one another, and you know.
Why would God make for that to be the case?
Well, that was, I can't say the Bible again, but that's just what the whole point of free will was. The whole point of free will was to give people the option to help one another or to do as they please, and to ultimately choose God in a way where you can't just say like, oh, I believe in God and that's it. It's like, okay, do your actions also align up with that? Are you
Okay.
actually not if
Do you
you are
think
a good person?
do you think it undermines our free will if God gave us like desires or took desires away? Do you think that that would alter free will?
Can you say that again? Sorry, I couldn't.
So would we still have free will if God like messed with our desires to make us like desire a certain thing or not desire a certain thing? Would that mess with free will?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. So then, if it wouldn't mess with free will, or so if it would mess with free will for God to alter our desires, so to me intuitively, then the existence of free will itself would just be an argument for why God isn't real, because we could have just been like perfectly imbued with this like desire for knowledge. We instead of like having free will at all, God could have just given us like this desire to learn true things, and then we could have just all come to the understanding of God, not because he like forces us to, but because we all just go out into the world wanting to learn true things, so we all inevitably come to the conclusion that God is real, because in this world like that would be a true thing, so then everyone like loves and worships God just because they love true things. But that would be like a no free will world where everyone gets salvation for reasons other than God forcing them.
Yeah, that's true. But do you think that there is something out there that is undermining you and changing your beliefs or your desires, to alter them? Do you think there's another force or some other being out there that can do that?
That's a complex question. I don't know.
For instance, like if you are thinking about doing one thing and then your mind gets altered by something else, do you think that's the result of like another person, or do you think there's something inside of your head that can change your thoughts?
I mean, I'm a determinist, so I mean, I think that all of our desires come from like either things that are internal to us, like other desires that we have, or like things that are external to us. So I mean, I'm not, in my personal worldview, I don't really believe in free will, but
Okay. Where do you think your desires come from?
I think that it's probably just going to reduce down to like brain states or brain functions, that there's it makes evolutionary sense why we would be driven towards specific things.
Okay, I see people are also saying environment in the comments, which are true. That's true. But you don't think that there's something that, for anyone, I'm not going to say like, if you are in a normal physical and mental state, you don't think that your mind can be altered by something else? If you're a good person, for instance, and then your mind tells you to do something else, you don't think that's the result of, good versus evil?
Can it resolve good versus evil? Maybe, but then I'm of the opinion that what you do is just the thing that you desire most to do. That if you desire to do the evil thing more than you desire not to do the evil thing, then you're going to do the evil thing. But if the opposite is true, if you desire not to do the evil thing more than you desire to do the evil thing, then you're just not going to do it. Either way, all of your actions are just going to be determined by your desires, and your desires are largely going to be determined by your environment. They come of one of two places, either internally or externally. But if you trace the chain of like internal stuff back, eventually it becomes external.
Okay, so what about the people who grew up in terrible environments and had a change of heart? Where does that come from?
I think that also just comes from like some environmental factor, that internally they experienced like some hardship and they decided that they didn't want to experience some hardship. They desired to make the change more than they desired to not make the change, probably because they felt the effects of the change, or the effects of like their environment, like the harshness of it, which motivated them to make the change.
Okay, so for people that grew up bad and decided to have a heart of change, you think that's just because it's from like experience and what they saw?
Yeah, I think that that's a plausible explanation, yeah.
Okay. And do you think these experiences came about from just life itself, just naturally, or do you think that maybe something was... Do you believe that people are put into your life for a reason?
No. I'm a naturalist, so I don't believe in anything supernatural.
Okay, so just stuff just occurs just because it does. It just is.
Well, yeah, just that, like, if you get down to it, there's like the laws of physics in the universe, and that's truly, thank you so much, I appreciate that. Big W, truly cosmic beauty. If you're not following her as well, truly is great.
She's so pretty.
Wait, so do you fuck, I forgot what we were talking about. Free will.
Experience.
No, I don't think people are put into our lives for a reason. No, certainly not.
Okay. And have you ever read the Bible yourself, or were you ever raised in any particular religion?
Yeah, I've read it, and I was raised Christian. Yeah.
What denomination of Christianity?
I don't know. I think one of my parents was I was baptized, so I think Catholic.
I mean, you can be baptized just like in general.
I think one of my parents is Protestant, one of them is Catholic, so I don't know.
Okay. And when did you leave?
When I was like 14.
14. How old are you?
23.
Okay. I'm just wondering, honestly.
Yeah.
What did you see within the church itself that made you change your mind on why God isn't real?
Well, what made me change my mind wasn't like, well, you know, like the priests were terrible or whatnot. Everyone in the church was like nice enough. The problem was that none of it made sense. It was illogical. That's what made me change my mind.
Okay, and was your mind altered by people and what you saw? Or was it just like you woke up one day and you're like, doesn't make any sense?
Well, yeah, like one day my friend asked me if God could make a rock that's so heavy he couldn't lift it, and then the religion just collapsed.
So because of someone else, your faith automatically went down.
Yeah, I mean it was like clearly nonsense. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean I only ask that because that's like 99% of the reason why people end up leaving religion, or they end up joining. To be honest, it's either or.
People join because it doesn't make sense?
No. Because other people alter their mind.
Yeah, maybe.
Sway their opinions on it, and that's honestly why I got into it, because of Cliff. I mean, I saw all his videos, and he was arguing people the same type of arguments that you guys are making, and I don't know, when he started talking, it just clicked for me. But to each their own, I guess, and you know, everyone, like I said, has free will, and if people choose not to believe in it, then that's really it.
Well, okay, wait. So if you want to, first of all, if Cliff got you into it, you should watch the debate between Matt Dillahunty and Cliff on YouTube. Cliff gets like embarrassed really badly in this debate. He just gets steamrolled by Matt. A couple of years ago, I think.
Okay.
It's on Modern Day Debates, I believe.
Where did he get steamrolled?
Yeah, he got steamrolled on the resurrection.
Okay. Do you remember what points he made?
Yeah, just that Cliff was unable to actually credibly assert that the Bible, or that Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John were written by the people that they're ascribed to.
That was just like the main point.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's like kind of with anything, honestly. We don't know what's going to be ultimately true, right? Unless there's like as much evidence as possible behind it. Like we don't know George Washington was real.
We do. We have his writings.
Yeah, we have his writings, but who knows who actually wrote it?
Yeah, so the way we determine whether something is historical is just based on the totality of evidence. The totality of evidence would suggest that George Washington is real because we have, like, you know, we have his writings, and then we have writings about his writings. Like, we have, like, the writing of, like, a speech, and then we have someone else's account of that speech, or, like, multiple people's accounts of that speech, and the responses to it, and all of it coheres together, which would indicate that all of this was, like, written by various individuals, like, probably the people that they're ascribed to.
I mean, we also have people that have written about the Bible, right, and their own experience and etc. And you can also argue the fact that people didn't like Jesus. No one really liked him. They were trying to kill him for a long time. They were persecuting after him because of his beliefs, and because at the time he was swaying people away from the Roman Catholics. He was trying to get them away from their government and have them follow his own ways. You could argue also that they were trying to get rid of his writings and to make it seem like he was credible, right?
Maybe, but then your view is just unfalsifiable. Like you're just giving an elaborate explanation for why you can't provide evidence.
I mean, it's just with anything, right? Like,
no.
If something's going to be altered, it's always going to be complicated. Just like you said, it was complicated based off of like people like experiences and why things happen and so on and so forth. That's just a complicated explanation of why you can't explain it.
No, it's just like a very like elaborate like my dog ate my homework. You know, I can't. I wish I could provide you all these documents. Unfortunately, I can't for like all of these reasons.
Okay. I mean,
I can't accept the evidence that you can't give me.
there's a lot of things that are just really complicated that we'll never understand. And I think that's just how we are as just people in general. Not gonna
Okay.
have everything, but
Well, do you have anything else, or should we move on to the next guest?
no, you guys can move on. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I
it.
appreciate you coming on up. Yeah.
Bye bye.
Steph, thank you so much for the hand heart. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. You believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Logan, what's up? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good. I've got a bit of a cold though, so please forgive me for my voice.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Birth year?
2001, December 20th.
December 20th, 2001.
Yeah, I can show you my ID if you like.
No, that's okay.
No, yeah,
That's okay.
that checks out.
Yep. So, what religion are you?
Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
For me, it'd be the resurrection.
Okay. What's the evidence for the resurrection that doesn't come from the Bible?
Not from the Bible. You could look at Josephus, but I
Yeah.
would actually argue that the Bible would not be circular reasoning.
Oh, sure. Wait, so which one do you want to do? Do you want to go down like the Josephus route, or do you want to go down like citing the Bible isn't circular?
That the Bible is not circular.
Okay, let's do that. So why is citing the Bible to prove the Bible not circular reasoning?
Because they're all individual books written across different continents. Mark wrote his in Greek, Matthew wrote his in Ethiopia, and John wrote his in Asia.
Yeah, but if your citation for why like Genesis is true is because of like John, and why John is true is because of like Luke, and you never actually have anything external to it, then it is circular still. So, I mean, we can run down this route if you want, but it's just going to be circular with a couple extra steps.
No, I'd argue that when they were being persecuted from all different people, and they were when they wanted to have something that would last longer than them, and they were writing all these things down. They wrote these things, and all of their stories matches up. And we know that they wrote them through, like you said, when you mentioned George Washington, well, we have early church fathers, and I'm an apostolic holist. So when we go to the Book of Irenaeus, we know that these people wrote these places in these places.
Okay, yeah. So let's talk about the. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, you went on mute. Did you mean to, or were you still talking?
Oh yeah, I was just going on mute so you could talk.
Oh, sure. So the question. So you're making the assertion. Whoa! Thank you so much, Nick. Big W, Nick. That's awesome. I've never seen one of those before. That's so cool. Huge W, Nick. I appreciate the hell out of that. Let's get a W, Nick spam going in that comment section. Okay, so let's talk about the contradictions that are present in the Gospels. Was Jesus executed on the preparation day for Passover like it says in John, or was he executed on Passover like it says in Matthew, Mark, and Luke?
He was executed on the Friday, and his meal, he had his Passover meal before, because he didn't have time with his disciples, because he was, I believe it's a 2-week festival. I'm not too familiar with Jewish traditions, but I believe it's a 2-week festival celebrating when they were freed from Egypt. And he had his on Wednesday. He had his meal on Wednesday because he wasn't going to be around.
Okay, so then you think that John is wrong?
No, like I think he had his meal before, and then when we look at, I don't know, I think it's Luke. It might be John when he was talking to Pontius Pilate. It might even be Mark. They were waiting for after their meal on the Friday. But for the Jewish traditions, I'm not too familiar on. But he would have had an earlier meal.
So he had it on Passover, not the preparation day for Passover.
Yeah, he had it on the Wednesday.
Oh, sure. Not, yeah, gotcha. Yep. So not the preparation day.
No, not the preparation day.
Okay, so then, yeah, so then you disagree with John.
What's the verse for John?
John 19:14.
John 19:14. Can I have 2 minutes, please?
Yeah, take you 2 minutes. Yep, go for it.
I could be the one of your new addiction. It's all in my head, but I want non-fiction. I don't want the world, but I'll take this city. Who can blame a girl? Call me hot, not pretty. Baby, do you like this beat? I'm made it so you sleep with me. It's like 199 degrees when you're doing it with me.
Sorry, what's the sorry to interrupt the good singing. What was the verse for Matthew and Mark?
For them saying that it is Passover. Yeah, let me get that for you.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. One day I will make Chapel Roan my wife. And I stand on that. Oh my gosh,
Mark,
thank you so much, Nick.
Wait, okay, when is this? So, Mark... 15... Okay, so what is this? This is Luke 23:34. Okay, crucified on criminals. Wait, okay, but
You, another song. I am not a jukebox. Sing for me. Damn. Sorry.
yeah, yeah. Let's get another one going.
I can give y'all some Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, please.
Boy toy named Troy used to live in Detroit. Big dope dealer money, he was getting some coins. Wasn't shootouts with the Lord, but he lived in a palace. Bought me Alexander McQueen, he was keeping me stylish. Now that's real, real, real. Gun in my purse, bitch, I came dressed to kill. Who wanna go first? I had him pushing daffodils. I'm high as hell, I only took a half a pill. I'm on some dumb shit. By the way, what'd he say? He could tell I ain't missing no meals. Come through and fucking with my auto bill. Let me eat with his grill. He keep telling me to chill. He keep telling me it's real. He love my sex appeal. He don't like a bunny. He was something he grabs. So I pull up in a jab and I hit him with the jab like dun 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 dun. Why? My anaconda don't. My anaconda don't. My anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. And speaking of, as a queer, my DMs are open.
That's crazy. That's funny. Say version of Friday. Yeah, wait. Are you interested in like a University of Chicago article on it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just like this, penelope.uchicago.edu. Specifically, the article is titled "The Death of Jesus." Says, but there's a difference between the accounts in the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, so named because they share a similar narrative in contrast to John. Jesus is said to have been crucified and died after the Passover meal on what then was Passover Day, Nisan 15. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. In the Gospel of John, Jesus dies before the Passover meal while the meal was still being prepared. The question is whether Jesus died before or after this Last Supper and whether it truly was a Passover meal. So I guess like the death of Jesus specifically.
The Last Supper wouldn't be the Passover, but he would have had an earlier Passover, which would be the new Passover. There's an article on this by, let me see who wrote it.
Death of Jesus is on Passover Day.
I don't think this has an authorship on it. Let me go to the bottom.
Whoa, holy fuck. That's so cool. Shrimp, thank you so much for the gift. I appreciate that.
God
That's incredible.
damn.
Big W Shrimp. I've literally never seen that one before.
damn.
That's sick as fuck. Thank you
Damn.
so much. I appreciate that.
You're gonna be rich.
Yeah.
It's
Appreciate
Dr.
it.
Jim. But whether Dr. Jim is even a real person, I don't know, because this is made on WordPress. Even I have a WordPress account. But he writes further that the Passover, the Last Supper, isn't a Passover, but was moved forward because Jesus was aware that he was about to be crucified.
That I'm sorry, wait. So the events are what? That it was moved. That Passover day was moved forward.
Yeah, so it would have been the Last Supper would have been the new Passover, which would you like me to read out the whole thing?
Wait, but was he? So I assume that this is just like a month, but yeah, the month of Nisan, or I don't know if it's Nisan. Fuck. Hopefully, someone who's more knowledgeable can correct me. But it says that Nisan, or that was he? So did he die on Nisan 14 or Nisan 15?
I don't know what a Nisan is. I'm not Jewish.
Oh, okay. So, because in John, so in all four, he's crucified on the day or on preparation day for Passover. But in John, he dies before Passover, before the start of Passover. But in Mark, Matthew, and Luke, he dies after. So, did he die on Nisan 14, like it says in John, or in Nisan 15, like it says in Mark, Matthew, Luke?
Let me read John chapter 19 quickly, and I'll get back to you.
Yep.
And if it's confusing, think of Nisan as a month, like June. While we have this brief intermission, if you have money, you should give us your money because we're really hot and sexy. And I think you should give hot and sexy people your money.
True.
But only if you're financially stable enough, because as a poor, I do not want other poors giving me money because that would not be conducive to your well-being.
Retweet.
Right?
Yeah, you gotta take care of yourself.
Yes. Exactly.
What verse does it say it was before the Passover?
For which part?
For John, because I know there was the trial, and then but from my understanding, it was after the Passover.
Wait, so let's just read John 19. Okay, wait. So Pilate took Jesus and had him flogged. Soldiers twisted together a crown of thorns, put it on his head. They clothed him with robe and went up to him again and again, saying, "Hail, King of Jews!" Blah 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 blah. Pilate came out. Look, blah 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 blah. When Jesus came out wearing the crown of thorns, but robe, Pilate said to them, "Here he is, the man." As soon as the chief priests and their officials saw him, they
so much,
crucify, crucify
Elizabeth.
Pilate. You take him and crucify him. As for me, I have no base to charge him. The Jewish leaders insisted. We have a law, and according to the law, he must die because he claimed to be the Son of God. When Pilate heard this, he was more afraid, and he went back inside the palace. Where do you come from? He asked Jesus, but Jesus gave him no answer. Blah 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 blah. Wait, actually no. There's like an even better verse. On 1931, it says, so this is after the death of Jesus. Jesus dies at 30. 31 says, now it was the preparation day, and the next day was a special Sabbath. So it's still the preparation day when he dies.
Okay, I'm just gonna look at that quick. Can I take another 2 minutes?
Yeah, take another 2 minutes.
I love how people are just in the comments like, Sam is poor. Oh, and thank you on the behalf of Ian, Elizabeth, for the dino. It was very, very adorable.
And then does Matthew, Mark, and Luke all say it's after the preparation?
Yeah.
Thank you for the
That
$10
it's
on
so
Venmo,
that
Evan.
that just like the trial happens on like the preparation day, and then Jesus is executed like the next morning.
And the preparation day would be Friday.
Yep, I think so. Maybe. Evan, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Evan. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate that. No. Yeah, this person in the comments. Yeah, I do need to. I should have. No, I was really fumbling with verses over here. No, I gotta get better at this one.
Do you know the verse where it says in Mark, Matthew, and Luke that it was before the preparation?
Sure. Let me find that for you.
Ian, after the live, if you want, you can tell me the verses you reference often, and I can make a master doc for you.
Yeah, no, I'd appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay.
Sam, let's get another song.
Fuck. Someone said sing Michael Jackson. I'm not doing that. I would never disrespect the king of pop like that. I got you with some Billie Eilish. Let me think. I love that I'm just a personified jukebox now. Oh, actually, never mind. Period.
Yeah, wait. So I think this is gonna go much quicker. Could you explain? Do you know what the verses are in terms of like the preparation Passover contradiction?
Well, there's a couple of them, and they exist in all of the Gospels. So if you read Matthew, it says that Jesus said to his disciples, "I have longingly desired to share this Passover meal with you." I'm not home right now, but I can get my Bible in a second.
I can look that up for you.
So, does anyone have the internet pulled up?
Yep.
Yeah, just type in Passover in Bible Gateway and click on the book of Matthew.
Yeah.
It should be right around chapter 22, maybe. Because it's after he sends the disciples away to get the preparations.
And is this for the verse related to
Yeah, chapter 26.
Yeah, we'll
verse
cover
17.
Yeah, 26. I have earnestly wanted to eat this Passover
probably-
with you before I suffer.
That's got to be it. Yeah. So the Passover meal happens on the first day of Passover. So the problem is you can't spend the Passover meal with your disciples if you're executed before the Passover, which is the problem because if you read later in the Gospels, they took his body down because it was preparation. They had to prepare for the Passover.
What verse is that when he took his body down?
Yeah, it depends on which gospel you're reading, but I think the Gospel of John mentions that they took his body down because they had to prepare for the Passover. But also in the Gospel, that might be in Luke, in Gospel of John, he actually dies during the Passover to symbolize that he's the Passover lamb. So if he's dying on the first day of Passover to symbolize that he's the Passover lamb, then there's a little bit of a problem because you can't die on the Passover and also share the Passover meal.
John says that it happened on the day of preparation, and then Mark says in chapter 15, verse 42, that it was before the Passover week, which would have been the weekend, which would have been the Saturday on the Sabbath.
That's why I'm saying you can't die prior to the Passover while eating the Passover meal.
No, because we've already established that this was a new Passover. Jesus pushed this one early, and the new Passover isn't the Passover on which everyone else was eating. It was a new one that he brought forward because he wanted to eat with his disciples on Thursday.
Oh no, there's no Passover meal before the Passover meal. I would ask you to find evidence that there was ever two Passover meals.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying on the Last Supper, Jesus said that.
Yeah,
he didn't say this.
The Last Supper was the Passover meal.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Passover meal could not have been eaten by him if he died on Passover, according to John.
No, because he wasn't. Again, it's not the same Passover everyone else is eating. We established that he pushed.
That's what
this
I'm
one
asking
early.
you. Yes, find the evidence that Jesus ate two Passover meals or there was a non-traditional Passover meal.
It would be a non-traditional one because he didn't eat the Passover. Okay, can we have evidence
Okay,
of
so
this?
he called it the Passover meal, even though it wasn't the Passover meal.
Yeah, no, it was the new Passover meal. It's on Nissan 14.
That's not the same thing. So Nissan 14 is just the Passover meal. So a Nissan 13, leading up to the night of the 13th, going into the 14th, that's when you break down the lamb, and then when nightfall comes on Friday, or whichever day of the week it falls on, you eat the Passover meal.
Yeah, you do know that the day starts in Jewish tradition, in the Jewish reckoning, the day starts at sunset. So the day would have started at on that Thursday, and he would have had an earlier, like I said, the earlier Passover meal because he knew he was going to pass.
Nope. There's no
Do you
early
mean that-
Passover meal. There's only one Passover meal.
Yeah, and I said he pushed this one earlier.
Right. He didn't though.
Well, I mean, he did. All of them say that they had a meal before.
I'm home now. Let me get my Bible.
Bro got the receipts.
Okay, so in Matthew 26, it says, on the first day of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus saying, "Where do you want us to make preparations for you to eat the Passover?" So the first day of unleavened bread is the daytime of the first day of Passover. The meal happens at nighttime. So this is the first day of Passover. You cannot have a Passover meal that was before the first day of unleavened bread, because the book says it was the first day of unleavened bread.
Yeah, we've been through this. The Last Supper was him pushing the Passover before, and he was sharing his meal with the disciples.
Wrong. The
So
first day of unleavened bread is the first day of the Passover.
Yeah, and what do you think he had for his Last Supper?
We're not really told. Obviously, he had wine and bread.
Mm. And they
Whether or
got
not
the
he had
preparations
any of the-
because
Whether or not he had any of the traditional Passover food, we're not told, but we can assume he did.
But yeah, so it would have been the Passover. He had the Passover and he called it the new Passover. Well,
He
not
didn't
him
call it the new
specifically. But,
Passover.
no, he didn't specifically. But
Nobody called it the new Passover.
so what I'm looking at on my screen by, and I can find you multiple sources, but they call it the new Passover.
Quote me in the Bible where it says new Passover.
And like I said, it's not from the Bible. I literally just said he didn't
Not in the
specifically say.
Bible. Okay, so we're quoting the Bible here, and the Bible says on the first day of unleavened bread, he sent his disciples to prepare for the Passover meal. The Passover meal is at nightfall on the first day.
Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm not a sola scriptura. I don't take only from scripture. I'm an apostolic holist.
Well, you need to find some sort of evidence from the ancient world that he prepared a different Passover meal, because he says, "I would like to keep the Passover at your house with my disciples."
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Matthew says, "The time is near. I would like to keep the Passover meal at your house with my disciples." The Passover meal.
The Passover meal he had on Thursday, yeah.
No, the Passover meal is the first day.
Yeah. And what day is the first day?
Well, it depends. It falls on a different day every year.
So specifically, like I was saying, I don't know what like part I'm like. Maybe we're having two different conversations. I'm saying he had it earlier because he knew he was going to pass. He did not have it on the Friday. He did not have it on the Saturday. He wasn't even alive then. I'm saying he had the new Passover.
There is no new Passover. Again, you keep saying something that's not true.
So if I was to bring you other early church fathers that agree with me, what would you say to that?
I would say they're as wrong as you are, because I can bring Jewish rabbis that agree with me.
Yeah, sure. If you want to bring your Jewish rabbis, but I follow the early church fathers. I'm an Eastern Orthodox. So I
I
follow.
could care less about your church fathers. If you can't show me in the Bible where it says the thing you want it to say, then I have no reason to believe it.
Well, I'm an apostolic holist. I'm not a sola scriptura. I don't take only from scripture.
Well, I could care less about your church fathers. If the Bible doesn't say it, then I'm not inclined to believe it.
So you're just a sola scriptura then? You don't like? There's no way you can.
I'm an atheist. What I'm saying is that your church fathers, all they have is an interpretation of the text. That's all you have. That's all I have. That's all anyone has. We have the
No,
text.
because,
We can read it
again-
with our own two eyes. So I don't care if your church fathers agree with you. I want to see in the text where the text says the thing.
Yeah, I'm not a sola scriptura. That's not gonna work.
Nobody
And
cares.
with
The question is what's in the text.
okay, and are you gonna let me finish? Like with Apostolic Holiness, we know who wrote these Gospels. We have evidence who wrote these Gospels, and I'm going to take their word and the people who knew these writers over somebody who calls himself deconstruction like it's a personality trait.
Okay, so you don't care what the Bible actually
Oh,
says.
it's getting a little personal, bestie. Are you okay?
Yeah,
He
okay.
doesn't care what the Bible says.
Okay.
Of course I do. I'm just not a sola scriptura. I'm an Apostolic
Okay.
Holinist.
Well, I care what the Bible says. We're talking about whether or not there's a contradiction in the Bible about this particular matter. The question isn't what your church fathers think, it's about what the Bible says.
Yeah, again, like we're going in round in circles. If I'm an Apostolic Holinist and I take from church fathers as well as the Bible, then how is this going to work?
Because the church fathers are quoting the Bible. That's the problem. All the church fathers are providing you is their interpretation of the Bible. You don't need superhuman information to read the Bible.
They would be primary sources of the time and knowing the traditions better than us in Western culture.
And so would the Jews. The Jewish people who left their writings at this time would know their own text better than your church fathers. So your appeal to authority is useless.
So can you give me one Jewish writer at the time who contradicts what they're saying?
You didn't tell me what they said yet.
Okay, so if I get you an early church father, can you get me a Jewish rabbi?
I'm sure I can find you in the Talmud all of the teachings of the Passover. But
Okay.
again, if your church father isn't quoting what the Bible actually says, I don't care what your church father says.
Okay, so if I get you a church father and you get me a Jewish rabbi, we spend 5 minutes and we'll see who comes back with a quote.
Yeah, and I want your church father to say what you said he said. He has to say something about a new Passover meal.
Okay. Are we doing it now, then? 5 minutes?
No, do it right now. You said you got it. I want to hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna get 5 minutes. I'm gonna pull it up for you.
All right, let's I wonder if the rebel rabbi is busy.
I was gonna say.
Available.
'Cause
So-
she cooks.
Yeah, she's pretty good. So I kind of think I know where he's going. He's wrong. He's going to learn it when he gets there. But what he's looking for is he's looking for some information that you can find, probably not even in the early church, but you can find it among some of the Jewish people from the early church, where the people that were pushed far away from the land, that weren't living in Judea, they could eat the meal one day prior to the Passover. But that was never practiced or allowed within the land of Judea. It was only for people who lived far away because they couldn't travel to the land of Judea to share the meal on the appropriate day. And the Gospels clearly say that this is the first day of preparation, so it's not the day before.
No, I'm very interested in hearing what comes back.
You and me both.
I'm curious which one of the church fathers he thinks fixes this problem for him. Probably like Tertullian or Origen, but none of those guys have actual answers from the Bible.
All right, Sam, hit it.
Oh my fucking god. Fuck. My mind goes blank when you do that. Fuck you. No, I lost it, and it's all your fault. I only had one brain cell left to my name anyway, and now you have it rattling around. How dare you?
Oh no.
The audacity.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to startle your one brain cell.
And it was just the one, too. Fuck.
Whoa,
What am I
thank you
gonna do
so much
now?
for the sent subscription. Welcome to the community, everyone who received it. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the sent subscription. That is incredible. I hope I do hope Rebel Rabbi joins. That would be cool.
Yeah, that'd be great. We also have Mark 14:12, where it says, on the first day of unleavened bread, when the Passover lamb was sacrificed, his disciples said to him, where do you want us to go and make the preparations for you to eat the Passover? So it's the first day of the Passover. It's the day that you make your preparations, and then at nightfall, you go ahead and you eat the lamb. There's only 7 days of unleavened bread. That's it. There's not an 8th day.
Yeah, the day starts at sunset, but I'm still getting your church fathers. I found 2 so far. I'm going to find you something in Corinthians again where Paul quotes that every day again is the Sabbath, and we keep every day holy. So I'll be
Saying
like,
every day is the Sabbath is a useless thing for what we're talking about.
Well, no, because we're under the new covenant, and Jesus came and fulfilled a new covenant for us.
That's
and
useless. We're talking about what happened before he died.
Yeah, and you're bringing up a new Passover, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm bringing up what's happening in the actual text.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Passover.
Yes, I want to hear what the church fathers say about the Passover, not about the Sabbath.
Okay, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna bring it up for you.
So is this just like ad hoc, or is there any basis to this? I'm confused. I've never heard anything like this.
There's no scriptural support for this. This is going to be a game of semantics where he's like, well, if every day is the new Passover, then every day is the Passover. It's going to be something silly.
Oh. But doesn't the new covenant only start after Jesus' death? I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, the new covenant would have been upon his death.
But while we're waiting for that, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's try to get all the way up to 250K. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate it. You should be supporting Sam and the Deconstruction Zone as well. I'm pretty sure both of them have ways of supporting them as well.
True. I'm a university. Give me money.
True.
Thank
True.
you.
I'm a full-grown adult. Send your money to Sam and Ian. I've already had to pay for university. I'm good.
Aw,
Carlos, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Carlos! Hail 666! Hail Satan! Big W, Carlos. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
To be clear, Ian and Sam are full-grown adults too. I'm just an old one.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm 20. My life is held together by very low quality string. Give
I
me
get
money.
that.
Thank you. Luckily, actually, I have a full scholarship. I don't have to pay for anything while I'm here. However, the food here, every time I eat it, I am keeled over a toilet, so I have to cook my own meals, which is what I need money for.
Kind of an L.
Very much so. Also, people here, I mean, to be fair, a lot of rich people go here. The tuition after all 4 years is over $250,000. However, you would think that people with money would have been raised with like some manners,
Oh, definitely not.
but then I was like, actually, never mind. Like, people came here not knowing how to do laundry, and they throw food in the bathroom trash can, and they leave used condoms on the fucking floor.
Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Cyber! Hail 666! Hail Satan! You wanted to weigh in on this?
Yeah. So I am Jewish, and something that's important that's mentioned is, they mention a few times in these scriptures a special Sabbath, and the special Sabbath that they're talking about is when Passover and Shabbat fall on the same day.
Right. Yes.
Right. That is referred to as a special Sabbath. There's a few special rules that go with it because they had to try to navigate a way to honor the Passover while also honoring Shabbat. So there's some different rules there. And when they're talking about the preparation day, like the Passover itself doesn't actually have like a preparation day. Shabbat does have a preparation day. Every week we have a preparation day for Shabbat because on Shabbat you're not allowed to cook. You can't use electricity. There's a bunch of rules that we have in order to follow the mitzvah And so the day before the Sabbath, you do a lot of meal cooking, stuff like that, to get you through the Sabbath. And so all the scriptures indicate exactly what Justin is saying, that this is the preparation day for the Sabbath. And we know that the Passover starts on the Sabbath because they're referring to it as a special Sabbath. And that is only for Passover. There's no other holiday that we refer to as a special Sabbath.
And that introduces another contradiction that I don't think we'll have time to get into, because they seem to indicate that there's a time between the Sabbath day and between the first day of unleavened bread in the Gospel of John, because John doesn't have the same timeline as the other three Gospels.
Correct. And even Luke 23 makes it clear when they're pulling him off the cross and they're wrapping him in linen, they make it clear that it's also preparation day, which would have been the day before.
Yeah, it says it was the day of preparation and the Sabbath was beginning, which couldn't be true if the Sabbath fell, if it was a high Sabbath year, there wouldn't be 2 days of preparation. There would just be the 1 day of preparation.
Just to go back to what you said, I'm still bringing it up. I've got 4 tabs open, but yeah, no, John and Mark would have different times.
Yes, and they have different times of his death too. One says that he was still on trial at noon, where the other Gospels say that he was already crucified by 9 in the morning.
Yeah, this would be really obvious. So the Greek and the Jews both had different times. They both measured time differently.
Does God measure time the same?
They're not God.
Okay,
They're
so
different
is noon the same time as 9 in the morning?
No, it's not. But again, these people measure different times. I mean, this is so obvious.
Translators got it wrong. The scholars who translated the text into English got the times wrong.
No, the Jews and the Greeks would have different times. They
Okay,
didn't measure
but
time the
why
same.
didn't the translators get it right then?
The translators? Because they were sticking to the text, because you didn't know the Greek and the Jews had different times.
So
That's not.
the guys with PhDs who translated the text didn't know that noon and 9 were actually the same time, just by different Greek words?
No, they would know that the Greek, Mark, who was a Greek, had a completely different time zone to what John would have had as a Jew. If you want these different time zones and these different calendars, I can bring them up for you as well. But yeah,
I
I'm
don't
already
think you have
reading.
that, actually. I already know your argument. Your argument's bad, which is why all the scholars agree with me that it's just a discrepancy in the time.
Can you name one scholar?
I'm sure I could. I can go to like David De Silva, maybe Bartlett.
De
I can
Silva.
go to my actual study Bible right now, and I can bet my study Bible has a note on it.
Could you show us?
I'm sure I could. Let me open my study Bible, see what it says.
What book or paper did David De Silva write to say that they went by the same time?
David wrote a bunch of books. He might mention it in one of his commentaries or possibly in his introduction to the New Testament.
What specifically does he say, though?
I don't know. I don't have the book in front of me.
Right. So you're appealing to a scholar, but you don't know what he actually says.
I'm appealing to a scholar that I know personally, who's a person that I know in real life because he was one of my professors.
Was it the cultural world of the New Testament?
You have to ask a better question than that. That's a non-meaningful question.
I mean, I'm asking that's when he said it. Did he say it in this speech? Because he gave a. I'm trying to find out what he said, because I think it's quite obvious that the Jews and the Greeks had a completely different time.
Was John a Jew or a Greek?
John would be a Jew and Mark would be a Greek.
Then why does John have to have everything in his gospel explain the Hebrew and Aramaic meaning of things as if he doesn't know?
Because that's his culture. He would have explained it in his language.
Oh, I'm sure. Why was John written in Greek?
It was written in Greek because that was the trade language at the time.
Oh, so John knew Greek and he also knew Aramaic?
Yeah.
He was really highly educated as a fisherman?
Well, no. Obviously, when he was being persecuted, and also he would have been surrounded by Greek people during his persecution, I'm pretty sure, and he would have probably learned other language while being in Asia as well.
I'm sure.
I mean, do you have any evidence that he can't speak Greek?
I have evidence that he didn't even write the book.
Go ahead, what's your evidence?
John chapter 1 and chapter 21, where the authors identify themselves as not John. Verse 24 and 21 says, "This is the disciple who is testifying to these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true." So the "we" is obviously multiple people who are collecting testimonies, some of them from John. There are multiple authors in the Gospel of John. They identify themselves again in chapter 1.
What's the verse?
It's 21:4. Have you never read the book? You didn't know this was in there. Don't get sidetracked on this side note.
I just don't know the verses.
I'm still waiting for your church fathers.
Yeah, I know, but like you also brought this up. I was halfway through explaining it, but then you said something else. So 21,
24.
21, 24.
And let's not forget too that Acts 4:13 states that both Peter and John were uneducated.
Oh, that's a really poor argument because when you look at the word of
So it's
grammatos,
not true again.
no, when you look at the word of grammatos, it has a lexical meaning, so it could mean untrained or unfamiliar. When you say he's illiterate by a speech, it wouldn't really make sense. So if you were to read it in context, and you
Gotcha.
look at
So the
lexical
translators
meaning-
were wrong again.
No, I'm saying that
I
the
love
word
it
would
when
have a
these
lexical
Orthodox
meaning.
Christians always want to claim that the guys with PhDs who translate the book they get it wrong all the time.
Yeah, so it was Dr. Bart Ehrman who mentioned it, and Dr. Bart Ehrman isn't really that smart.
He is trained and he is smart. He's got a
So
PhD. He studied under Bruce Metzger. Do you know Bruce Metzger's nickname in academia?
no.
His nickname is the Godfather of Biblical Greek. That's how good he was.
Okay, and he didn't even know that a grammatos had a lexical meaning, which you can
He
find out in
did.
like seconds.
The problem is that you don't know what you're talking about, and the guys with the PhDs do.
So if we were to go into the lexicon meaning, it doesn't say multiple, like it has multiple different meanings.
Bruce Metzger edited the lexicon.
Edited?
Yes.
Like, this is like anyone who speaks Greek can probably bring this up, that it has a lexicon meaning.
Biblical Greek, not modern Greek.
Mm-hmm. And it has a lexical meaning because we can read the verse in context at chapter 4, verse 13.
You're getting endlessly sidetracked because you know you're getting dog walked. Can you stay on one thing at a time?
Well, I mean, you brought this up. I didn't bring this up.
We
With
need
the
you.
utmost respect, it has been more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, it has been more than 5 minutes. We've jumped from one thing to another, and it's partly my fault, but also I don't know his name. Deconstruction wanted to bring this up.
I didn't bring it up. I was just talking to Cyber on a side note while you were looking for your thing. Which
Yeah, no, but it's also
you
a false
haven't found
claim, so
yet.
now you're gonna have to back it up, aren't you?
We're still waiting for you to back up your first claim. We're still waiting for the source.
Yeah, I can bring it up if you. I mean, I can
Go
give you
do
the
it.
source,
We're
but
going to side chat while you're finding your source. You can pay attention to what you're doing, and we can side chat.
yeah, sure. So it was the church history. The full account is in book 5, chapter 23. Church history of Eusebius.
Yes, I've read Eusebius.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I care what Eusebius said in the middle of the 4th century?
Because again, I said I strictly appealed to early church fathers. You said go bring
He's
me
not an
your
early church father.
He's an
4th
early church.
century.
Yeah,
He's
that was being early.
he's 350 years separated from this.
Yes, and through apostolic succession, we would know he'd have links all the way.
I don't care about your apostolic succession.
You wanted me to go get it.
Eusebius, is that your source? I'm sorry, did I miss that?
Well, you wanted me to bring a source, didn't you? Want me
That
like,
is his source.
Oh, well,
If you want, I can go get more, but
what
I
does
mean-
what does Eusebius say about the Passover then?
I mean, I didn't get to read the whole thing because we got sidetracked.
You didn't read any of it.
Well, no, I did because I was reading most of it, and then I think I had about X amount of chapters left, but I didn't get to read through it. Like this has about a lot of chapters to get through.
So is there like just like a section, like a quote perhaps that just
It's not as simple as just one quote. It's not just down to one quote. He would have gone into detail, a lot of detail.
but
Okay, is there a
did he believe in
synopsis of
like
these passages or something?
shit, did he
Like-
believe in like thesis statements? Like
Yeah.
I've got
Can we see
Eusebius's
the
book with me.
argumentation?
Yeah, I've got Eusebius's book with me right now. My translation's by Paul Meyer. What page is it?
It would have been chapter. It was book 5, Church History of Eusebius, book 5, and then chapter 23 all the way going down to chapter 25.
Are you reading it online?
I got two up. Yeah, they're both online. They're both PDF files.
And who did the translation? Are we using the same one?
Let me bring up who did the translation. It's very inconvenient, but I accidentally just deleted the tab. Let me bring it back up. Let me go on history.
A lot of trouble with sources today.
No, like I said, I just accidentally deleted it. Book 5, chapter 23. And then when we're done about this, I can show you the lexicon meaning on a grammatos.
I know what grammatos means. That's what Greek.
Yeah, that's Greek.
Do you know what gramma means in Greek?
Grammar?
Yeah.
Not grammar. I said a grammatos, which has a lexicon meaning.
Yes, it's a combination of two different words.
Yeah, and do you know what a grammatos means?
And do you know what gramma means in Greek?
No, what does it mean?
Do you know it stems from grapha?
No, I didn't know that.
It means
But again,
they don't know how to write. It means they're illiterate. That's why the translations in English say they were illiterate.
No, the translation, the one I'm looking at.
All right, don't get sidetracked. I'll show you in a good Greek lexicon after this.
Okay, so it was chapter 23, was it?
I'm looking at 23 right now. What do you want to read?
If you start reading it, and we'll see if because I don't think you have the
It's
book.
the controversy over Easter. It says, at that time, no small controversy erupted because of all the Asian dioceses thought that the Savior's Passover festival or Paschal festival should be observed according to the ancient tradition on the 14th day of the moon, on which the Jews had been commanded to sacrifice the lamb. Yes, that's what was expected. On that day, it was necessary to finish the feast, no matter what day of the week it might be. In churches throughout the rest of the world, however, it was not customary to celebrate in this way, since according to the apostolic tradition, they maintain the view that still prevails. The feast ends only on the day of our Savior's resurrection. Synods and conferences and bishops were held on this issue, and all were of the opinion in formulating a decree for the church through letters everywhere that the mystery of the Lord's resurrection. This is about the resurrection. Did you not follow this?
Yeah, it goes on for an extra couple of chapters. That's why I was taking.
Wait, so which chapter?
It goes on from chapter 23 all the way to chapter 25.
Yeah, which chapter contains the information that you want it to?
All of it.
You
so
find us the information and we'll read it for you. I'm not going to read the whole chapter on Ian's Live.
That's why I was reading it, and then we got sidetracked. And now
Wait, but you've read it to know that it does contain the information that you are citing it for.
No, I already knew multiple of this for doing research. But
Oh, gotcha. So you haven't read enough of it to actually know that it contains the information that you're referring to.
No, because for this specific verse, I was appealing for early church fathers, but I thought.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we have this right. So you had you said that you were looking for proof of your claim. And you said that you had proof of your claim. And you went to go fetch the proof for the claim somewhere that you do not know the proof actually resides. And we were sitting here waiting for you to do that for the last 15 minutes. And my brain cells have melted in this time. And you haven't even found where it allegedly says that in this entire time. Like the whole time.
Well, no, because I said specifically he didn't care for sola scriptura, so I brought early church. When me and Ian were talking, we were going on a website, and then when it became a 3v1, I was like, okay, well, we can also go to early church fathers that say this. I went to an early, because multiple early church fathers say this, and then we got sidetracked, and then we were talking about lexicon meanings, and he tried to say that Peter and John were illiterate, and he just doesn't even have evidence on that. And now here we are.
Okay, so did the church fathers that you've spoken to never tell you where they got this from? Did they just say it and then you believed it?
No, they would have been apostolic holists who have a link all the way back to Peter and would have followed the traditions of the church made through Peter.
Yeah, we don't believe any of that. I know you believe it, but we don't believe it.
Last time I'm up
If we
here.
don't, if we don't believe the Bible is true, we certainly don't believe that your church fathers have an actual apostolic link.
Okay, and
But
I
it
do.
also
and
wouldn't
that's how
matter.
we're discussing
It also wouldn't matter because the text of the Bible post-date most of the early church fathers.
Yeah, of course it postdates. Like what do you mean it postdates? What you're saying
I
it
mean,
comes after the early church?
I would say the earliest church fathers, like Papias or Clement, we don't have any good manuscripts from before they even existed. Like all of our decent manuscripts that are actually readable come from the late 3rd century.
Oh yeah, no, the readable ones
No,
because
they're not.
papyrus
They're
bears
the size
over
of the
time.
palm of my hand. There's nothing in them.
Paul and Clement both quote the scripture.
Yes, I know, but we don't have any of those scriptures. We don't know what was actually in them.
No, because they were wrote on papyrus, and papyrus wears over time.
Okay, so do you have a source for the Passover meal or not?
Yeah, we were just reading Eusebius, and then we got sidetracked. Like I thought we've been through this.
No, you got sidetracked. We were having a side conversation, and your ears were tingling because you couldn't handle what we were saying.
No, you said they were both literate, and that wasn't
So-
true. And then when I actually back it up, you couldn't back it up.
I did. And so the sidetrack on grammaton or grammatos is quite easily cleared up if you just go to the Thayer's Greek lexicon, which is a free resource. It literally tells you at the very beginning that it's combined with gramma, which is what I literally just said. It means without learning, illiterate.
So when you go to the Greek, it literally said. So I'll bring it up. Give me 2 minutes.
And again, if you go to gramma in the Thayer's Greek lexicon, it tells you exactly what I told you. It's derived from the Greek word grapho, which means to write. It's somebody who is unlearned. They don't know how to write. Is he going to take 5 or 10 minutes to find this resource?
I
thought he
just
had
found
computers on
the
him.
exact same the exact same thing you just said. I found
It's not
in
hard.
multiple sources. It's not.
It's not just, Google gramma in the Thayer's Greek lexicon. You'll find the explanation right there.
You don't even have to do that. Just look up illiterate biblical Greek and it'll pop up everywhere.
Yeah, I've got it here. So it means. It could
Oh,
mean
I'm sure his church father has a different opinion.
Unlettered. Again, these people
Yes,
also.
unlettered. What does that mean? What's a letter? What is a letter?
Unlettered.
Yeah,
Unless
what is a
it's
letter?
not right, but it can also say unexercised, untrained. There's multiple meaning. It has a lexicon meaning. So if we were to use our brain, so if we were to use our brain, go to Acts
So
chapter
literally in the BDAG Greek lexicon, it lists gramma as a unit of the alphabet, literally a Greek character of the alphabet.
It can also mean unread and untrained.
Yes, that's what we're saying. Yes, unread, unable to read.
No, but it can also mean untrained and ordinary men. So when you read
Yes.
the certain context,
Yes,
when
it
they
can
saw
mean
how
unlearned.
boldly- when they saw-
Unlearned.
Okay, are you gonna let me finish?
I'm trying to help you to understand what words mean.
Yep, Acts chapter 4, verse 13. When they saw how boldly Peter and John were speaking and realized they were untrained and ordinary men. So think, if they were saying how these people were speaking and they learned that they were illiterate men, that wouldn't make sense. How can you tell someone's illiterate by the way they speak, that they can't read or
It
write?
would make sense. What are they speaking about?
They're speaking about the resurrection and how Jesus.
And what else?
Hmm?
And what else?
I'll look it up, but it's mainly the resurrection here.
No, they go on a whole diatribe in Acts chapter 4.
They said when he saw how they were talking about Peter was filled with the Holy Spirit, rulers of the people and elders. If the question were being asked today is it about good deed done for a sick man and whose power it was that they rescued him, let me know to all of you and all the people of Israel that this man stands before you fit and well because the name of Jesus the Messiah. So it wouldn't make
Have you read all of it?
You want me to? Oh, okay. You want me to read the whole chapter? I mean, I didn't.
They didn't say one sentence. They gave a whole speech, and as it turns out, people that are not educated don't actually give great speeches in tongue.
Okay, well, I'll read the whole thing for you then, if you want me to read the whole thing. But again,
No, I'm not asking you to read the whole thing. I'm telling you that if you had read the whole thing, you would understand that what it's saying is that these are unlearned men, untrained. They don't know how to read.
Yeah, they weren't reading anything. They were given a speech.
Yes, to who?
To the people of Israel.
And who else?
At this point, it was just the people of Israel, I believe.
And the council. Verse 15 says they ordered them to leave the council while they discussed the matter with one another. They were speaking to the council.
Yeah, the council, the people of Israel, and all the people there as witnesses. And they
Are the council typically learned?
Yes.
Yes. Are they educated in the scriptures?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see why it might be interesting to note that they were talking among actual learned men who could read?
Yeah, but again,
Okay,
that doesn't mean that Peter and John can't write. They were talking among like people who knew the scriptures and chief councils. This was also written by so Acts was written by Luke, who again knew Paul, who knew Peter, and Peter knows.
According to legend.
What legends? Like we have the Book of Irenaeus.
Your early church father legends. According to the actual dating methods, it post dates these people.
And what dating method in Pacific?
The most recent is stylometry, but you can also just go to paleographers or people who study philology, and they will tell you that Luke was edited after the fact. It wasn't all one author.
And where do they get?
No, you don't like what scholars actually say. You only trust your church fathers. I get it.
No, we also go to our scholars. We don't go to atheists. What do they call themselves? Atheists.
I'm not quoting atheist scholars.
So which Pacific scholar are you quoting? And where do they say that?
In academia, there's not atheist versus unatheist scholars. There's just scholars. Like there's no distinction between Bart Ehrman, who's a historian, and someone like Dale Martin, who would have been considered a liberal scholar, or someone like De Silva, who's a mainstream scholar. They're just New Testament scholars.
So what scholar specifically says that Luke was edited?
Lots of them, but do you want to get sidetracked on that before we finish this one now?
I mean, that's what we're talking about, aren't we? So I just want to, you can't name
listen,
one.
we need you to focus on at least one topic. I'm not going to get every resource off my shelf because you can't focus.
No, let's talk about this then. So can you name me one scholar that says Luke was edited?
Yes, I'm sure I could, but I'm not doing it right now until we finish the first topic.
So you want to talk about, okay, let's talk about the first topic. Even though you made the claim.
So hold on, I did find some other words from this father you're talking about. And my Latin's horrible, but it's De Solemnitatis Pascali. But in 12 it says, I assert that the Jews have gone astray from the truth ever since they plotted against the truth itself and drove away from themselves the word of life. The scriptures of the Holy Gospels present this fact clearly, for they testify that the Lord ate Pascha on the first day of unleavened bread, but they did not eat. That was customary for them on the day on which, as Luke says, the Pascha had to be sacrificed, but instead on the following day, which was the second day of unleavened bread and the 15th day of the lunar month. So he's agreeing with what the Gospels say that it's on Passover. That the Last Supper would have been on Passover.
Of course it would.
So your own source disagrees, says opposite of what you're saying.
Who, Eusebius?
Huh?
You say I brought us Eusebius?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the 15th day is Passover.
Yeah, and he had it on the Thursday. It's a historical fact. He had it on the Thursday, Nissan 14.
It doesn't say that.
No, it said, but instead, this is his words, but instead on the following, oh, sorry, let me go back. For they testify that the Lord ate, and this is talking about what the Gospels say, they testify that the Lord ate Paschas on the first day of unleavened bread, but they did not eat, that was customary for them, on the day on which, as Luke says, the Pascha had to be sacrificed, but instead on the following day, which was the second day of unleavened bread and the 15th day of the lunar month. That is Passover. That is Shabbat. That is the special Sabbath that is being spoken about.
Yeah, so Eusebius makes it worse. Eusebius says he had the Passover meal after the first Passover meal.
After what, on the Saturday?
Yeah.
Where does he say that?
He just read it to you right now.
Okay, let me read it. I'm doing a PDF again. Eusebius, early church history.
It's on celebration of Easter. On the celebration of Easter, it's I'm just gonna spell. It's DE space SOLLEMNITATE space PASCHALI.
Sorry, could you spell it again, please?
Yeah, DE space SOLLEMNITATE space PASCHALI. And you're going to go down to section 12.
It's not coming up for me.
I need to turn on my camera and rotate it to show you. I can.
Yeah, could you do that, please?
Yeah, we could do that. So yeah, I assert that the Jews have gone astray from the month ever since they plotted against the truth itself and drove away from themselves the word of truth or word of life. The scriptures say the Holy Gospels present this fact clearly. For they testify that the Lord on the first day of unleavened bread, but they did not eat the customary on them for the day, which, as Luke says, had to be sacrificed, right? But instead, the following day, which was the second day of unleavened bread and the 15th day of the lunar month, on which our Savior is being judged by Pilate. So you're cooked.
No, not really. So it doesn't say that he. What? So you're trying to say that he ate it on the Sabbath?
No.
Correct, because that's when the special Passover would have started.
Yes.
That's what he is saying. But you're trying to say that the Father said there was a special Passover, which would have been before. That has been your claim.
No, I'm saying he had it before, but it wasn't a special Passover. It was called by the early church fathers a new Passover.
Yeah, this father just disagrees with you. Go find a better one.
No, he said it was on the Sabbath, but like again, I have to read that in context. I wouldn't like just read from that verse you highlighted. But if we go to the 11th day would have been the Wednesday, then they would have had the Passover on the Thursday, and then he was crucified on the Friday.
Yes, but Eusebius doesn't say that. He said that he celebrated the Passover meal on the 15th day after the first meal.
Yeah, there was a Passover on the Friday because that's when they originally ate it, and that's why I'm saying on the Thursday was before.
No, the Passover meal doesn't originally fall on a specific day of the week. It falls on a specific day of the moon, the 14th.
It's on the 15th.
Which isn't a specific day of the week.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it's on Nissan 15.
Yes, the 15th is not a specific day of the week, though. It doesn't matter if you think it was a Thursday or a Friday.
I'm saying he pushed it on the Thursday, so
Yes, and Eusebius says it's not. Eusebius says it would be the next day after the 14th, which is the 15th.
No, he said he's trying to say it was on the Sabbath. And the Sabbath wasn't on Nisan 15.
No, he said it's the 15th. He didn't. Eusebius didn't say if it was on the Sabbath or not.
I'm pretty sure he just brought up the Sabbath. Can you show us? Can you show me again, please?
Yeah. So
He's got his own source in front of him. Can't read it.
Huh?
So yeah, it said, but instead, let me get this, see if this focuses in. But instead, on the following day, right? So they didn't do it on the first day, which was customary, right? They did it on the following day, so the second day, which was on the second day of unleavened bread, which I believe unleavened bread is a Christian holiday that replaced Passover, if I remember correct. I've never been Christian. And the 15th day of the lunar month.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure unleavened bread is before Nisan 14, and they had the meal before.
No, the first day of unleavened bread is the first day of Passover. You can find that in Exodus 12:18, Leviticus 23:6, and Deuteronomy 16. The first day of unleavened bread is the first day of the Passover week, which is 7 days.
I'm reading it now in context.
This is what happens when you read church fathers, but you don't read the Bible.
Right.
I've read the Bible, so what do you mean?
But what you're going to run yourself into as well, though, is another fallacy, because then we're just going to have an issue with a contradiction between the church fathers and the biblical text.
Yeah, no, because I follow Eastern Orthodox Church Fathers, and for me, there is no contradictions in the Eastern Orthodox Church Fathers.
No, your church fathers are contradicting the Bible, is what he's saying.
I know that our early church, well, yeah, because early church fathers also disagreed, like with the church on multiple different things. But we say that's normal, and obviously.
But did they disagree with the fucking Bible?
Yes.
Yeah, of course they did. Some people didn't believe that Jesus was God. Yeah, of course they did. They didn't believe Jesus was God, and other people did. And then that's how the different denominations started, and that's how Catholicism split apart, because they believed the Pope had the supreme authority. So yeah, of course there was people from denominations. You can, pull the faces all you want, but you don't even follow the Bible. You don't have a...
Let me ask you a question. Is the Eastern Orthodox Church the true church, or is the Catholic Church the true church?
We'd say the Eastern Orthodox is the true church.
Well, how do you know? Because the Catholics say the same thing.
Yeah, again, so we disagree, but again, we all believe in Jesus. We all follow the word of Jesus, and
but you guys disagree.
Yes,
this is the problem with appealing to church fathers: is the Greek Orthodox think that they have something special, the Catholics think that they're special, the Eastern Orthodox think that they're special. None of you guys are special. None of your sources agree with each other. The Bible doesn't agree with itself, and your sources don't agree with the Bible.
No, we're saying that the Eastern Orthodox would, again, disagree with the Catholicism on early church traditions, but we all believe in Jesus, we all follow Jesus and the objective morality through Jesus, and that gives us our salvation.
Yeah, but you can't agree on what he said. You can't agree on what the texts mean. You can't agree on who came first. You can't agree as to whose apostles' authorities were better than the other apostles. You guys can't agree on anything.
We don't say that any apostle had extreme authority over the other.
Yeah, you do. If you believe that Peter was the first pope, but guess what? Not all of the early church believed that. Then you got a problem.
It's a historical fact. Jesus laid it.
Not a historical fact. It's an interpretation of a text.
Jesus quite literally says, "I lay my foundations of the church on you, Peter."
Yes, I know, but that has nothing to do with whether or not he elected him as pope.
Catholicism, the Catholic Catholicism.
It's clear that the church was built on Paul, not on Peter.
No, the church was built on Peter.
No.
Paul literally followed Peter as well, and as well as going around other churches and hoping other churches in the early church was true.
Peter was an illiterate fisherman that might have wrote part of one letter that most scholars agree he absolutely didn't write letter number 2 of.
Lawson, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Lawson! Hail Satan! Hail 666! Big W Lawson in the comment section. I appreciate that, Lawson.
Yeah,
Do you believe
W
in Satan?
Satan.
Not
Logan,
believe in
how many topics do you want to get cooked on today? That's what we're trying to find out.
You haven't really cooked on anything. You've done pretty well for knowing early church fathers, but again, like deconstruction isn't a personality trait, and you've not really you tried to say that they were illiterate and gave no evidence. You haven't proved.
We're back on the illiterate claim. Okay, I'll just show you in the lexicon where it says what I said.
Again, I've already showed you.
You didn't show anything.
Okay, well, do you want me to bring it up on my screen?
I already got you. Don't worry. This is the BDAG Greek lexicon. This is the most up-to-date Greek lexicon of biblical Greek, and it comes from the root word gramma, which means a unit of alphabet, literally letter. Same thing as the Thayer's Greek lexicon, same thing as the Strong's Concordance.
Yeah, that doesn't prove anything. I said I had a lexicon meaning.
A set
and it
of
had
writing
multiple-
characters forming a document or a piece of writing. To say that somebody is a grammatos means that they are without learning, specifically that of writing. It can be used idiomatically to call somebody stupid.
It has multiple different meanings. It can also
I know, yes, and the immediate meaning, the most clear meaning is that they are without the ability to read and write.
Yeah, just because it's the most clear meaning doesn't mean it's the meaning that was used. Because he's given us a speech. How would
It's always the less clear meaning. It's the meaning that fits my prerogative.
Even if I was to give you that you're saying that they were surprised because they they assumed he was illiterate, because they wouldn't have known he was illiterate. And it literally says here they were untrained, ordinary men, and that makes more sense in the context when you go to the lexicon.
Doesn't, because they were quoting what? What were they quoting in the speech?
They weren't quoting anything. They were given a
They
speech.
did, yes. You haven't read it again. I don't know why you're unable to read your own book. They quoted from the Psalms in the speech.
Yeah, you don't have to, they didn't have the Psalms in front of them, so they don't have to quote it. They weren't
How
reading
did they
it
know it?
because they would have been taught it in school.
No, they weren't schooled. You just said yourself they weren't educated. It says in verse 11, this Jesus is the stone that was rejected by you, the builders. It has become the cornerstone. How did these untrained, unlearned men know about this scripture?
Do you know in school they'd be taught the 5 books of the Torah?
They didn't go to school.
Yeah, you don't have to go.
They were Galilean fishermen.
You don't have to read it. You can be told it, and they would have been quoting it. But again, they would have this whole. We're going back to it.
Find me one source that says that the disciples went to school.
Hang on.
I want to see it. Give me one source.
You listen, deconstruction. You're going into your mad like Satan phase. You need to chill. Let me speak.
I want to see it. Give me one source.
You listen, deconstruction. You're going into your mad like Satan phase. You need to chill. Let me speak.
I want to see it. Give me one source.
Wait, what's Justin? Are you echoing? What's going on? There's a bad echo somewhere.
Is it back to normal?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. And maybe the demons came and got him. But I'll read it again so we can read it in the context. When they maybe the demons came and got him. But I'll read it again.
Wait, Justin, you still have an echo. Do you want to swipe out of the app?
That fix it?
Let's see. Yeah.
I think we're. All right, cool. I don't know what happened. I wasn't getting a phone call. All right, so what were we rambling about before the echo?
I think Logan was just about to provide a source for what was the claim that they went to school, that these uneducated people went to school.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Show me the source where it says that the uneducated fishermen went to school.
Yes, I was reading the verse. They saw boldly Peter and John were speaking and realized that they were untrained, ordinary men. Untrained also means illiterate. I mean, agrammatos.
Yeah, thanks for saying it. Illiterate, yes.
What? Thank you.
I literally just backed
Freudian slip.
I mean, okay, yeah, you can clip it all you want, like, and then it would just be out of context. Like most of the things you're saying, out of context.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, so we have the concession that they were illiterate. So
No.
we also get the
said-
concession that John could write Is it writing in Aramaic and Greek, or am I
He wrote it in
confused?
Greek because it was the trade language at the time.
Yeah, so this uneducated person was somehow educated in all these languages, is that correct?
But yeah, he could speak Hebrew, he could speak Aramaic. Do you have any proof that he didn't?
But we're talking about writing.
Okay, yeah, and he wrote these things, and then again, Book of Irenaeus, Book 3, Chapter 1, and Polycarp even says to Irenaeus that he wrote all these things.
Wait, so
Well, Polycarp would have been an eyewitness as
No, he wasn't.
well, he was in Asia with John at the time, and if you look at the Apostolic Whole List, and that in I think it's the Book of Revelations, chapter 2, where he hands down his church to him in Asia.
It doesn't happen in Revelation. Now you're just making stuff up.
I'm pretty sure it's chapter 2 because it was the Asian church. Let me read it through because it was Polycarp's church.
There
at
are
the time.
Asian church, but Polycarp is never
Yes.
mentioned.
It might not be Book of It might be one of John's letters. I don't know the exact verse. But he passes on the church to Polycarp as he was
No,
a
he
student.
doesn't.
What? So John didn't pass on like the church to Polycarp?
No, I'm saying is that the Book of Revelation does not mention Polycarp.
No, probably not. But it does talk about the early church and the 7 churches in there. Maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe it's one of John's letters. But it's somewhere in there where it talks about passing on the church.
Logan, I just want to know, how does that cheek feel? Because this is reminiscent of the Council of Nicaea. Justin is Saint Nicholas, and you are priest Arius right now.
I mean,
Like, how's
my
that cheek feeling?
my cheek feels fine. I follow Jesus, and deconstruction follows Satan.
well, Satan's not real, so I mean neither.
Yeah,
is-
that's not.
Yeah, he's only a boogeyman in your imagination.
Yeah,
I mean-
no.
I mean, wasn't Ian saying hail him earlier? So if
Yeah,
you-
it's
Oh my
provocative,
gosh,
gets the
it's
people
satire.
going.
God damn.
Logan's slow.
Yeah, we know.
I mean, I'm not slow, but okay.
Do you think the person who has a giant picture of God not being real simultaneously believes in the existence of Satan?
I mean, so he
Did
doesn't
you think they
believe
were
in-
being dead ass?
So he doesn't believe in him, but he talks about him all day.
Well, yeah,
philosophy
because
is
it's like a
fun.
real thing that like really affects the way people vote and engage in the world. Yeah, I say specifically that God isn't real. Yeah, what's confusing about that?
Did I say it was confusing? Maybe. you
Well,
were
yeah,
confused.
you pointed it out. Were you just pointing out? Are we just saying facts? Are we just on like a fact saying mission?
But yeah, you talk about him. but
We're
you
just
don't
saying like
believe in
random
him.
facts. So why that random fact instead of like I don't know the
No,
sky is blue?
I don't believe in tooth fairies, but again, I don't like talk about tooth fairies for 5 hours of my life.
Yeah, but the tooth fairy doesn't affect our society now, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, and religion does negatively affect our society, so that's why I talk about it.
Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
Morality, I'd say it's actually positive.
Oh, you think that it's good for morality?
Yeah, I don't think you have a morality. without
Gotcha.
God.
Okay, wait. So, do you think that it's moral to own slaves?
Yeah, that's not going to work because we don't follow the Old Testament.
Gotcha.
And
Wait. But is God? Does God change?
His nature doesn't change now.
Gotcha. Wait. So was it? So it was good in the old covenant, but it's now not good. Is that correct?
No, because if you read it in the context when they left slave and God got them out of slavery, the slavery from the post-Atlantic slavery is very, very different to what they did. You don't have any evidence that these
The
were...
laws are very similar. The laws are identical.
Well, we can read through the laws. Exodus chapter
Yeah,
9,
wait, so the laws that it lays out that you can own other people as slaves, the only restrictions that it puts in is that you can't hurt them too badly.
Wait, so did Christians own slaves?
Did Christians own slaves?
Christians own slaves.
Yeah, certainly. In the
Well, they
deep south,
definitely
yeah,
did.
Christians owned slaves. Absolutely, they did. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fun
Yeah,
history
they
lesson for you.
did.
Yeah, they did.
Modern day slavery is a lot worse than in numbers than it is.
Yeah, wait. So who are the people in the south part of the United States who owned slaves? What religion were they?
Yeah, they're not following Christianity because Christianity.
Wait,
No,
no.
they
What-
were.
What religion are they?
They
And as a
weren't
matter of
Christian.
fact, we know they were because the only few slaves that were
Christians
able
abolished
to
slavery.
read, as I was saying before I was really interrupted, the only slaves that were able to read, the first and only book they were given on plantations were the Holy Bible. Because
Well,
their
if you look-
masters were Christian.
Yeah, so if you look through again, that's an ethnological fallacy.
How so?
Wait, no, no, it's not at all. You're just trying to obfuscate. Wait, you literally said you asked the question to us. Or did any Christians own slaves? You
abolished
asked
slavery.
us, and we
They
said
abolished
yes.
slavery. Did Christians abolish slavery?
Oh,
Paul talk about abolishing
yeah.
slavery?
Wait, that's really nice. Wait, so is slavery ever moral?
No.
Oh, sure. So if slavery was never moral, then why didn't God say as much?
He does, and it's written all throughout.
Yeah,
the
wait. So where does it say? Where does God come out and say very clearly, "Thou shalt not own slaves"? Can I get the "Thou shalt not own slaves" verse?
That's okay. So if we go, that's not an exact. That's an exact word fallacy. But if
Oh
we
God!
go
Oh, gotcha.
to,
Wait. So can I get the verse where it says very clearly, "Do not own slaves"? Because God had no problem saying, "Do not eat shellfish." God had no problem saying, "Do not mix linens." God said no problem, or God had no problem saying, "Do not mix the crops that you till on your fields." But God did have a problem saying, "No slaves."
No, because again, if we go to the book of Philemon, I think it is, where Paul talks about how he's like, it's not abolishing slavery, and we can go to the scholarly letter. I'll read this out. Is this the one? Yeah, Paul's shortest letters, none of them, nonetheless profound. He writes to Philemon, a householder in Colossae. Like all householders in the ancient world, Philemon had slaves, and one of them, Onesimus, had run away, and might itself warrant the death penalty, and anyone harboring a runaway would likewise risk criminal charge. Omnis had come to Paul, and under his guidance he had become a Christian. What was Paul to do? We might prefer if Paul grandstanded declaring that one should simply free all slaves at once. Instead, he put a time bomb besides the institution, and yes, we may regret that it took so long to explode, but in the meantime, he does his best to reconcile, so it will be hard, but Paul does hint later in his letter that he should free Omniscient. And then when Paul talks in his letters, he says, I'm going to send you back to him, but not as a slave, as a brother in Christ. Amen.
And
that's
why
very.
did- Sorry.
No, go for it. No, go for it, Justin.
Why did Paul want Philemon to be freed?
To be free, because he was a human, just like the person he was sending this to, and said, I'm sending you back as a brother in
No,
Christ.
in the book, in the actual letter, why did he say he should be freed?
I mean, are you hinting towards something? I mean, I can read the
Yes,
whole.
I am. I don't think you've actually read the letter. You've read something about the
I've read the
letter,
whole
but you
Bible.
haven't read the actual letter.
I've read the whole Bible back to front, but we can go through
Because
it.
Paul thinks he would be better to serve the gospel than to serve his master. He wanted to keep Philemon as a helpmate for himself. And
Do
we
you
know
mean
that
that-
Paul wasn't against slavery because in the book of Ephesians, he addresses slave owners, and some of those slave owners were Christians. He doesn't
Well,
say
yeah,
free your
because
slaves, does he?
The Christians were being persecuted, and he's saying not to follow Spartacus. That's pretty
No,
obvious.
wrong again.
Yeah.
Ephesians chapter 6, he addresses slaves and slave owners. In verse 9 of chapter 6, he tells slave owners in the church to treat the slaves well. Why couldn't he tell the slave owners within his own church that you shouldn't own slaves anymore?
And do you know who the slaves were?
The slave names aren't listed.
Okay, cool. So again, even doctors and lawyers were slaves back then. They were serving
Oh
money.
wait, I'm sorry. Is there anything that can justify slavery, Logan?
Who said
Does
it was
it
justifying
matter who they were, Logan?
Who said they were justifying it?
Okay, then why are you asking who they were? Does that matter, Logan?
It's because at the time,
Because
I'm answering you. You're just interrupting me. I said at the time, slavery at that time was not the same as it is now or in the post-Atlantic. Doctors and lawyers were slaves, but slaves were obeying their masters, which were the Greek Empire, and they were paying tax.
Wait, is slavery chill if the slaves obey their masters and pay tax? Does that make slavery fine?
No, that doesn't make it fine. But again,
Perfect. So then it was immoral.
yeah, but we pay
No,
tax.
so then
now.
why
You can't
didn't
say
why
that we are
didn't
slaves. Hang on,
why didn't
we
Paul
obey
say
our
no
government.
slaves?
We obey our government and we pay
Why
taxes. Are we
didn't
slaves?
Paul say no
By the
slaves?
same standard, answer my question. By the same standard, don't run.
Wait, which one?
So we pay taxes and we obey our government. So are we slaves?
No, because we're not possessions. Now, why didn't God say, or why didn't Paul say no
Define
slaves?
possession. Define possession.
Just being legally owned.
Legally owned and
Wait. Do you think this infinite regress is going to help you? Do you think just asking me to define all the words is a good look for you? Or do you want to answer the question, why didn't Paul say no slaves? I'm starting to suspect that you have no answer.
what do you mean by no slaves? When he
Yeah,
gets
wait,
us-
why didn't he say, set your slaves
Are you
free?
are you gonna let me answer?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, fantastic. What was the question again? Because you kept on yapping. I didn't.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I've asked it like 4 or 5 times. Why didn't God say, or why didn't Paul say, let your slaves free?
At the time, he did. When he got this slave, he said, "I'm going to send you back as a brother in Christ." And
Why
again,
didn't he say, set all slaves free?
all slaves? Because that's what, like, he was already being persecuted. He didn't have the time to save the whole world from slavery.
But
He
did
didn't
he
have
have
to
the?
take time to do it. He just had to say it. He already wrote the letter.
So
Yeah,
where
can I-
does
I just need to ask a clarifying question real quick. Out of the ecumenical councils, which ones do you follow?
I follow Jesus?
No,
What do
no,
you
but
mean?
out of the ecumenical councils, which set the canon for your faith, which ones do you follow? Do you follow the first 7 councils?
No, I just follow Jesus and his word, his objective moralities, and the perfect teachings in the Gospels.
Funny, because just a minute ago it was all about what the church fathers say. Now he's like, no, it's only what the Bible says.
Well, yeah, and the reason why I
follow
ask
Jesus. Like, what do you mean?
the reason why I ask is the Council of Chalcedon, which was held in 451 A.D. It's go down here to the canons. Its first canon states that we have deemed it right that the canons hitherto issued by the saintly fathers at each and every synod should remain in force. So then we go to the Synod of Gongra, which was held right around 381, and its third council states, if anyone shall teach a slave under the pretext of piety to despise his master and to run away from his service and to not serve his own master with goodwill and all honor, let him be anathema. And the scriptures that they used for this was 1 Timothy 6:1 and Titus chapter 2 verses 9 through 10. So even hundreds of years later, the church fathers are in agreement that you can't teach slaves to not be slaves anymore.
No, it's saying that there to respect their masters, and so that in God's name our teachings may not be slandered. So they're saying not to disrespect God or their teachings. But again, like, where are you going with this? Like, again,
I thought Paul had freedom.
Was wrong.
If Paul freed them, why are they still enslaved?
I mean, he freed. I didn't say he freed all the slaves, did I? That's you. That's a. You're just jumping there. You're making.
So the Christian church is pro-slavery beginning to end.
Yeah, why are the church fathers saying, no, get rid of your slaves? Why are they saying, don't teach them to be free?
Did Christians fight against slavery?
Yeah, hundreds, literally 1,000, 1,500 years later, they started talking about it. But the Christian church, even until the modern era, was pro-slavery. The Southern Baptist Convention, the largest Christian convention in Protestantism, was pro-slavery. They literally just finally took it out of their doctrines in 1992.
Yeah, that's Southern American for you. But again, that just because they do that doesn't make them Christians.
It's the largest Christian denomination in the United States.
Okay. Well, so because it's the largest, that means it's the most true?
They formed specifically to keep slavery. Slavery was within Christendom all the way until just the modern age.
So because, again, answer me, because they're the biggest denomination, does that mean they're the most true Christians?
I didn't say anything about being true Christians. You're trying to play the no true Scotsman.
Yes
And what I'm demonstrating to you is that Christianity and slavery have always been in agreement with each other. There are popes who even did edicts on it. The popes didn't have a problem with slavery. Find me somebody in Christendom that was against slavery that didn't live in like the last 150 years, because this was not an issue for the first 1500 years of the church.
But yeah, but back then it was a different like definition of slavery.
No, it's still it's owning people as
Can,
possessions.
can I,
That's what
can I
slavery
finish?
means.
Can I finish?
Yeah, go for
Again,
it.
like he didn't answer my question. Because they're the biggest denomination, does that mean they're the most true Christians?
That wasn't my claim. My claim
You're
was
not.
not.
But
My
can you
claim was never
answer?
that the Southern Baptist Convention were the most true Christians. My claim
You're running.
is that
Can you
within
answer?
Christianity, slavery wasn't questioned until just our modern age. Which is why your early church fathers are okay with it. The same way the middle church fathers were okay with it.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So what's Christianity? You know what Christianity is, don't you?
he's lost so hard he needs to back up to these like weak, lame arguments. Well, what's Christianity? Well, what's oh my God, that's pathetic. Don't you just feel pathetic having that sentence come out of your
I
mouth?
think you're pathetic.
This is
because
a
you can't answer the
convoluted, no
question.
true Scotsman.
Okay, so cool. Can you say what Christianity is? Because you're never answering any questions. You've got a lot of questions, but you're not answering them. Typical atheists, to be honest.
Christianity is anything that purports to be Christian that, according to some, have the fruits of Christianity.
And what's the fruits of Christianity?
Well, the fruits of Christianity is that you will know them by their works. So the deeds that Jesus told you to do if you're a New Testament. I don't know, Logan, if you know how listening works, but you can't listen while you're
I
talking.
mean, you were over talking me. But
So the fruits of Christianity, the fruits of Christianity is anyone who does the works that Jesus tells them to do, which includes also the patience of the Holy Spirit, also includes love, joy, peace, so on and so forth, according to Philippians.
So love, joy, peace, and following Jesus, right?
That's literally what I just said. So
did Jesus have any slaves?
So what you're doing is wasting time on semantics about who's a true Christian. That's irrelevant to me because
but if they're not
the
following
early
Jesus, they're not true
Christian, the early Christian church, which Cyber just read to you, was okay with slavery.
Yeah, that doesn't make them right, though, does it?
Who? Make who right?
The early Christian church that were promoting slavery. No.
What I heard. That's what I heard.
Okay. Are you gonna let me finish?
Find me somebody
yeah.
that didn't live in the modern age after slavery was beginning to be abolished that agrees with you.
Okay, cool. I'll do that in a minute. But you're still not answering my question. You're running. Did
I
Jesus own slaves? Did Jesus own slaves?
I don't think Jesus owned
No,
slaves.
he didn't.
You need monetary gain to own slaves, and Jesus didn't have that.
Okay. And in any of the Gospels, does Jesus promote slavery?
Not that I'm aware of. Although he
cool.
does,
So, no,
he
hang
does,
on.
he does.
You're yapping.
He does mention it in 2 or 3 of his parables. In fact, in one of his parables, he seems to mention it in a way that is neither disfavorable nor favorable. He seems to accept it as a reality of life.
So I was on mute. I didn't even know I was on mute. So I'm lost where we were talking about. Yeah. So Jesus didn't own any slaves, and they're following
Wait,
Jesus.
Logan, you have an echo. You gotta swipe out of the app and then come back. Just like, raise the screen up or whatever, and then like just open the app again.
Is it gone?
I think so.
Yeah, so again, if Jesus didn't own any slaves, we're following Jesus. It doesn't matter what some South American denomination had or what they were promoting, we do not follow slavery as Christians.
Okay, so because the Bible is pro-slavery in nearly every book that it's mentioned, but since Jesus didn't own slaves, you can throw the rest of the Bible out. That doesn't matter anymore.
We don't we follow Jesus, but again, we don't follow the Old Testament. We're not Christians.
We didn't say you followed the Old Testament. Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Okay, so then Jesus gave the laws of Leviticus?
Yes.
Okay, so Jesus is pro-slavery.
Well, it's not, because when he was, again, that would have been the word, And then when he was a person, he
Leviticus
didn't come over here.
25:44 through 46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents
This is
living
an
among you,
ethnological fallacy.
and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and can make them slaves for life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Sam, while you're at it, can you read 25?
Ethnological fallacy, by the way.
Can I read what? What'd you say?
25 verse 1 and 2.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
Actually, you can just do 25:1.
Yeah, this is still an ethnological
While
fallacy,
she's
because
grabbing
when
that,
you look
Logan,
at-
you said that Jesus is the Word of God, right?
Yes.
Just checking.
Okay. So again, this is still an ethnological fallacy. You're dating the words and their meanings from then to now, when you have no
Logan,
idea.
you're not helping
and there's
your
no-
position. Just
Wait, let's
you're
simplify
not-
this. Let's simplify this. How do you define slavery?
Slavery is by owning somebody by property.
It's wait. I'm sorry. What?
Owning somebody by property.
Oh, sure. Wait, and what is the? So if you own someone as property, then they're slaves. So if someone's your possession, are they your property?
Yes.
Oh, so if the verse says you can own them as possessions, that means that you can own them as property. Thus, it's slavery.
Yes, it's slavery, but again, there's different types of slavery we're talking about.
So Leviticus 25:1 says the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, and then he gives the laws of slavery. If Jesus is the Word of God, then Jesus uttered this law to own slaves. So Jesus said it's okay to own slaves.
Well, if you're atheist, how do you know slavery is wrong? Where do you get your morals from?
Well, oh my God, he wants to pick a
That's
tag. That's so
insane.
pathetic.
That's insane.
Oh my
Crazy
God, he couldn't
word.
defend his
Crazy
belief system at
word.
all.
Crazy word.
Oh my God, that's
Logan,
so
it's an
sad.
internal
question, and you
You
cannot.
said
Oh
that
my
slavery
God,
was
and
wrong.
he's posturing.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
so
gonna
funny that you're gonna
answer
posture
you. I
on
asked you
this.
one
That
question
you're
and you
gonna
cannot
pivot
answer
and
it.
run from the
Crazy
point.
word.
That you're gonna try to get away from the fact that your God
Diabolical
says slavery
word.
is
I asked
okay,
you one
and then you're just gonna try to
Aw.
posture your way through it. Are you
Listen.
kidding?
Oh, that's so
Listen, I asked you one
sad.
Get
question.
nobody
Aw.
cares. Get back to the
Oh my
argument. Why did God say
God.
that it's okay to own slaves?
How do you know it's wrong? You don't
Wait,
have a
buddy,
sense of morality.
nobody's gonna
You
fall
don't
for
have a
it.
sense of
Nobody's
morality.
biting. Nobody's
You're
biting. No one's gonna fall
pro-slavery.
for
You're
it. Get back
pro-slavery.
to the
You're
argument. Nobody's
pro-slavery.
gonna fall
You're
for it. No one
pro-slavery.
cares.
You're
Back to the
pro-slavery.
argument,
You're
little bro.
pro-slavery.
Let's just get
You're
back to the argument. No one's gonna
You're
bite. No one's biting.
You're
We got no
pro-slavery.
biters.
You're pro-slavery.
Logan,
You're
it's
pro-slavery.
irrelevant because you said slavery's wrong.
Wait, so
It's an
yeah,
internal.
It's an internal critique, big dog.
yeah, you're pro-slavery. Prove to
No,
me you're
no,
not.
I'm certainly not. But it's an internal
You're
critique.
shouting. You're shouting. You're shouting. Listen,
It's an
slow
internal
down.
critique. Do you know
Take
what
a
an
breath.
internal critique
Take a
is?
breath. Take a breath. Calm down. Listen, I know
No,
you're
it's okay.
pro-slavery.
I'm totally calm. Wait, do you think? And I agree that we can posture more.
You're shaking, man. I can see your pen
Hush,
shaking.
little baby, don't say a
Don't you
word.
cry, four-eyed
It's
baby.
okay.
It's gonna
Logan,
be
it's
okay.
okay. You got
Listen,
cooked. We all get
listen,
cooked.
you're
It's okay,
pro-slavery.
Logan.
Your cheeks
Yeah,
are going
You're-
I
red.
think he's
Your cheeks
thoroughly
are
Hush.
cooked.
red.
I'm gonna
Your cheeks
get
are
out of.
red, man. Your cheeks
I'm
are
gonna.
going red. Chill, chill.
I gotta.
Logan, it's gonna be
Your cheeks are
okay.
red,
It's gonna be
man.
okay, Logan. Just shh.
Yeah,
shh,
your
shh.
cheeks are going. Your cheeks are going red.
It'll all be fine, Logan. It'll all be fine. It's gonna be
You're
okay. Logan, it'll be okay. Just take a deep breath.
If you want to.
It's an internal critique. If you think that slavery is bad, then it's inconsistent for you to
pro-slavery.
believe in this religion.
You're pro-slavery.
All right, guys. I gotta drop. I gotta get some things done before the sun
Yeah,
goes
run
down.
away,
But
Well,
slave.
Hey, it
thank
was
you
great
so
to-
much for
Disgusting,
arriving and cooking in the way that you did.
Disgusting,
it was
racist.
great to join you, Logan.
You
I'll be
racist.
live again tomorrow night. if you wanna
Logan's,
get-
oh my God, Logan is so funny.
Come on
Pro-slavery.
by
said,
tomorrow night
"You're
while I'm live,
fucking
and
racist."
I'll glad you're right.
slavery people. Anyway, Ethan.
He's
no, Ian,
crashing
sorry.
hard.
Damn, Logan
You're
Factory
shouting.
reset
Your cheeks are red.
indeed.
Your
Oh
cheeks
my
are red.
God.
Your cheeks
Crazy
are red.
word.
Your cheeks are red. Calm down. My
Crazy
pen's shaking
word.
all over
My
the pen.
cheeks are not red.
They
Good
look
try.
very red.
Wait,
you've
wait,
got
wait,
very bright
wait,
skin.
wait. You think? Why are you trying to like gaslight everyone? I'm like pretty like
Okay, so-
consistently white all
anyway,
around.
anyway,
Wait, like,
anyway.
do you think that people are going to believe you over their own fucking eyes?
I mean, you're swearing now. Don't worry. It's okay. Don't get
That's
upset.
okay, Logan. It's
can you-
fine. Let's just stop being upset. It's
Okay,
gonna be
but
okay,
you're always
Logan.
upset, man.
Let's engage in a
You're
good faith
upset.
dialectic.
Okay, cool.
So do you
anyway,
you agree
were
that
you
slavery is
morality?
bad? Wait, so I
Maybe,
just have a
maybe bad.
question.
So
Is it
how
ever
do you know slavery is bad as
true?
an atheist then? You don't have
Wait,
morality.
wait. But you say that
You
it's
don't
bad
have
as a
morality.
Christian.
But you can't answer it.
Logan,
You can't answer it.
Logan, let's
talking
calm
about
You can't
our
answer
down.
it though.
morality
That's the
right
thing
now,
though.
though, buddy.
Logan,
You
keep
can't
on
do
speaking
that.
over me if you're a child molester.
Ian.
Okay. Oh my God, he's a child molester. He admitted it. He admitted it. No, he admitted it. No. Sorry, Logan. I don't talk to child molesters, unfortunately. No.
It's so much quieter now that the child molester's gone.
Yeah. Oh my God, dude. He admitted it too. That's crazy.
He
That
did.
was
On
and
live.
well, and the crazy thing with that is he's trying to do like, we don't get morals because we don't believe in God. But the issue is that his God is racist, and he has to accept that.
True.
Anyways, thanks for having me up. I'm gonna hop back down.
Yeah, I dropped you a follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so
Not
much.
a problem.
Yeah,
Bye bye, darling.
appreciate it. What are we at? We're at 5 hours. 5 hours is probably good enough for me. But no one's live, so fuck. Maybe I'll just keep on pushing through. No, I think 5 hours is probably.
I mean, hey, listen. If you want to keep pushing, I can also push. Listen.
What the fuck does that mean?
It's up to you. I can suffer also. We can suffer together. It's fine.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
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 Okay, just keep on trying to fill. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Savannah. Appreciate that. What's up, Luke? How's it going?
What's up? Pretty good.
Yeah. How old are you?
18.
And what religion?
Christianity.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
There's a lot of archaeological evidence.
Yeah, like what?
I'm so ready. I'm so prepared.
Whoa, AG, thank you so much for the glowing jellyfish. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi, AG. I love you.
Hello.
I was literally just thinking the other day that you, me, and AG should do the lesbian topic together sometime. That would be
Oh my
fun.
gosh, AG and I were talking about how much we want to do that with you. We just
Hello.
didn't know how to bring it up.
Hey,
Oh,
what's up,
hi.
Luke?
Okay. I was looking at my notes and it kind of disconnected me for a second.
No, you're chilling. So which archaeology are we?
There's a lot, but like, for example, the Mount of Sinai, like it's still, the top of it's still burnt from Exodus. Like the top of it has became like volcanic rock, like volcanic glass. Okay.
Wait, so what's the top of it? Because I looked into this one time, and I just didn't really find anything.
I know where this is going, and it's not going somewhere.
Top of
good.
Mount
It's not
Sinai.
somewhere. The top of Mount Sinai, yeah. It's all like volcanic rock. From Exodus, it's still burnt.
How old are the volcanic rocks on Mount Sinai? These rocks are like 600 million years old.
Is that true?
Yep. It is
But
true.
there's other things on the mount. I can't like look at my notes and be on the live at the same time, which absolutely sucks. But there's another thing like I don't know if you've heard of it. They call it the Jesus Cup.
The Jesus Cup?
Mm-hmm.
What significance does this have?
It's a cup from
The Holy Grail?
The Jesus cup.
it's written on the cup. In the enchanter, but it mentions Christ, and this is this cup mentioned in the Bible, but it exists.
Two gods, what? Three gods, one cup?
Crazy word.
No.
Wait. So what's the name of this? How can I look into this?
The first up the Jesus cup. I mean, it's a cup from 50 AD, and it has a written on the Greek. It says, Christ the enchanter, the magician.
Is it a chalice? Is it like a solo cup type beat? Like what? Like
I don't know.
what
This
are we
is a mug
talking
to me,
about?
but
A mug is.
that's what it looks like to me. It's a cup.
The Magician by Christ.
Yeah.
I I have literally no source that talks about this.
I mean, if you just search up the Jesus cup, it kind of pops up.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I just can't find any reliable source.
It's real.
All right, I have it from like a WordPress blog.
Have you heard of the Shroud of Turin?
Oh yeah, the Shroud of Turin is dated to 1300 AD.
So how would you explain the Shroud
So
of Turin?
according to
You know the phenomenon, right?
evidenceforchristianity.org, question: an archaeologist excavating the underwater ruins of Alexandria's ancient harbor turned up something of divine interest. A bowl engraved with what could be the earliest reference to Christ. Scientists dated the bowl to between the late 2nd century BC and the early 1st century AD. According to the team, the full inscription reads, Dia Christo o Goistais. I'm so sorry. Which has been translated as either by Christ the magician or the magician by Christ. What is your response to this? Careful! Professional archaeologists have completely debunked this find as being a reference to the Jesus of the New Testament. There are a few reasons for this. First, the dating of the object is somewhere between the late 2nd century BC and the early 1st century AD, which obviously that wouldn't work out. Then those who say that the word on the cup is Christos show evidence of being rather biased because there's a vowel between the R, rho, and S, sigma. This vowel is not an E, not an I, which means the word in question is almost certainly not Christos, but Krestos, which means kind or good. So nar, respectfully.
Arnar.
Nar, Arnar.
Damn. Bullying the Brits and the Aussies, that's crazy.
At the same time. At the same time.
Also, Sigma mentioned.
Yeah, I know. When I read it, I felt so silly.
Are you aware of that?
Are we aware of what?
Or do you know of the Palatine Graffito?
No. Can you spell that out for me?
Palatine Graffito.
G wait, G what?
Graffito. Graffiti, graffito, kind of, yeah. It's graffiti with an O instead.
That's funny. So apparently the graffito was meant to mock a Christian named Alexa Menos.
That's fucking hilarious.
So it's like a person worshiping like a donkey who's crucified. Oh, I got a flag on my live for bullying and harassment. I might just take it. Wait, I honestly might just take it down to avoid the ban. So, all right, I might just call it here.